chairing the Digital Advertising Task Force, which is a joint effort between DCMS and DCIT to look at precisely these issues, because we want to make sure that illegal and harmful content isn't rewarded.
Carl Lockhart.
Mr. Speaker, when a child views an inappropriate image online, they can't unsee it. I have been horrified recently with the number of parents coming to me about inappropriate ads popping up on kids' digital games. Would the Minister agree to meet with me? Some of these images are absolutely horrendous and children are viewing them at a very early age. Would the Minister meet with me to discuss this ongoing issue?
I or one of my ministers will absolutely meet with her. She is right to say once you've seen something you can't unsee it, and I think especially for young minds, we all know how young children will remember it and maybe wake up in the night and talk to you about things that they have seen that they don't understand and they're too young to see. So I'm more than happy for myself or my ministers to meet with her, see those images for ourselves and speak to Ofcom and others about what we can do to try and stop this.
So, Secretary, Shadow Minister Dr Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, does she regret having been forced into a ban on social media for under 16s in the Children's Wellbeing in Schools Act and not committing to it in the first place or introducing a bill in the King's Speech?
No.
Charlie Jourst.
Question number 2, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Clowey. DCIT ministers regularly meet representatives from science and technology communities. The UK has seized the moment in AI, in quantum, in semiconductors. We will keep building British sovereign strength and alongside it work with allies across the European Union.
Charlie Jourst.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, European tech leaders and some member states are concerned that the EU's approach to digital regulation is strangling their ability to compete. So will the Secretary of State or the Minister rule out binding the UK tech industry to a legal framework that could stifle growth in this vital area of the economy?
Well, the feedback from UK tech businesses has been clear. Britain has now got the highest share of venture investment in Europe for 16 years. We have now got IT and technology driving productivity upwards alongside capital from the British Business Bank and Sovereign AI. Of course, we will work on redoing the work of the botched Brexit deal, but alongside that, we will maintain British sovereign strength in technology and AI.
Number 3, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Labour government is the first in a decade to publish a digital inclusion action plan to ensure everybody benefits from our digital society. Of the 11.9 million Digital Inclusion Innovation Fund, 73% supported charities, many of them grassroots organisations. Through Digital ID, work that I lead on, we are supporting digital inclusion and engaging expert grassroots organisations directly to help ensure that we get this right and that they are included.
Josh Bubble.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. NHS Sussex found that Eastbourne, despite being the sunniest town in the UK, is one of the most digitally excluded patches of Sussex. There are great organisations like Tech Resort, run by Liz Crew and Will Callaghan, doing work to help bridge the digital divide. However, they will be scuppered by the closing of the Digital Inclusion Innovation Fund, whose last grants expired last month. So will the Minister commit to reviewing whether that fund will be reopened and set out a timeline for that so that Tech Resort can benefit?
The honourable gentleman raises a very important point, and I know he has excellent record in this area. The Digital Inclusion Fund was designed for a one-year programme to understand what works in digital inclusion. I share the members' concerns, and we remain committed to building a digitally inclusive society, including our public services, which we are making more personalised, joining up and digital, so that everybody is included and benefits from them, as we all expect our public services to be as adequate and as inclusive as they can be.
Brad Thomas.
Question 4, Mr. Speaker.
Sarah Stay.
Making it as simple as possible for parents and children to get involved in our consultation is really important to me personally, because I know this is an issue so many families grapple with every single day. We've got dedicated surveys for parents and young people. Almost 38,000 parents and 12,700 young people have completed the surveys so far, alongside all the events I and my ministers have taken part in. But there is still a week to go, so anybody who watches DSIT questions, please get involved, answer, because we want to know what you think. We want your views, because we've got to get this right.
Fred Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I speak to parents in Plymouth about this topic regularly. 92% of parents are concerned about the impact of social media, but many just don't have time to complete a lengthy consultation. I'm also noting concerns raised about the framing of some of the questions in the consultation, including prompts to consider the benefits of social media, the absence of any clear mechanism to consider evidence from medical experts and frontline professionals, separately to submissions from tech companies, who obviously have a commercial interest in opposing any potential restrictions, and also the use of AI to analyse responses. So can the Secretary of State confirm that these concerns will be taken into account when assessing the consultation results, and reiterate her commitment to taking bold and decisive action this summer?
Let me just reassure him on some of those points. We have had 38,000 parents respond to the surveys, which I think is good, but there's more to be done there. In terms of medical professionals, we've had a response from the Royal College of Psychiatrists, multiple individual medical doctors, health professionals for safer screens, and local providers like Cardiff Children's Services. And we also have an expert panel that that is chaired by the eminent paediatrician Professor Russell Viner, and also many psychologists and psychiatrists on that. We are actively seeking views of medical professionals and parents. There's still a week to go. Many honourable members have actually fed in individual views from their constituencies, and I'd encourage everybody to do so in the remaining 6 days.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. A considerable number of parents in my constituency of Edinburgh West have written to me concerned about the children's safety and the online dangers. They welcome the government's consultation, but they are concerned about the timing. They would like some reassurances about how quickly it will be dealt with, and if the Minister has any advice for them at time being and how they can help the children deal with the threat.
Come forward with proposals before the summer. We've already taken powers in the Children's Act to implement the results of that consultation, which I intend to do by the end of the year. In the meanwhile, we aren't waiting. I've taken a number of steps to amend various acts to give greater protection, and also produced a really brilliant set of advice for parents. You don't know until you ask about how to talk to kids about social media at different ages. It's available free online, and I have personally found it very helpful.
Imam Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. Question number 5, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Well, there are three particular things this government is doing to make sure artificial intelligence is developed responsibly and developed here. 1, build deep capability in government with the AI Security Institute. 2, to develop a wider AI assurance sector so that Britain is at the frontier in that context as well. And 3, robust regulation at the point of use.
Imam Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the growing warnings from leading scientists, industry figures and Nobel laureates that advanced AI systems could pose existential risks on a par with nuclear or biological threats, does the Secretary of State agree with me that the current reliance on voluntary commitments through the AI Security Institute is insufficient, and will she outline what concrete steps the government will now take to move beyond non-binding agreements and to introduce enforceable, internationally agreed standards?
I point out to the honourable member that there are a series of regulations at the point of use that apply to AI algorithms and systems as well. Second, that we have taken powers in the Crime and Policing Act to allow us to bring unregulated chatbots into the scope of that act and its requirements on illegal content. And third, through the AI Security Institute, Britain has been at the frontier internationally on both thinking about policies and thinking about the best ways of developing our capability, a cross of both mandatory regulatory contexts that I've just mentioned and, of course, some voluntary requirements on top of that too.
Mr. Speaker, AC's pre-release analysis of AI models did not prevent the production by Grok of over 3 million sexualised images. Even Steve Bannon, of all people, is now calling for mandatory pre-release vetting of AI models. So can I ask if the time has come for the UK to review our voluntary approach?
Well, can I thank my honourable friend for having raised this topic with deep expertise as well. On the particular question of Grok, she'll be very aware that the regulatory and legal context made a number of those instances illegal. We will continue to enforce very robust law on those questions and, of course, develop our ongoing conversations on further policy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the rapid advances we are seeing recently from frontier AI models in areas such as identifying software vulnerabilities and rapid testing for those vulnerabilities in a very sophisticated way, what engagement is the government having with those frontier companies, particularly in relation to Anthropic? And is the government considering making changes to the carried over cybersecurity bill to address these very, very real vulnerabilities?
Well, on the question of engagement, can I first point out and pay tribute to the AI Security Institute, one of the only labs in the world which had engaged with all the frontier companies prior to deployment of models, in this case with Anthropic's Mythos model as well. On the broader question of the Cybersecurity and Resilience Bill, a major reason for bringing data centres in scope in the way that we have done is to appreciate the particular cyber risks applying to them. We will continue to keep that under review.
Emily Darling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the best ways to make sure that AI is developed, both contributing to innovation and to growth, is to set very high standards. We are lucky to have the British Standards Institute, the oldest standards institute in the world, and I'm very lucky that they are based in Milton Keynes. Will he join me in wishing them a huge happy birthday on this momentous year for them, but also can he say what kind of engagement he's had on their work to set high, reassuring standards for AI's development?
Well, my honourable friend has been a remarkable champion for the BSI, and I know this on this and wider questions as well. I won't sing happy birthday, but I will certainly wish them a very happy birthday and look forward to continuing my conversations with them.
Tory College Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Working across departments and with my technology counterpart in the Lords, we've published a comprehensive paper on how Britain can thrive in the age of AI, calling for a digital sovereign strategy and an integrated approach to AI that is bold and responsible, pro-innovation, pro-trust, and built alongside industry and civic expertise I'd be happy to discuss. What we see is Britain has a leading place in AI services, but we've squandered leads before, and the government hasn't offered a coherent joint-up strategy to do this differently, centred on trust and standards. So I ask, where is the government's AI bill, and can we have guarantees that the Labour's latest internal drama will not cost Britain its most important economic opportunity in a generation?
Well, can I just gently point to the Honourable Lady that there is a very clear strategy we set out early on, the AI Opportunities Action Plan. We have then built in public. It is a public dashboard. You can follow progress right across the country, 75% of it delivered. And just this week, we found out that IT and AI have driven productivity revivals for this country as well. We're firing on all cylinders when it comes to UK AI.
We now come to Capital Sclebions.
Question number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, if I can briefly say, this government believes Britain's national interests are strengthened, not diminished, when we work with like-minded countries. That's why next week I'll be joining other G7 nations, coming together as democracies to discuss how we shape tech and AI to work for all, and why I'll be proud to showcase the best of Britain's AI strengths on the world stage at London Tech Week in June.
Clive Jones.
Life science companies like Becton Dickinson in my constituency of Wokingham play a key role in advancing the research and innovation that will help deliver the National Cancer Plan and transform cancer care. So what is the Minister doing to increase funding to research and development for life science companies like those in my constituency?
I know the Honourable Gentleman is a powerful advocate of life sciences nationally and in his constituency. We see them as one of our greatest national assets, not only helping to save lives but drive jobs, growth and innovation. I'm very proud that this government has put in the largest ever investment into research and development, including into life sciences, and that we are investing £730,000 supporting 7 projects in Wokingham, because we know that's good for his constituents and the country.
Chris Vince.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if I've ever told you, Mr. Speaker, but Harlow is the birthplace of the fibre optic cable. I want children in Harlow to feel confident they can get the brilliant jobs of the future that tech can provide them. So can I ask the Secretary of State what she's going to do to make sure that happens?
We want to ensure people from all walks of life and in every part of the country can seize the opportunities that tech and AI bring. That is why we are upskilling 10 million workers, a third of the workforce, in AI skills, why we're investing £170 million in the Tech First programme to help young people get skills and training, and why we've launched the first ever Level 4 apprenticeship in AI, so young people in Harlow can fulfil their ambitions, and so we build a better country for all.
Show Secretary of State Julia Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was born in Harlow, would you believe? Can the Secretary of State guarantee that under Labour's EU reset, Britain will not align with any EU tech rules, including the AI Act?
This government wants to ensure we have a closer relationship for Europe, because we see every day the terrible impacts that their Brexit deal brings. But I am also clear that we will continue our pragmatic, not dogmatic approach to regulation, because Britain is the second country in the Western world for AI, and we want to retain those benefits to grow the economy and create good jobs throughout the country.
Julia Lopez.
Mr. Speaker, there was absolutely no clear answer from the Secretary of State there, so I think it sounds like Labour is about to trade away our Brexit freedoms on tech regulation. And yet tech ministers have been briefing behind the scenes that we must not lose Britain's Brexit freedoms on tech when it comes to AI, data, agri-tech. So will she now publicly admit what her ministers have been briefing behind those closed doors? Brexit was not some exercise in nostalgia pushed on us by uninformed thickos. It's given Britain a competitive advantage in the industries of the future.
I mean, perhaps unusually I don't listen to and never get involved in briefings, but I am very clear about the huge advantages this country has. World-leading talent, some of the most innovative tech startups. In the last year alone, we got more VC funding for tech and AI in this country than France, Germany, combined. We are going to back Britain because we believe in Britain. £500 million in a sovereign AI fund, 4 AI growth zones in parts of the country that have been levelled up more under this government than under 14 years under members opposite. We are going to seize this powerful technology to build a future that works for all, and I am very proud of our work.
Sarah Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent Debbie Duncan set up a petition calling on the government to tackle tragedy trolling, which has attracted over 18,000 signatures. Does the Minister agree with me that it is time for action? And will he or she support a debate to help take this forward?
We are absolutely focused on precisely those features that so many parents are worried about. Children doom scrolling, the fact that they are on their phones overnight and the impact that that can have on their anxiety, mental health and sleep. The question isn't whether we will act, we will. We will put forward our proposals by the summer, and I intend to legislate, if required, by the end of the year.
We now come to Prime Minister's questions. We start with Christine Sullivan.
Question number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Thank you. May I extend my deepest condolences, and I'm sure the condolences of the House, to the family and colleagues of Lance Bombardier Kira Sullivan, who lost her life in a tragic incident on Friday. She was an exceptional soldier and will be deeply missed. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me not to comment on one of Manchester's great heroes, moving on after almost a decade. So let me congratulate Pep Guardiola on all his success at Manchester City. And, Mr. Speaker, if I could declare an interest, I'd also like to say congratulations to Arsenal Football Club on becoming the Premier League champions. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and may I share the condolences expressed by the Prime Minister. From the Russian invasion of Ukraine to the Iran war, people have struggled with the cost of living. In my constituency of Bathgate and Linlithgow, in the heart of Scotland, road travel and logistics are key to everyday life and local industry, with the Road Haulage Association headquartered in Bathgate. What reassurance can the Prime Minister offer my constituents that this government will tackle household bills and business cost pressures?
Well, families across the United Kingdom are facing impacts of a war that we did not choose. So it's welcome news today that inflation is falling. Mr Speaker, there is more that we can do, and I can announce today that we're giving our hauliers a 12-month road tax holiday, helping to keep prices down. And we're backing drivers by extending the freeze in fuel duty for the rest of the year. This is possible because of the decisions taken by the Chancellor, making us the fastest growing economy in the G7, and she will set out further action tomorrow. Mr Speaker, this is not our war, but while the parties opposite wanted to jump into it, Labour will always protect working people.
Leader of the Opposition, Kemi Beno.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I'd like to associate myself with the words of the Prime Minister regarding the tragic death of Lance Bombardier Ciara Sullivan. We send our condolences to her family for this terrible loss. I welcome some of what the Prime Minister has said on fuel duty. Yes, it's still a freeze, but we asked him about this on the 11th of March and the 25th of March, and he said he wasn't going to do it. So thank you for the U-turn. Thank you for the U-turn. Labour MPs are shaking their heads. It would make more sense if they just did what we were doing, because they get there in the end anyway. But, Mr Speaker, yesterday, Labour MPs voted to ban new British oil and gas licences. Why?
Well, Mr Speaker, in relation to fuel duty, under the plans that we inherited, fuel duty was due to go up by 5% in April. We stopped that, and they voted against it. We're now extending the freeze because of events in the Middle East. And I know the Leader of the Opposition likes to claim responsibility for things that have got literally nothing to do with her. In her mind, she won Eurovision on Saturday and scored the winning goal in the FA Cup final. But she's never takes any responsibility for what they did for 14 long years. Mr Speaker, in relation to oil and gas is coming out of the North Sea 24/7. It will play an important role for many years to come. We're supporting existing oil and gas fields throughout their lifespan. We made changes actually in November to allow neighbouring fields to be exploited. But families across the UK are fed up with their bills going up and down because of global conflict. The only way to take control is through renewables. Mr Speaker, we've now consented renewables to power 23 million households. The Leader of the Opposition wants to stick with the old Tory energy policy, which is leaving households exposed to higher bills year after year.
Mr Speaker, what's causing problems for British consumers is the high energy prices which are caused by his policies. I asked him why they voted for this. He had no answer. So let me make clear what is going on. We are losing 1,000 jobs a month in oil and gas. I asked him about new licences, not about existing drilling. And then, late last night, Mr Speaker, the government snuck out an announcement that it was removing sanctions on Russian oil. So can the Prime Minister explain why oil from Russia is acceptable, but oil from Aberdeen is not?
Well, Mr Speaker, let me address the sanctions head-on, because we have been united across this House on these issues since the beginning of the conflict. What we announced yesterday was a strong new package of new sanctions, going well beyond existing sanctions. So it's a new package. This includes new bans on maritime services on LNG and new bans on refined oil products from Russia. We also issued 2 targeted short-term licences to phase the new sanctions in and to protect UK consumers. Mr Speaker, that is standard practice. This government has phased in sanctions in this way before, and the last government used exactly the same technique when they introduced sanctions. And when they did so, Mr. Speaker, we supported them because we could see the sanctions were the right thing to do to bear down on Russia. So these are new sanctions being phased in. This is not a question of lifting existing sanctions in any way whatsoever, and we will continue to work with our allies on further sanction packages.
It's a very weak set of cheers from the MPs who are trying to get rid of him, could I just say. Mr. Speaker, he doesn't know what he is talking about. This level of processology is not going to get him out of these difficult answers, okay? Let me tell him what is going on. Labour are giving money to Russia, Reform are taking money from Russia. There's only one party that is standing up to Russia, and that is the Conservative Party. I cannot believe that he's actually saying that he's doing something good on the war in Ukraine. What's he talking about? This morning, Ukraine's sanction chief disagrees with what the Prime Minister's approach is. That's what Ukraine is saying. In March, when the United States eased sanctions on Russia, the Prime Minister said all partners should maintain pressure on Russia and its war chest. The Prime Minister said our sanctions remain, and there is no question about that. What's changed?
I really think on an issue of this importance, which is about further sanctions on Russia in relation to Ukraine, it is really important that the position is not misrepresented.
Exactly.
This is a new package of sanctions. None of the existing sanctions are being lifted in any way. So this is not less pressure on Russia, it is more pressure on Russia. More pressure than there was the day before yesterday, more pressure than there was under the last government. What is happening is that those sanctions are being phased in a way which was used by the last government when they introduced new sanctions. We bothered to do the processology and work out what we were doing and supported it because we could see that it put more pressure on Russia. Similar methods are used by other countries. They are done because of the impact on the market and to protect UK consumers. These are new sanctions putting more pressure on Russia, and I think if she'd done her homework, she'd actually support us on this.
Mr. Speaker, being patronising is not a substitute for understanding policy. And I've heard this term. Mr. Speaker, I've heard this tone before. This is the same tone he used during the Mandelson scandal, and they were all cheering, and then it turned out that he was wrong, wrong, wrong. He says that other countries are doing this. The EU is not doing this. Let me make it clear. I know it hurts him to hear it. He is now choosing to buy dirty Russian oil. That money will be used to fund the killing of Ukrainian soldiers. Isn't he ashamed?
I really think that to misunderstand and misrepresent what is happening, this is a very serious issue where we're working with others. These are new bans, they're new sanctions, they're new bans on maritime services on LNG as of yesterday. They're new bans on refined oil products from Russia as of yesterday. They are being phased in the same way that previous sanctions regimes have been phased in, exactly in the way the last government did and we have done. Other countries do exactly the same. The EU has its own way of doing it. Australia and Canada have their own way of doing it. And to play party politics on Ukraine, where we have stood firm, and the only people that benefit when we play party politics in here on Russia and Ukraine is Putin.
Mr. Speaker, that pompous tone does not cover for the fact that he has got his policy all wrong. I have asked him about oil and gas again and again and again. The last time he told me that it was the Energy Secretary's job and it had nothing to do with him. That's what's destroying this country. It's not playing politics. It's speaking up for the people who are out there. The fact is, more people are buying Russian oil because British oil isn't being drilled. He's sanctioning British oil, but not Russian oil. And he should be ashamed, Mr. Speaker. He should be ashamed. I cannot believe that this Prime Minister, even when he has nothing to lose, continues to defend banning new British oil and gas licenses. In April, Britain saw the single biggest drop in employment ever since the pandemic. That's under them. 210,000 people have lost their jobs in the last year. What he is doing is going to cost thousands more people their jobs, especially in cities like Aberdeen, which rely on oil and gas. So can he tell us, why is he doing everything to save his job and doing nothing to save other people's jobs?
Mr. Speaker, there is drilling in the North Sea, and on her, she said there's no drilling in the North Sea. She said, going to have to refer herself to the Privileges Committee, Mr. Speaker. There is drilling. It's 24/7, and oil and gas are coming out, and that will be important for many, many years to come. We are supporting those existing oil and gas fields throughout their lifespan. We made changes in November to allow neighbouring fields to be exploited. But it is because we're on the international market that our prices of businesses and households go up every time there's an international conflict. We saw it with Ukraine, or we saw it with Iran, and people are fed up with a government, the last government, that didn't take control of their bills. We're taking control of their bills. The way to do that is through renewables, and that's what we're doing.
Mr. Speaker, it gets worse and worse. He doesn't understand the policy. I am asking him about new oil and gas licenses, which they voted against yesterday. If they had approved those licenses for Jackdaw and Rosebank like we did, we would have that oil in this country now. We would. And just listen to him, and I wonder if he is okay. He is so deep in the bunker, Mr. Speaker. He's importing sanctioned Russian oil. He's nationalising steel. He's imposing price controls in the supermarket. It's like the Soviets won. This country needs a government that has got its act together, Mr. Speaker. Instead, what we have is a Prime Minister hanging by a thread, fake support from his backbenchers, too scared to take difficult decisions, losing his moral compass by backsliding on Ukraine. Yes, he is. Mr. Speaker, look, the shakes of their head are so feeble. It's so feeble. He has got... They can... It's absolutely laughable, Mr. Speaker. It's absolutely laughable. Yesterday, we saw them huddled in the corridors talking about Andy Burnham and West Streeting. The fact is, he's got a cabinet fighting to replace him, and the worst part is, they aren't getting rid of him over his terrible agenda. No, they actually like it. They just want a better salesman. So isn't it the case, Mr. Speaker, that it doesn't matter who replaces him, the real problem is the Labour Party?
Mr. Speaker,
I think not, Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, look, a lot's been happening in recent days, so she may have overlooked the fact that last week the ONS announced we've got the fastest growing economy in the G7. Last week we had the biggest fall in NHS waiting lists for 17 years. Today inflation's come down more than expected. And Mr. Speaker, if you'd offered me that and Arsenal becoming Premier League champions, I'd take it every day of the week.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This year marks the 20th anniversary of the Royal Regiment of Scotland. 20 years of duty, courage, and for 23 of its soldiers, the ultimate sacrifice in service to our country. Across Scotland, more than 20 councils have already recognised their service by granting the regiment the freedom of their area, reflecting Scotland's long and proud tradition of respecting our armed forces. Earlier this month, however, Glasgow SNP and Green councillors rejected Labour's motion to grant the Royal Regiment freedom of the city. It is a shameful snub to our servicemen and women, and a decision that has left many Glaswegians feeling ashamed and embarrassed. Does the Prime Minister agree that this is an insult to those who serve, and will he join me in urging Glasgow City Council to reconsider?
Can I join my honourable friend in paying tribute to the bravery and sacrifice of the Royal Regiment of Scotland? I've had the privilege of meeting Scots serving in our armed forces across the world. They deserve our deepest gratitude. I cannot understand how the SNP and Greens have arrived at this decision, particularly when Glaswegians have contributed so much to the Royal Regiment. It's not too late to do the right thing, and I'd urge them to reconsider.
Leader of the Liberal Democrats, Sir Ed Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I join the Prime Minister in sending our condolences to the family of Lance Bombardier Ciara Sullivan at the death, that tragic accident, and to all her colleagues. And I hope the Prime Minister will also join me in sending condolences to the family of Scott Hastings, the former Scottish and Lions rugby player who sadly passed away at the weekend. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, Donald Trump and Elon Musk abolished America's international aid programme. At the same time, the government made huge cuts in the UK's own programme. We now see a dangerous outbreak of Ebola in Central Africa, and many people fear it's going to spread and get much worse. Yet there are rumours across Whitehall that the Prime Minister is planning further cuts to Britain's international aid programme this year. Will he today rule that out entirely?
Mr. Speaker, he raised a very important issue in relation to Ebola and Africa, and obviously we're working at pace and with others in relation to that issue. We did take a decision in relation to aid in order to fund defence spending because we needed to increase defence spending, but we are committed to our overseas aid, and we mitigated that with some of the measures that we've put in place.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if the Prime Minister completely ruled out further cuts to the international aid programme. And with defence chiefs this week writing to the Times saying cutting aid for defence is a mistake, I hope he and his ministers will rule that out today. And if he doesn't, I hope Labour Party members will ask all the Labour leadership candidates their position on the future of Britain's aid programme. Mr. Speaker, in the past few days, two of those Labour leadership candidates, the Right Honourable Gentleman, the member for Ilford North, and the Mayor of Manchester, have ruled out any support for Britain joining the UK customs union with the EU, despite the fact that it would boost growth and help us cut the cost of living. Is the Prime Minister relieved that he has finally something that he can agree with his colleagues on?
Mr. Speaker, in the last 2 years I've been negotiating serious trade deals which are vital for our most important sectors of the economy. They're trade deals with the EU, but also with India, North Korea and the United States. And I remind him of the value of those deals. Before the deal with the United States, I went to JLR in Solihull and I talked to the workforce there. They were worried sick about their jobs and the jobs of their communities. When we agreed terms, I went back to JLR because of the deal we got with the EU, because their jobs, thousands of jobs, were safeguarded. His approach would throw all that away. He would have to go and see those workforces and tell them their jobs are gone. I'm not going to do that.
What happened?
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the steps taken to clean up British politics via the landmark elections bill, but we must go further. If I had a £5 million gift from a billionaire living halfway across the world and not come clean about what that money was for, my constituents would be furious. And if the same billionaire had then bankrolled my party to the tune of £12 million, my constituents would be knocking on my door and calling for me to resign. Does the Prime Minister agree that the elections bill must ensure that no British politician is ever for sale to the highest bidder?
I thank my honourable friend who makes a powerful case. We have already committed to a moratorium on crypto donations to political parties, and the King's Speech introduces tougher rules to protect our democracy. But the £5 million question is, why did the Reform leader keep this donation secret? I see he's not here to answer. And what did the billionaire lining his pockets ask for in return? Those questions need to be answered. That's why he's not here.
Dave Dugan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, for calling me for my first PMQ since becoming SNP Westminster leader following the SNP's stunning victory in Scotland. Can I say about how much I'm enjoying the sense of challenge and opportunity that a new job can provide, a sense of renewal I'm certain the Prime Minister will be enjoying in the weeks ahead. But we saw this week, Mr Speaker, the latest chapter of Labour infighting, where Andy Burnham Brexit wants the UK to stay out of the EU, but Peter Mandelson's pal, the former Health Minister, wants us to go back into the EU. Can the Prime Minister advise us which of his potential successors does he agree with?
Well, can I congratulate him on his new post and thank him for the calm, reasonable approach that I've come to expect. My position is very clear. We have already negotiated a closer relationship with the EU. We did that last year. We have another negotiation and agreement this year at a summit where we'll get even closer and take a big step forward in relation to our relationship with the EU, which is in our national interest.
Chris Vince from Hollow.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Speaker. And the Prime Minister will be pleased to know I'm going to ask him a question about his favourite topic, which is football. There are people in this House that seek to blame the Prime Minister for everything, but I thought it was a bit rich when one national newspaper blamed the Prime Minister for Harlow Town going into administration because he once went to visit them. But as I know Harlow Town is very much the Prime Minister's second team, he will please to know they are now out of administration, looking forward to a strong future. Can I ask the Prime Minister what his government will do to support really important community assets like our football teams, like Harlow Town and Roydon, who also won their league this season?
Well, I've got very fond memories of visiting Harlow Town with my honourable friend. But the point he makes is a really important one, because football clubs bring our communities together. They're part of our social fabric, and in some places they're one of the last places left where members of the community can come together. And that's why my government fought so hard to create the independent football regulator to protect our national game. And we should remind everyone and every football fan across the country, from Harlow to Wigan Athletic, it was Labour on the side of football fans, and the Tories and the Reforms opposed us every step of the way.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This month's local election saw the biggest ever gap between votes and seats in England. Over 5 parties won more than 15% of the vote, or estimated to have done so. The public have increasingly clear that the public have had enough of Westminster business as usual. So does the Prime Minister still have full confidence in the first past the post system to deliver strong and stable government?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Trump's war in Iran means the world will have to contend with a spike in inflation throughout this year. Many of my Cannock Chase constituents struggle to afford their weekly shop, whilst our farmers struggle to make a living producing what goes on the shelves. Labour governments should always be on the side of working people, whether they are in the supermarket or on the farm. If we aren't, we will not be forgiven. Will the Prime Minister follow the example of our European neighbours, including Ireland, and bring in a package of support for our farmers to help them stay afloat and protect our constituents from the worst of Trumpflation?
Mr Speaker, before I answer that, I've just been handed a note saying that I inadvertently said we did a trade deal with North Korea rather than South Korea. That would be breaking news and not very good. So, before I'm referred to the Privilege Committee, can I correct the record, Mr Speaker, in that regard? It was a slip of the tongue, but a pretty unfortunate one. In relation to the question, families and farmers are rightly frustrated about being impacted by a war that the UK didn't start. We're protecting working people is our priority. And today, Mr. Speaker, we're cutting red diesel costs for farmers by a third, delivering the lowest rate for 20 years. That's alongside a record £11.8 billion on farming budget and a new national programme to redistribute surplus food. We'll make sure no one in this country goes hungry. And I can confirm the Chancellor will make further announcements tomorrow.
Hannah Spencer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, in Gorton and Denton, we have to pay full price for a pint. But here, for some reason, it's cheaper, and some MPs drink before voting, and that really shocked me when I came to Parliament, because it is our workplace. Now, does the Prime Minister agree with his own MPs who've defended their right to drink cheap alcohol at work? Or does he agree with me that MPs shouldn't be drinking on the job, given that we vote on huge things like the climate crisis, disabled people's rights, housing, child poverty? Sort your policies out.
Can I firstly welcome her to our place, because I think this is her first PMQ. Look, there are going to be different views on whether people should be able to enjoy a drink here or not. But I think we can agree that the majority of people in this country want an economy that works for them, public services that are there when they need them, and every child going as far as their talent or ability will take them. But the only way to deliver that is through a Labour government, as we are doing. And I know the Greens think that their leader walks on water. It turns out that he just lives on water and doesn't pay his council tax.
Kirksmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On a more serious note, sometimes we all have those meetings with constituents that really stick with us. For me, it was the lady who came to my surgery and told me about the character AI chatbot that had groomed her 12-year-old son. The chatbot turned him against his school, against his parents, made sexual advances, and even suggested that the bot and the boy might meet in the afterlife. Since this happened last year, I have been on the case with the government, and I'm pleased that we've taken new powers to regulate AI services. But still, every day, more young people are being harmed in this way, and they won't be safe until the tech companies can no longer access them in this way. So can the Prime Minister tell me how and when he will act to finally make the online world a safe place for our children?
The story of her constituent is deeply concerning. I thank her for raising it. It underlines why we must and we will act. We have already acted by shutting legal loopholes, so AI chatbots must abide by the Online Safety Act. But we have obviously got to look at what further measures we can take, including age-related bans, restricting children's use of chatbots, and stronger parental controls. And I am meeting parents, teenagers and civil society later on this afternoon to discuss further stronger protections for children. We'll make sure that she is updated on those steps.
Alison Griffiths.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At 19, I was in a coma after contracting bacterial meningitis. I lost 70% of my hearing and needed open-heart surgery. The MenB vaccine has saved lives since its introduction in 2015 for infants, but there remains a gap for high-risk adolescents whom the JCVI has not vaccinated. Following the devastating outbreaks within this cohort in Reading, Canterbury and Weymouth, the JCVI is finally reviewing the evidence base. So can the Prime Minister tell the House what are the government's next steps? When will they happen? And will he make tackling meningitis a priority for his new Secretary of State and arrange a meeting for Meningitis Now and me?
Yeah. Yes, I will do both of those things. And can I thank her for raising her own experience here to highlight the issue. I think the thoughts of the whole House will be with families and friends of the young person who died. Can I thank all the public health specialists working in Reading to make sure those affected are receiving appropriate treatment. And her question reminds us that vaccines do save lives, and we must do everything we can in relation to that.
David.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, littering and fly tipping is a blight on our communities. Yes. This isn't just an issue for Lewisham, it's an issue for towns and cities across our countries and indeed rural areas. Nobody wants to see a dirty mattress or cans or bottles up against roads or gates. It's awful. And I welcome the government's strategy and plans to give councils more powers to manage fly tipping, but I absolutely believe more needs to be done. And does the Prime Minister agree with me? It's absolutely time to have a national conversation about how we manage and deal with littering.
Well, can I thank her for raising this, because the government is cracking down on disgraceful waste criminals. Mr. Speaker, that includes tougher penalties for fly tippers, including service in clean-up squads and potentially losing their driving licence, more powers and funding for the Environment Agency, and stronger checks across the industry to tackle fly tipping at its source.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Gallows Brook in my constituency has the highest concentration of forever chemicals in the country. The BBC reports today that the concentrations are 47,000 times higher than the Environmental Quality Standard, yet the Environment Agency has no plan for regular monitoring. A stream flows through the garden of my resident, Lee. She has suffered from ill health for 8 years. She took chickens, they have died. She had a dog, it developed a tumour and died. She's concerned that she may be poisoning her neighbours when she gives them vegetables. Will the Prime Minister agree for the Environment and Health Secretaries to meet with me and my constituents to explore what more can be done?
Yes, I will, and I thank him for raising that, and I'll make sure that the detail is looked at and that appropriate steps are taken. Can I also take this opportunity through him to mark the tragic anniversary of the devastating fire in his constituency? And I know the thoughts of the whole House remain with the families and colleagues of Martin, of Jenny and of Dave, and I know he's done a lot to support them.
Mr. Speaker, a stroke happens every 5 minutes. That's 6 lives changed in the time that we have been sat in this chamber. 2 years ago, when I was sat in this chamber, my husband suffered a stroke. We know that when it comes to the right care and treatment, every single second counts. We know firsthand why the work of the Stroke Association is so important, ensuring that everyone knows the signs and symptoms, because when a stroke strikes, acting fast matters. Would the Prime Minister join me in marking Stroke Awareness Month and update the House on what he's doing to ensure every stroke survivor gets the care they need to support, to recover and to thrive?
My honourable friend raises an important issue, and government is investing in our NHS to make sure that every second counts. Can I know her husband, and I know the impact that this had on him and on her and their wider family, and can I thank her for raising such a personal issue in this chamber to highlight this point. Because of the choices we've made, ambulance response times are at their fastest for 5 years, and we're investing £10 billion to innovate technology and transformation, with the NHS already using AI to cut treatment time for stroke patients by an hour and tripling full recovery rates.
Mr. Macbeth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For clarity, does the Prime Minister agree with Andy Burnham when he says we should rejoin the European Union? Or does he agree with Andy Burnham when he says we shouldn't rejoin the European Union?
I agree with what we said in our manifesto, which we are implementing. We are closer to the EU by the agreement we reached last year. We'll be closer again by the agreement we reached this year. We're building on the botched Brexit deal that they did, which did such damage to our country.
Mr. Speaker, my community in Crewe and Nantwich has been left in deep shock and concern following allegations of serious sexual offences, forced marriage and modern slavery against members of the Ahmadi religion of peace and light. Will the Prime Minister join me in thanking Cheshire Constabulary, Cheshire East Council and wider agencies for their response to these concerning events? And will he commit to ensuring that we receive the necessary resources to deliver justice where crimes have been committed and to reassure the wider community that this government is on their side.
Well, thank my honourable friend, and I'm grateful to all the agencies involved in enforcement action, including Cheshire Police. It is vital that local public services get the funding that they need, and that's why we've increased Cheshire's police budget by over £15 million. Mr Speaker, and we've recruited 3,000 more neighbourhood police officers while bringing forward wide-ranging reforms to ensure that everyone has access to swift and equal justice.
Sir Olney.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm sure the Prime Minister will join me in congratulating the 54 Liberal Democrats who won all 54 seats on Richmond-upon-Thames Council at the recent local elections. But would he also agree with me that first-past-the-post system that produced this result doesn't give our communities the representation that they voted for, and that this failure to respond to voters' preferences is fuelling disengagement with our democracy? Will the Prime Minister declare his support for changing electoral systems in the UK to ensure that every vote matters?
Well, I'm really sorry. The answer is no, and I can't bring myself to congratulate the councillors, so I apologise.
Turner. Thank you, Mr Speaker. From 1997, the Prime Minister campaigned to scrap single-judge trials in Northern Ireland. Yet when I opposed his government's plan to bring in single-judge trials in England and Wales, I received hostile briefings and smears about my mental health from the lads in number 10 Downing Street. The Chief Whip's shaking his head, but he knows about it, Mr Speaker. The Prime Minister knows that my nephew Matty took his own life as a result of work-related stress as a young criminal lawyer. So during Mental Health Awareness Week, while ministers spoke with compassion about health and well-being, did the Prime Minister reflect on those hostile, discriminatory briefings which he knew about and he allowed to happen?
Well, can I thank him? And he has told me previously about Matty and the impact that had on him. I totally understand that, and I want to be absolutely clear that nobody should be smeared in relation to mental health, nobody on any issue, whatever they may argue on any other issue, nobody, and I will do everything I can to make sure that that is the position.
Kit Malthouse.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In 5 weeks' time, the Government will be introducing penal tariffs on steel imports into the UK, and at the same time massively reducing tariff-free quotas. This will cause enormous damage to the UK manufacturing base in the absence of adequate steel-making capacity in the UK. More than that, the way the tariffs are drawn mean that for my constituent company, Stannah Stairlifts, a world-beating company based in Andover, for them to import steel into the UK and manufacture their product will face tariffs, but for a competitor import finished product made from the self-same steel will not attract tariffs. This cannot be a situation that can be allowed to persist. So could I ask the Prime Minister, please, to arrange for his Secretary of State to focus on this issue and get it sorted out?
Can I thank him for raising this really important issue, and can I give him assurance it's not just the Secretary of State, I am also absolutely focused on this, because we're all very well aware of the consequences that would otherwise follow. So I'm personally vested in this, and the entire Cabinet is, because it is a very important issue, as he rightly points out.
That completes Prime Minister's questions. Let the front bench change over.
Right, we now come to the urgent question.
Shadow Secretary of State, Andrew Boy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State for Business and Trade to make a statement regarding the government's decision to issue general trade licences for sanctioned processed oil products prohibited under the Russia Sanctions EU Exit Regulations 2019.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Putin must never be allowed victory in Ukraine. And we will do everything we can as a government and as a country to debilitate and degrade the Russian war machine. That is precisely what our sanctions regime is designed to do. We've sanctioned more than 3,300 individuals and organisations and hundreds of shadow fleet tankers. It's as tough a sanctions regime as any in the world, and we are proud of it. I want to make it absolutely clear that our sanctions regime today is tougher than it was yesterday or last week. In fact, thanks to the Russia Sanctions EU Exit Amendment Regulations 2026 statutory instrument, we will, for the first time, from today, for the first time, ban the import not only of uranium, but also the import of Russian oil products processed in a third country. We are not lifting any existing sanctions at all. We are, like other countries, phasing in these sanctions, which is why, in the light of the situation in the Middle East, we have issued a targeted, temporary licence to allow the continued import of diesel and jet fuel. These licences are temporary and targeted. We will review them regularly and repeatedly and will suspend them as soon as we possibly can. As a result of all of the measures that we have taken, there will be less Russian oil on the market, not more. Russia will be poorer, not richer, and Putin will be weaker, not stronger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in its 18th packet of sanctions in January this year, His Majesty's Government prohibited the import of Russian petroleum products produced in third countries from Russian oil, obliging importers to provide proof of the origin of oil used in petroleum product production. Yet yesterday evening at 7 p.m, whilst we in this very chamber were debating the future of our own North Sea oil and gas industry, and Labour MPs were being equipped to vote against new oil and gas licences in the North Sea, the government slipped out an announcement that general trade licence for sanctioned processed oil products now permits certain activities prohibited under the Russian Sanctions Regulations 2019, such as the import of diesel and jet fuel to the UK. In other words, Mr. Speaker, this government has rolled back on its commitments to Ukraine and given the green light to purchase Russian oil from third countries, while at the same time as they were whipping their MPs to vote to shut down our own oil and gas production. The exact same time. It's an absolute disgrace, and they should all be utterly ashamed of themselves. What message does this send the international community? What message does this send the people of Ukraine? And what message, Mr. Speaker, does this send to our workers in our own North Sea oil and gas industry, which is being crushed by the misguided eco-zealotry of the Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero? And also, Mr. Speaker, we are not only rewarding the thuggish and criminal behaviour of the Russian state, we are punishing ourselves and the skilled workforce here in the United Kingdom. And who loses out, Mr. Speaker, whilst we signal to Russia that we are willing once again to buy their oil? The British people, Mr. Speaker. We are seeing 1,000 job losses in oil and gas in the UK every single month, losing out on £25 billion in tax revenue over the next 10 years, which we could be investing in our public services. Just yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I pointed out that Moscow would be celebrating the useful idiots opposite, and today the government has proved my point. According to the government website, where the announcement was made yesterday, the Secretary of State does have the power to vary, revoke or suspend this licence at any time. So can the Minister say if the Secretary of State will consider this decision? Can I ask the Minister why he believes that increased reliance on foreign imports improves British energy security? What alternatives did the government consider? And who on earth is in charge of our energy security? The Energy Secretary, the Prime Minister, or is it Vladimir Putin?
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I think the member must have missed the fact that there was a statutory instrument which implements the ban on refined Russian crude oil products processed in a third country for the first time coming into force today. It didn't come into force earlier on the year. It didn't, incidentally, Mr. Speaker, come into force when he was in government, because when they were in government, they allowed the continued processing of oil products to come into the UK, and he personally did absolutely nothing about it. The truth is, both sides of the House agree And in fact, I think all sides of the House agree. Well, we've not heard from Reform yet, but I think all sides of the House agree that we need to make sure that Putin doesn't prosper. One of the key ways of doing that is making sure that we tackle the shadow fleet, which we've been doing very successfully. More than 500 tankers have been disrupted, $1.6 billion US dollars worth less oil being transported this year than last year because of those sanctions. And to be precise about the question that he's asked, will we review the licences? I've already said that we will review the licences. They are there for a very simple reason, which is that just as when he was a minister, the previous government nearly always introduced sanctions in a phased way. That's precisely what we are doing in relation to these sanctions on oil products that have been processed in a third country. We're doing the right thing here, and I would have thought that he would want to praise us. Unfortunately, I think he's tried to find a political headline rather than look into the facts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This package of sanctions has come very quickly to us, and I am slightly concerned in how it's been communicated today. So a bit of clarity would be really welcome. So how long will these regulations made under the Sanction Money Laundering Act 2018 will stand prior to the new package of sanctions will complete their phasing in? Will there be a gap here, or will there be an immediate turn to the new sanctions and implementation of the sanctions regime?
So there are two things here. There's a set of sanctions which come into force today, including on oil and oil products that have been processed in a third country. That's the first time that the UK has gone down that route. As I say, the previous government chose not to go down that route, even though there were people arguing for it. And I think that this will be an important new measure, ratcheting up the pressure on the Russian regime. And at the same time, in part in recognition of the instability that there might be in the energy markets as a result of the events in the Middle East and the war in Iran, which obviously we've chosen not to take part in, as a result of the instability that there might be in those markets, we've decided to implement these, as many other countries have done, including Australia and Canada, in a phased way. And that is why we've introduced these licenses in relation to diesel and jet fuel. As I said before, I want these licenses to last as short a time as is possible and is necessary to manage that market instability, and that's why we will review them as much as possible. I pay tribute to my honourable friend as our trade envoy in Ukraine. We stand 100% beside our friends in Ukraine, and indeed the package of sanctions that we've introduced this time round is the toughest of any, and I know our Ukrainian friends have supported them.
Only Liberal Democrats spoke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Inconsistencies and U-turns have become characteristic of this government, but this is more than just a redirection of policy. This is a betrayal of Ukraine. This government is abandoning our European ally in their moment of need by putting more money into the pockets of President Putin to fund his war machine. Last month, the Liberal Democrats urged the government to implement a bold plan to keep Britain moving, which included a 10p cut to fuel duty, but also featured proposals to boost public transport by slashing bus fares to £1 and cutting rail fares by 10%. This would have taken pressure off our forecourts, but the government sat on their hands. And instead, the government believes that our best course of action is to abandon all morality and to indirectly fund Putin's illegal war. So I would like to ask the Minister, how much money will be spent on Russian oil products as a result of this decision? And will he admit that the lifting of these sanctions will be indirectly funding Russia's invasion of Ukraine?
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I do just need to explain to the lady, we are not lifting any sanctions. We are implementing new sanctions which only come into force today. Up until now, it has been perfectly legal to import Russian oil products processed in a third country into the UK. Up until now. It's only now because of this government, with the new sanctions that come into force today, that is not going to be able to be possible. So I really do hope that the Honourable Lady will withdraw the comments she's made. The whole of this House stands 100% beside Ukraine. I myself and probably the longest-standing critic of Putin in this House. I was saying back in 2014, when others were in government and not doing anything about the invasion of Crimea, that we should be tackling Russian aggression, because otherwise, if Putin was allowed to take Crimea with impunity, he would come for the rest. I do recognise that honourable friends of hers have been calling on the Select Committee and elsewhere for us to be able to tackle precisely this issue of Russian crude oil that ends up being processed in other countries and ends up coming into the UK, because that, up until now, has been a source of income for Putin. But we're the government that is stopping this, not the government that is enabling it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful for the clarity that my honourable friend provides for us on this issue, because it has been of extreme concern for a number of colleagues. Can I also ask my right honourable friend to consider that this wider global insecurity around energy needs to have some global cooperation and collaboration, and this indeed is something that the UK government could lead on. We are hosting the G20 next year. In the process of building up to that G20 summit, can we consider making sure that energy security in a global context is the priority for that particular summit?
Minister. Well, she makes an immensely important point about energy security, which is one of the reasons why we are passionately committed to trying to make sure that we are not reliant on oil products from anywhere else in the world, and that we are able to not only meet our net zero targets, but also to be able to be energy resilient for ourselves. She's also right that we need to work alongside our allies, I would argue, not only in energy security, but also in relation to imposing sanctions, because it's only when we cooperate with other countries, and as I say, we are doing remarkably similar set of processes as Australia, Canada, I think, and several other countries as well. So we need to move forward together if we are to defeat Putin, and we are to make sure that we have energy security for our own households and our own businesses.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister, I'd like to pay tribute to the Minister. Over many, many years, he's been very tough on Russia. He's sanctioned in Russia, and so am I. We both previously have chaired the Russia APPG. So I know he will sit very uncomfortably today with this announcement. Can I also say that I do welcome the new sanctions through third countries, but I am very concerned. There'll be more concern in Kiev, quite frankly, about what he calls temporary licences. How long does temporary mean? Unfortunately, this money, through these imports, will continue to fund Putin's illegal war machine in Kyiv. It will kill women, children and men. So, whilst the government is denying a licence to drill in the North Sea, it is unfortunately giving a licence to kill to Putin.
Minister. As it happens, I'm not on the Russian sanctions list, though actually when I raised this with the Russian... and I think I might be on the Honourable Lady's sanctions list. But in actual fact, when I raised this with the Russian ambassador, because I was a bit upset, he said, well, we have many lists, Mr. Bryant. So I don't know whether I'm on a target list, but maybe it's slightly different. Anyway, look, I'm not ashamed of what we're doing today. As a very stout defender of Ukraine's right to defend itself, and as somebody who argued for a very long time that we should be trying to make sure that Russian frozen assets were made available to Ukraine, I am proud of what we're doing, because we are introducing tougher sanctions regime. The only bit that we have had to take cognizance of is the fact that the situation in the Middle East means that there was a danger that there'd be a sudden spike in prices, and we had to address that. I very much hope that this will be a very temporary measure, and I will be keeping a very watchful eye to make sure that we are able to suspend these licences as soon as we possibly can.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for coming to the Chamber to answer this really important UQ. And the Minister will know that at the forefront of this, we must keep in our minds our allies in Ukraine who've been fighting this terrible, illegal war for many years. I'm proud that many of my constituents, during the start of that invasion, took in many people from Ukraine. My constituent contacted me, and to echo my honourable friend's comments. I'm concerned about the communication around this because she said, I'm one of your constituents and I've never had reason to contact you. However, waking up this morning, I'm both angry by the announcement and ashamed, snuck out last night that your government is partially lifting sanctions on the purchase of Russian oil. So can the Minister reassure me and my constituents that this will be a temporary measure similar to the sanctions restrictions by the Americans, which my understanding was that that's for 30 days?
Mr. Speaker, you'll be aware of the phrase that sometimes it's conspiracy and sometimes it's something else. I just want to say that I think in this particular regard, in relation to the communications around all of this, I think there's no conspiracy. Nobody is trying to undermine our support for Ukraine. We were always, the statutory instrument in relation to the tougher measures was always going to come into force today. Up until today, it was perfectly legal to import Russian refined goods, products that have been refined in third-party countries into the UK. It will no longer be legal to do so. And there are several categories under that which will be banned. So, for instance, it will tackle carbon fibre used in the production of Russian drones, chemicals used in precision missiles, and goods used in emerging technologies such as quantum computing and AI. And I want to make sure that these licences will be as temporary as possible. I, in 2022, along with the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, visited not just Kyiv, roughly a fortnight before the full-scale invasion. We went to Avdiivka, right at the very edge, and we saw Russian troops, snipers, pointed at Ukrainians. This battle has gone on since 2014, not just since 2022, and I can assure her that the British government stands 100% beside the Ukrainian people.
Alistair Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For years, ministers on the Treasury bench have told us that oil is traded as a global commodity, so it makes no difference where in the world it is taken out of the ground, and as a consequence, we can wind down production on the UK continental shelf. Availability of supply would continue. Given what the Minister has had to announce today, is he satisfied that that argument still holds water?
Minister. Well, it's not been an argument I myself have advanced, though obviously I stand by my Labour colleagues if that's the argument that they've been making. I'm part of a team after all. But I think the point I would make is in relation to drilling in the North Sea. I think it's a wrong argument to say that if we were to issue new licences today, that would affect the energy crisis that we're facing because of the situation in the Middle East. And what we absolutely have to do is we absolutely have to make sure today that we deal with the market instability that there is. It was not our choice to have this war in Iran. We've not taken part in it. We think it was a mistake to enter in without a plan. And I'm very aware from conversations that I've had with many of my counterparts in the Gulf, perhaps more of that later on today, that these issues are matters that are very at the forefront of their minds.
John Sluger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister assure me that we continue to stand shoulder to shoulder with our Ukrainian friends, particularly to reassure my constituents, my Ukrainian constituents, one of whom has written to me to say that the biggest issues facing civilians in Ukraine at the moment is the constant uncertainty, not only physical safety, but the emotional pressure of living with disrupted homes, schools, work, healthcare and family life. They are standing firm, and I am sure he can reassure me that we are standing firm by their side.
Absolutely, and one of the things I was really proud of earlier this year, going to Kyiv, was seeing one of the bridges that had been blown up when the Russians were advancing in the hope of taking Kyiv immediately, which has been reconstructed with UK export finance support, British steel made in Glasgow, which was transported. It only took 5 weeks to get out there, and designed by British engineers working with Turkish counterparts. So I'm really proud of the work that we're doing on reconstruction in Ukraine. I thought it was absolutely despicable when I was there that Putin was deliberately targeting the energy supplies in Kyiv so as to freeze people into submission. That, in my mind, is a war crime.
Sir Jones.
Before he pointed it out himself, I was going to acknowledge this minister's
long and honourable record of opposing the killer in the Kremlin when he was on the opposition backbenches, and I have no reason to believe that he's changed his mind. But does he agree with me that this complex issue has been handled very, very clumsily, to put it mildly? Would it not have been better to have made a statement rather than having to respond to an urgent question? Were the Ukrainians given this quite complicated explanation in advance? And will he not concede that if we had not embarked on quite such a doctrinaire journey against further drilling in the North Sea, we might not have been put in the position of having to make such an unsavoury and unpalatable decision?
Minister. Well, the one bit I completely agree with him on is that we've handled this clumsily, and that's entirely my fault, and I apologise to all honourable members. I think we've ended up giving the wrong impression of what we're trying to do. We're trying to strengthen the regime, not weaken it. We're not waiving any sanctions, and as I say, for the first time from today, we have legislation in place which means that it will be illegal to import Russian refined goods that have been refined in a third country, including India and Turkey and elsewhere. I think I disagree with the other points he made, but I'm grateful for the nice comments he made about me.
Jonathan Brash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've listened very carefully to the Minister's explanation as to what exactly we're doing, and I join with other colleagues from across the House about the failure to communicate this effectively in the last 24 hours. I've had constituents very upset getting in touch with me about this issue. One of the reports, Bloomberg, seems to be indicating that there's briefing and counter-briefing across government at the moment, and that this is a departure from our European colleagues. Can the Minister confirm whether or not we are departing from our European colleagues on the sanctions we're putting on Ukraine?
So first of all, it is true that this piece of the jigsaw in relation to sanctions policy lies across two departments. So the FCDO is in charge of sanctions policy, and we in the Department for Business and Trade have responsibility not only for trade but also for export licences, and that's why there's been a bit of a miscommunication between the two departments. But I have to tell him that is entirely my fault and nobody else's. So if anybody wants to have a go at anybody, they could just have a go at me. And I can't remember what the second half... Oh, about Europe. The second half... so it is true that the European Union introduced their legislation faster than we did. They did it earlier. They did it before the Iranian conflict came into play. And I think, and that's one of the reasons why there's been some difference between us. Normally we try to align ourselves all the way with the European Union and with others. But I note, for instance, that the United States today, only today, I think, has extended its waiver for another month. And I think I'm right in saying, as I said earlier, that Australia and Canada have done something very similar to us. But it has been standard practice when we've introduced these kind of sectoral sanctions that we've introduced them in a phased way, because that makes it possible for UK businesses, apart from anything else, to accommodate themselves.
Dave Dugan.
Mr. Speaker, there's a really unfortunate supply and demand dichotomy here, because on the one hand, and I have to remind the Minister he is bound by collective responsibility, might be a different department but it's still his government, are artificially accelerating the decline in production within the North Sea with no reference to domestic demand, only hell-bent on reducing domestic production. Meanwhile, at the same time, this carve-out, which allows Russian oil created as refined as fuel to come into this economy, that will result in a transaction to where it was refined, which will result in a transaction back to Russia. So this will allow the funding of Russia's war process against our friends in Ukraine. He must concede that.
Can I first of all welcome him to his new responsibilities, though I must say I really liked his predecessor in the role. I got into terrible trouble when I tweeted that, so maybe I shouldn't say that in the House either, but it's good to see him in his place. He makes an interesting argument, which I would expect him to make, and it's true, I am bound by collective responsibility. I'm not trying to evade that. It's just that sometimes I don't know the answers to all the questions that apply to somebody else's portfolio. But I do want to, just to make sure that he community understands that up until now, up until today, it has been perfectly legal for people to bring products that have been refined in a third country but originated from Russian crude into the UK. It's only now that we're changing that. It's only now that we're changing that.
Bill Britton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As someone who myself has been sanctioned by the Russian state and worked on tackling financial crime in British business for more than a decade, it was apparent to me, after only a cursory review of the gov.uk website, that this is a new general licence to allow the rollout of the new regime that the Minister has mentioned today. So can I thank him for coming to the House to set the record straight? And also, can he assuage my constituents that actually what we've heard in the chamber today has been a lot of rhetoric and bluster, and this really will be a new regime which will be strengthened?
Minister. Well, I apologise for the rhetoric and bluster, Mr. Speaker, but it is my general way of doing things. So I'm not sure that it's a particularly cruel attack from my colleague. No, the serious point here is that we are. I'm proud of what we're doing today. I'm not hiding away from what we're doing today, but we could definitely have communicated this better, and that is entirely my fault.
Bob Black.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's somewhat baffling. I know the Minister wasn't here during the debate yesterday, but we had a full day's debate on energy supply that no government minister mentioned anything to do with this particular issue. Hence why there is the need for an urgent question today. He will know, of course, that liquid gas, diesel and petroleum is shipped by sea. It takes a considerable period of time to get from the port to the UK. So could he set out the position now about ships that have set sail already, those that are potentially going to be setting off, how they will be treated once they get to the United Kingdom? Because this is the important issue that many businesses will want to know about.
Well, actually, he makes an extremely good point, which is one of the reasons why we've needed to phase this and why we thought it was important to do so, because of the time lag that occurs. We needed to make it possible for businesses to be, not caught in legal limbo, as it were, because of the sanctions coming into force today. I think it's probably best if I write to him with the details and put a copy of the letter in the House, just so that everybody understands that, because it might be useful to other business folk as well. We are providing additional information on the government website so that people can understand precisely how we'll, excuse me, precisely, I had some water, thank you, precisely how all of this operates. But as I say, he makes a good point.
Goldsborough.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do welcome the new sanctions. The concern I have is over the temporary use of licence agreements, because I think this goes to an issue that is bigger for the country, that we keep talking about supply side instead of demand side in terms of petroleum. We need to have a frank and honest conversation with our constituents and with the public, as our Australian colleagues did with the Prime Minister down under as well. So can I encourage my right honourable friend on the front bench to actually have these honest conversations with our public about what the cost is now to the conflict within the Middle East, and how we need to move ourselves further and faster away from petrochemicals to give us the sustainable economy that we all need?
Well, I completely agree with him, and that's the kind of tenor of the conversation that has been happening. As my honourable friend will know, the Prime Minister has been chairing regular meetings to consider the impact of the situation in the Middle East. This is undoubtedly one of the areas where we had to take action just to make sure that we could minimise the instability in the market, so as to, frankly, protect British businesses who were already exposed to high enough if not too high energy costs, and British families as well. But he makes a good point, and of course we should have honest conversations with the public on it.
Ben Maguire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rocketing fuel prices are hitting rural families and constituencies like mine of North Cornwall, but the answer can never be to play directly into Putin's hands by weakening sanctions, just as Ukraine is finally pushing back against Russia's war machine. Does the Minister agree with me that we can both stand firmly with our Ukraine allies, maintaining sanctions on Russian jet fuel and diesel that's refined in third countries, while also supporting rural households for a temporary VAT cut on heating oil and a 10p cut to fuel duty, which could be funded for a levy on big banks' eye-watering profits?
Well, I think he wrote the first half of that before he heard what I had to say on the subject, but just to make it absolutely clear once again, Up until now, it has been possible for people to perfectly legally to import into the UK refined products that have been processed in third countries that originally originated from Russian crude oil. That is changing from today because of the legislation that we've introduced, and it applies today. We are doing this in a phased way, which is why the licences exist, and he will know that we are already taking very seriously the issues that affect many, many families, including in my own constituency. It's not a very large number of people who rely on oil for their home heating, but we have already taken action in relation to that. There's I think 3 million houses across the whole of the UK who are benefiting from that, and I know these are issues that the Chancellor of the Exchequer is looking at very, very closely indeed.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for clarifying that sanctions on Russia are tougher today than they were yesterday. But fundamentally, the furore around licences to phase in the new regulations arises because we have an economy that is reliant on jet fuel. And as long as that remains the case, these issues will continue to arise. So what conversation is the Minister having with others across government to move us even faster and further away from reliance on jet fuel in our economy?
Minister.
Well, he's absolutely right that we need to make sure that these sanctions are not only implemented, but they are effective. And I would say, and I think the previous government felt this as well, that you had to have a constant ratchet or like a kind of whack-a-mole approach to making sure that any new diversion that there might be, that Putin might take advantage of, we would want to tackle. I'm feeling a bit guilty because he talked about jet fuel, and unfortunately I had to fly back last night from Strasbourg, which was just as well because otherwise I wouldn't be able to do this UQ today. But he makes a good point about we need to make sure that the aviation industry in its totality is more cognizant of where it needs to get to on net zero as well.
Mr. Macbeth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister explain why this government sees fit to ban new licences to drill for oil and gas in the North Sea, which would have provided the UK with energy security, affordability, reliability and tax revenue, whilst at the same time buying oil from Russia, a betrayal of UK citizens, Ukrainian citizens, and playing into Putin's hands?
Minister.
Well, the Honourable Lady knows I'm very fond of her. The Right Honourable Lady, I'm terribly sorry. I'm so fond of her that I think of her in a commonplace way. Or should I say a common sense way, because she was the Minister for Common Sense, of course. And despite the fact that she was the Minister for Common Sense, she never took any measures to stop the import into the UK of Russian oil when she was the Minister. Oh dear.
David.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the clarity that the Minister has provided today, that the overall effect of the package of sanctions coming from this country towards Russia will mean that it is much more under the screws than it was. One of the effects of the war, Trump's war in Iran, is that the cost of Russian oil has been inflated, and that's perpetuating the war in Ukraine. So does the Minister agree with me that we need to redouble our efforts to enhance our own domestic, renewable and nuclear production of energy so that we're less dependent on fossil fuel markets and also less likely to be contributing to perpetuating conflict around the world?
Minister.
Well, I completely agree with the comments he just made. I would also point out, of course, that the sanctions regime, notwithstanding the point he makes about every time the price of oil goes up, that is a benefit to Putin around the world, which is one of the problems and ironies of the situation in the Middle East at the moment. Notwithstanding that, Russia's economy is stagnating because of the sanctions that we've imposed. Growth has slowed to a crawl. This month, May 2026, Russia slashed its economic growth forecast again, and international sanctions have deprived Russia of at least $450 billion since February 2022, the equivalent of 4 years of funding for Putin's illegal war. We need to keep that up. It's tough, but we need to keep it up to make sure he doesn't have victory.
Samuel Wilson.
No matter how the Minister tries to confuse the issue by talking about what the situation was up until now and the new arrangements which are meant to tighten up sanctions today, the fact remains that we are now granting permits for Russian oil to come into the United Kingdom. Now, he may justify it, as he has done on a number of occasions during this discussion, that these are only for a short term. But does he not recognise that as long as we stop exploiting our own resources, and taxing our own oil refineries, we're going to be dependent upon Russian oil, and we're going to be financing Putin's war.
Minister.
I'm going to try again, Mr. Speaker. The point I'm making is not the point he thinks I'm making. The point I'm making is that up until now we have been doing precisely what he's saying, which is that we have been allowing Russian oil processed in other countries to come into the UK without any impediment whatsoever. That's precisely what we are putting an end to. Now, if he had stood up last week and the week before and the week before and the week before and called for us to put an end to it, I would have more time for the comments that he's just made.
Steve Race.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for his usual clarity and candour on this issue, and I welcome the new package of sanctions. Can the Minister confirm one last time for me, my Ukrainian residents and our Ukrainian friends in Ukraine that this package of sanctions and what we're talking about today is a new package of sanctions, some of which we are introducing in a phased manner, and is not a loosening of any existing sanctions that are already in place? Thank you.
We have not suspended, waived or got rid of any existing sanctions of any kind whatsoever. We are introducing new sanctions. It's our latest set of sanctions. And in fact, one of the other things that I've been very keen to do as Minister is to try to make sure that when things are exported to a third country legally, but we think they might end up in Russia, which would then be a breach of the sanctions, they will have to get a licence for the first time. So we are introducing new legislation in my capacity for end-use control, end-use sanctions controls. We will be the first country to do that. We are determined to make sure that Putin doesn't win his war.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had constituents in the gallery today. They will be aghast to find that they are flying back to Scotland using potentially Russian fuel. We need to grip this issue, surely. And whether that was the case before, whether it's the case in the future, we need to grip this. And we also need to grip the reality that the North Sea, we keep hearing about it being a declining asset. The Norwegians don't see it as a declining asset.
Exactly.
They are expanding their exploration in the North Sea. And we have untapped resources west of Shetland. We need to look again at domestic supply, surely.
Minister.
I'm sorry. Up until today, it was perfectly legal for people to use Russian crude oil that had been processed in a third country and brought into the UK. He's inventing a saga which doesn't exist.
Having Ukrainians in our constituencies wake up to headlines about watering down sanctions, why is the government not prioritising measures that would permanently cut bills and reduce fossil fuel dependence, including fully removing the renewables obligation levy and fast-tracking of energy market reform?
Minister.
I thought the Liberal Democrats were in favour of moving towards renewables. Sorry, I may have misunderstood the question, and if she wants to grab me afterwards, and as I've said earlier, the problems about the headlines this morning, where I think some journalists saw one half of the story and not the whole of the story, that's entirely down to me and my fault.
Mr.
Speaker, the sanctions on Russian gas and oil were placed there for a very good reason, as we know, but I would seriously question how environmentally friendly it is to import supplies of gas and oil when we have one of the largest natural resources just off the coast of Scotland, and this government is continuing to refuse to allow it to be further explored. The madness of the pursuit of net zero is exposed by the fact that there is more pollution importing these products whilst not drilling our own, especially when it would create jobs and revenue for the Exchequer.
Well, we are putting an end to the import into the UK of these products from Russia. We want to debilitate and degrade the Russian war machine. But the only point I'd make to her is, even if we were to grant licences today for further exploration, that would not meet the problem that we have today in relation to the instability in the energy market because of the war in Iran.
Mike Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just picking up this theme of communications and the mishandling of the communications and the anxiety that that's caused for many of our constituents. The Financial Times today is still reporting an easing of sanctions, the BBC as well. These are not outlets known to hyperbole. Perhaps the government could issue a correction to major media outlets?
I'm trying to do it here and now and in live. And indeed, I went to see the BBC earlier and gave them a clip. But just to be absolutely clear, we are not suspending any sanctions. The sanctions regime in the UK is tougher today than it was yesterday, than it was a week ago, and that it was a year ago. And I'm absolutely certain that as my colleagues in the Foreign Office and I in DBT progress with these, looking at the constant issues of diversion and subversion of our sanctions regime, that the regime will get even tougher as the months and years proceed.
That brings us to Jim Shannon.
Speaker. I would hate to be deprived of a question. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State very much for his, I believe, sincere and helpful answers. Instead of forcing, but can I say this gently to the Secretary of State, instead of forcing British business to navigate complex legal loopholes to import foreign energy and pressing ahead with a permanent ban on our own resources under the Energy Independence Bill, there is, I believe, and many of us believe, a very clear solution to this problem. So very kindly, Secretary of State, if this government wants true energy security, they must scrap the ideological roadblocks, approve the crucial domestic projects like Rosebank and Jackdaw oil fields, and unleash, because that's what would happen, unleash the full potential of British North Sea production. So can I ask with the Secretary of State, please discuss with the Cabinet members and demand common sense and energy security to be prioritised over any single government minister on this point of view. Thanks so much.
Mr. Speaker, all roads lead to Jim Shannon, I think, and certainly all urgent questions do. I feel as if I wasn't here for the debate yesterday because I was in Strasbourg, but I feel as if I'm hearing some of the debate that was rehearsed yesterday, and I don't want to repeat those arguments. The only point I would make to him, and I'm grateful for his comments about my sincerity on this, I'm desperate to make sure that the Ukrainian people are able to assert their freedom and defeat Putin, and we will do everything in our power to secure that outcome.
That completes the statement. Can we now, urgent question even, can we now let the front benches change over? Point of order, Jeremy Corbyn.
Mr. Speaker, the West Bank village of Khan al-Amer is under threat at the moment and being forcibly evacuated by Israeli forces and illegal settlers. Can you advise me, is there some way that we can persuade the Foreign Office to come to this House and make a statement about their attitude towards these illegal, forcible evacuations and, of course, the continued military support for Israel that is occasioning the ability of Israel to do just that?
Can I thank the honourable gentleman? What I would say is I've been expecting a statement today. I'm hoping for a statement tomorrow. But if not, I'm sure that somebody might be able to put a UQ in, and who knows what that might bring. Right. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
King's Speech, motion for an address, adjourned debate on question.
I inform the House that I have selected Amendment O in the name of the Leader of the Opposition, which will be moved at the start of the debate, and Amendments L in the Right Honourable Member for Kingston and Surbiton, and P in the name of the Honourable, which has been moved by the Member for Clacton, which will be moved at the end of the debate. The question is that the Honourable Address be presented to His Majesty as on the order paper. I now call the Shadow Secretary of State for Defence. Oh, it shouldn't be. It should be Secretary of State for Defence. Or Minister. Sorry, the amendment's going to be moved. That was right. So it was the loop you gave me that worried me. So, Shadow Secretary of State for Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the amendment as on the order paper. And it is an honour to open the final debate on the King's Speech on defence readiness on behalf of the opposition. But may I begin, Mr. Speaker, by expressing how saddened I was to hear of the death of Lance Bombardier Ciara Sullivan from the King's Troop Royal Horse Artillery. My condolences and the condolences of the whole of the opposition are with her family, both personal and regimental. Now, before turning to the defence-related matters that were or were not included in the Government's programme for the next legislative session, I pay tribute to the men and women serving in our armed forces right now across the globe. Whether on board our nuclear submarines providing a continuous at-sea deterrent, or those deployed in the Middle East to defend our overseas bases, I thank them for their service and unwavering professionalism. And I also want to pay tribute to our brave Ukrainian allies who continue to defy those original expectations of an early Russian victory. And Mr. Speaker, I do want to say, when we take steps to publicly show our sympathy for Ukraine's heroic struggle, such as by wearing badges as I have done every day since the invasion, or by displaying Ukraine flags from local and national government buildings, we do it not just to show solidarity with a democratic nation under brutal attack by a dictatorship, but because it is firmly in our national interest to assist Ukraine in keeping Putin's military in check. So when newly elected councils make their first priority on entering office pulling down the Ukraine flag, we are entitled to ask if the party in question cares about the fate of its people and understands the implications for our own national security if Russia were to triumph. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to pay tribute to all those who served our country in the past, our brave veterans. Which brings me to Labour's plans as set out in the King's Speech. Now, of all Britain's military capabilities, few are more important to our defence, nor more widely admired, particularly by the United States, than our special forces. And yet, at a time of war on two fronts, Labour are ploughing on with a bill which will reopen vexatious legal actions that not only threaten our veterans, but would undermine the morale of all who serve today, in particular in the Special Forces. Special Forces like the SAS and those of that regiment on duty in Loughgall in 1987, Mr. Speaker, who shot IRA terrorists, headed to a police station driving a digger with a bomb in its bucket, firing machine guns into the building as they approached. I believe that those soldiers were acting to defend our society from terrorists intent on mass murder. But whatever one's view, surely going back almost 40 years to events that took place in split seconds makes no sense. Now, crucially, in October 2023, Coroner Justice McAlinden declined to list a new inquest into Loughgall precisely because of the cut-off date set by our Legacy Act, an act which therefore did its job in halting such cases and genuinely protecting our veterans from endless litigation. However, in his comments, Justice McAlinden did add that preparatory work for the inquest should continue because he noted there would be a general election the following year, stating, and I quote, that may affect how the legislation is implemented. Mr. Speaker, he had a point, didn't he? Because fast forward 3 years, and with war now facing us not just in Ukraine, but in the Middle East, the government of today remains intent on repealing the protections for veterans that we put in place. It goes without saying that Labour's plans will harm our veterans, once again keeping them awake at night with fear of whether they will be hauled before our courts. I give way to my own friend.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, can I commend the Shadow Minister for bringing this forward? He's right to put this on record. This is very much part of this debate. But it goes further than that. The veterans who can't sleep at night, the families who are worried about what's going to happen to their father, their brother or their sister, whatever the case may be. But does the Honourable Gentleman also agree with me? It's affecting recruiting. Those who want to join the army are saying if we join and we get involved in a battle to protect this country, we could find ourselves being persecuted for it or taken to court. Does he feel, but for that reason and other reasons, government must be fair when it comes to the legislation and must follow the very points that the Shadow Minister has put forward?
Well, I'm always grateful to Honourable Gentleman for his very, very good interventions, and he's hit the nail on the head. This isn't just about veterans. As important as that is, it is about the wider impact on recruitment. And we don't just take my word for it or the Honourable Gentleman for Strangford. In November last year, 9 former 4-star generals wrote, and I quote, "This lawfare is a direct threat to national security," going on to say that the Troubles Bill achieves nothing and ongoing lawfare risks everything. So I asked Labour MPs this question. When considering the Troubles Bill and the issue of lawfare, surely the overriding factor to consider is the threat we face as a nation and the impact of this legislation on our ability to defend ourselves. Do they really think, in their heart of hearts, that this is what they should be prioritising just when we need our soldiers more than ever? And I just want to make one more point, and then I'll give way to a lady. Mr. Speaker, I put this challenge to all those who intend to stand in Labour's leadership contest. Will those candidates seeking to become our next Prime Minister recognise that the first duty of any leader is defence of the realm, and that therefore it is in the national interest to scrap the Troubles Bill and back our brave veterans. I give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the Shadow Minister for giving way. Would he acknowledge that no party and no victims group in Northern Ireland supports his party's approach to the past, and that even the Dillon judgment last week did not in any way rule it legal? And would he not agree with me that, you know, soldiers following the rule of law is a matter of recruitment, and no soldier wants to be painted with a brush that they don't follow the rule of law? And would he care to articulate to the House, out of 300,000 soldiers who served under Operation Banner in Northern Ireland, how many actually have faced any judicial proceedings? It's in the very low two figures.
Well, I respect the Honourable Lady, and I respect the strength of her view on this matter. I would just say we have to deal with what is certain here. In my view, Mr. Speaker, it is extremely unlikely that any new cases would lead to prosecutions. It is, however, certain that were this process to recommence, it would damage the morale of our armed forces at a time of war on two fronts, and I think that is not in the national interest. I give way to my right friend.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend who's making an excellent intervention. Can I just say to him, in answer to that and to others, having someone who served in Northern Ireland, I have spoken to many veterans that I was there with and others that were there before. There is a scintilla of real question mark about how they will be treated. The vexatious nature of these complaints will, of course, drag them eventually back into the courts. That's the fear. They are sure that they are innocent. But by the time the courts have finished with them, innocent wouldn't matter at all, because they'll have a destroyed life. Does he not agree with me?
I don't need to add a great deal, because my right friend served on Operation Banner. He speaks with great authority. He has always been passionate on this issue, and I do think he hits the nail on the head. As so many people have said, so many veterans have said to me, it is the process itself which is so punishing with this lawfare. It is so damaging, it is not in national interest, and it will damage the British Armed Forces. And I'll give way to my honourable friend.
As my honourable friend knows, the then Defence Committee did 2 reports into this question. And in the course of those inquiries, we interviewed 4 eminent professors of law, including one particularly famous left-wing one. We didn't ask them what they wanted to happen. We asked them what could legally be done about a statute of limitation. And they all agreed, however reluctantly, that it would be legal to have a statute of limitation provided it was coupled with a truth recovery process which met the requirement for an investigation to occur, and that the other key condition was it applied to all people involved in the conflict. Now, the government could pursue the line that these 4 professors of law took, but it doesn't want to do so, and it's happy to shelter behind court judgments that it could appeal but won't.
Well, it's an excellent point. My friend's absolutely correct. Our Legacy Act was based on what happened in South Africa, Madam Speaker, which is where we may not like it, but if you want to have peace and reconciliation, any changes in the law which favour those who may have been guilty have to apply to both sides. It is simply a statement of fact. And I think I just showed with Loch Gall how our Act of Parliament, the Legacy Act, did indeed stop an inquest which would have been damaging to the armed forces, but which I do not believe, Madam Deputy Speaker, would have led to any actual prosecutions. So, turning to what wasn't in the King's speech, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Strategic Defence Review promised, and I quote, a new defence readiness bill to provide the government with powers in reserve to mobilise reserves and industry should crisis escalate into conflict. Now, with war on 2 fronts, surely such legislation should be the absolute top priority of this government. But alas, there is no defence readiness bill in the King's speech, and why not? Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, the defence readiness bill isn't ready. And what else is not ready, Madam Deputy Speaker? Of course, the Defence Investment Plan. And we know they're working flat out, Madam Deputy Speaker, and at pace. But almost a year ago, the Secretary of State promised from that dispatch box that the Defence Investment Plan would be published last autumn. It is now 10 months late. So when the Minister responds, can he tell us exactly when we are going to get the Defence Investment Plan? Most importantly, we are bound to ask, why do we still have no defence investment plan? Now, of course, the DIP is meant to set out the detailed procurement decisions intended to implement Labour's strategic defence review. So what do the authors of Labour's SDR, appointed by the Prime Minister, actually think about the failure to publish the DIP and the impact on delivering the SDR? Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the three key authors, Dr. Fiona Hill, General Sir Richard Barrons, Lord Robertson, every one of them has absolutely slammed the government for its failure to deliver, with Lord Robertson, a former Labour Defence Secretary, a former Secretary-General of NATO, stating, and I quote, "We cannot defend Britain with an ever-expanding welfare budget." We agree 100%. The fact is, the current Prime Minister bottled it on welfare reform, U-turning repeatedly despite a majority of over 160, and failing to make even modest changes to working age benefits whilst removing the two-child benefit cap. I give way to my honourable friend.
I'm grateful to him giving way. To be charitable to the government, maybe they are, given they had another U-turn on the Chagos deal, there is actually £34 billion that could be spent in defence. Maybe there's a delay in the plan because they're trying to decide how to spend that money, or is there another reason that you can think of?
Well, my honourable friend has remarkable foresight, because I will be coming to the Chagos issue. But this is the key point. Had the Prime Minister held his nerve and reformed the benefit system, including toughening rules for working age benefits and keeping the two-child limit, as was his previous position, he could have found the billions to fund defence, rather than entrenching welfare dependency even further. So with this total failure of nerve from the Prime Minister, he had some brass neck using his response to the King's speech last Wednesday to accuse us of defence austerity. Just to remind the House, last year the government insisted on £2.6 billion of reductions to the Ministry of Defence budget. This year they are insisting on a further £3.5 billion of cuts. They'll say, but they were the last government to spend 2.5% on defence in 2010. Always omitting the caveat that when the same Labour government came to power in 1997, they inherited defence spending from us at 3%. Indeed, in talking about so-called austerity, they conveniently forget as well that the IFS found that had Labour won the election in 2010, they were planning to cut 25% from the defence budget. But at least their Chief Secretary to the Treasury at the time had the good grace to leave a note confessing, his message said, "We all know it, there's no money left." And once again relying on us to clear up the mess of a Labour government that had run out of other people's money, not for the first time in history. But the worst thing about Labour's resort to history is that it's completely irrelevant. I have repeatedly accepted that defence spending fell under successive governments since the end of the Cold War. Irrefutable. But that was because the world we lived in was one where we thought peace would last. Whereas today, the threat is completely transformed. And instead of looking back, the public want us to confront the challenges we face right now to be ready for battle. And above all, they want us to be honest about the choices needed to find the cash for defence. That's why we've started to set out a set of fully funded steps towards 3% of GDP on defence, as was last achieved under a Conservative government. So take Chagos, as my honourable friend said in a very good intervention. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, Labour may delude themselves that, like the parrot in Monty Python's sketch, their Chagos deal is merely resting, pining for the archipelago. But we know the deal is dead. It is an ex-treaty. And even if they disagree, with no treaty legislation in the King's speech, it must be clear even to them that the hundreds of millions of pounds due to be sent to Mauritius this Parliament, primarily from the MOD budget, must now be available to be spent elsewhere. That's why earlier this month in Portsmouth, the Leader of the Opposition and I set out that we would use Labour's Chagos cash for a better purpose, accelerating the construction of the 13 frigates being made in Scotland that we ordered in government. The fact is, there is no other way to address the shortage of surface ships, very serious, in the short term than accelerating the build of those 13 fantastic new warships. Indeed, if you bear with me, just a few days after we set out our policy to do exactly that, lo and behold, HMS Iron Duke was withdrawn from service, confirming the urgent need to act on defence readiness and be willing to divert cash from elsewhere. I give way to the Honourable Lady.
Thank
Thank you. I thank the right honourable member for taking an intervention. Would he agree with me that had his government not got rid of shipbuilding in my city and had put some plans into place, we may well have been able to continue to build ships in my city rather than decimate it and leave us with 3 incompetent ports of ministers?
Well, I'm very grateful for the Honourable Lady, but I think she would be better focusing on the Type 45 destroyers. In government, they were meant to order 12 Type 45s. They slashed that order in half to just 6. And worse than that, in an act of genius, they inserted an engine that didn't even work, and we've had to spend years trying to replace through the PIP programme. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, on the issue of welfare and defence funding, we've been the first party to explicitly set out how we would reduce benefit expenditure to increase defence spending, with confirmation that we would restore the 2-child benefit cap and use the savings for our military. We've set out plans to move £2 billion a year from R&D from other government departments to fund drones and drone tech across the board. But if we are to become the world leader in uncrewed warfare that I still believe we can be, not least after our extraordinary support for Ukraine, we don't just need our services to have the cash to test and train, we also need to invest billions into transforming our defence industrial base. I'll give way to my friend who's an expert on the industrial base.
On the Type 26 global combat ship, and I welcome that, that's a really important, as I'm sure my right honourable friend will, important naval deal with Norway. Is it not the case the timeline of those delivery will give the first ships to Norway and not to United Kingdom? If I'm wrong, great. And if that is the case, that there must be a discussion within the MOD about extending the life of the existing. Well, I'm great. If I'm wrong, great. Well, you know, I'm used to being wrong many times, but I'm happy to be wrong on something we need to get right. Thank you.
I'm grateful to my friend, and Madam Speaker, I'm aware that timelines are an issue in a couple of dimensions in this chamber at the moment, so I will come to my conclusion shortly. But to my friend, he does make a fundamental question about the Royal Navy, Madam Deputy Speaker, at a time when we know we have shortages of surface ships. I do hope that the Minister will set out exactly how many Type 26s we're going to order, irrespective of the Norway deal. I support the Norway export deal. How many will we be ordering in addition to that? Because the written answer he gave me was very, very ambiguous indeed. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's to get that extra money into industrial base, which is why our alternative King's Speech has a sovereign defence fund bill. But there is, finally, one other important bill in our alternative King's Speech, our promise to repeal Labour's Terrible Troubles Bill. It is not enough to oppose Labour's lawfare. We would restore full legal protections for our veterans, boosting morale and sending a signal that we will always have the back of those who serve. Madam Deputy Speaker, the public know that it is madness at a time of war for the UK government to be prioritising putting our soldiers back in the dock for serving their country. That's why our motion today calls on this House to reject Labour's plans and scrap the Troubles Bill. We will always defend those who defended us.
The original question was that an humble address be presented to His Majesty as on the order paper. Since when Amendment O has been proposed as on the order paper, the question is that the amendment be made. I now call the Minister, Minister Luke Pollard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I know members across the House will join me and the Prime Minister, who said earlier, in sending our condolences to the family and friends of Lance Bombardier Ciara Sullivan, a gifted soldier, a horsewoman who died on Friday, a young leader, a young life taken too soon. Madam Deputy Speaker, His Majesty opened his gracious speech with a warning that an increasingly dangerous and volatile world threatens the United Kingdom. And as we debate our response in this chamber, our armed forces are on missions across the world, facing down those threats, strengthening our alliances, defending our overseas bases and our overseas territories, and preparing for missions to the High North, the Strait of Hormuz, and a post-ceasefire Ukraine. Our armed forces are working around the clock, protecting our homeland, our allies, our interests, equipped with some of the most advanced capabilities in the world. The effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz is hurting all our constituents right across this country. They see it in their news feeds, they feel it at the petrol pumps, they pay for it through rising bills. This government is determined to do all we can to end that pain as soon as we can. We've stepped up to lead a multinational response, with the Prime Minister and the Defence Secretary building and co-chairing a new 40-nation coalition, united in our mission to secure the Strait of Hormuz as soon as a lasting ceasefire is in place. with the UK's armed forces leading the way, deploying advanced autonomous mine-hunting equipment, new uncrewed boats and drones, working alongside the heavy metal of HMS Dragon deploying to the Middle East with its cutting-edge Sea Viper counter-drone system. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, innovation, hard power and the ability to sustain it are the currency of our more dangerous and unpredictable age. Hard power is the essential building block of effective deterrence, and our deterrence is our insurance policy against the growing threats that we face as a nation. That is why this government is investing in hard power, investing over £270 billion in defence over this Parliament, defence innovation working twice. Once for national security and once for British industry. That is the Labour way. Please.
I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way. He makes a strong case for hard power, and the investment in British defence is one that we in these benches support. However, he also knows that generals on both sides of the Atlantic have made the case that investment in development is necessary in order to prevent conflict. In fact, they say that prevention is better than military intervention. So can the Minister take this opportunity to assure the House that there will be no further cuts to the international development budget in the forthcoming period?
Can I thank him for his intervention? He knows, as well as I do, that we have a commitment to get back to 0.7% of GDP on international aid when we can. But I will also remember the time when his party in government cut defence spending as well. And so I appreciate what he's trying to say, but let's unite now in understanding the threats we face today require investment in defence, require an increasing defence budget, and that is what this government is delivering. Investing more in our armed forces and those who wield the hard power is this government's approach. Investing more in our defence industry that develops and sustains it is this Labour government's approach. And investing more in our alliances that multiply that hard power is this Labour government's approach.
Will my honourable friend give way?
Please.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. He's making a very powerful case for how investing in our armed forces and defence after 14 years of Tory neglect is imperative to get Britain growing and for our defence preparedness. But would he agree with me that these capabilities must always be exercised in the right way? 30 UK arms licences to Israel were suspended in September 2024, but in light of the Iran war that he mentioned, and the fact that 72,000 Palestinians have now been killed in Gaza, could ministers revisit this? I know that this worsening means many constituents want to end all arms sales with the Netanyahu regime.
Well, can I thank my honourable friend for her intervention? This government has called for a ceasefire. We've called for increased aid to get to the people who need it. We've introduced an arms export against those weapon systems that could be used in Gaza. We keep, of course, all export licences under review. But I think the whole House, whichever party we are in, want to see a lasting peace and a two-state solution. So the people of Gaza, Palestine can live side by side alongside a secure Israel as well. That is the effort that this government is making on that respect. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Conservative equipment plan that we inherited in July 2024 was overcommitted. It was underfunded and unsuited to the threats we now face. This Labour government is rearming, renewing our armed forces and ending the Tory hollowing out and underfunding that we inherited. Our strategic defence review and our defence investment plan will put that right. And if you're listening to the Defence Secretary's speech last night, you will have heard him say it's getting close. I'll give way.
Really grateful for the Minister for giving way, but when is this going to happen? All we can see around us, I represent a constituency with the highest proportion of veterans in the UK. They take a really, really keen interest in what goes on in our armed forces. We look across the harbour, across Portsmouth Harbour, to ships that are sat there, stationary, not going anywhere, and a defence industry which is being undermined at every step. When is the government going to actually put this word into action?
Well, can I thank her for intervention? She, like me, represents an area with a lot of military personnel and a lot of veterans. That's why she, I know, will welcome the fact that veteran spending is now at a record high under this Labour government. We're working to deliver the defence investment plan, but that has not stopped us from investing in new capabilities that I'll come to in a moment in this speech. But I will give away to him first.
Following his words, as always, with much interest, has he had a conversation with the former Health Secretary, who last Thursday spoke of dither and delay? And does he relate that to the extraordinary delay in the defence investment plan?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I always welcome recruits to our armed forces and defence debates, and the member for Ilford North is absolutely welcome in our defence debates here today. But may I say politely to him, I focus a lot of attention on the gentleman opposite me here who left an unfunded and hollowed out armed forces. But he too was a minister in that government that hollowed out and underfunded our armed forces. So I welcome his intervention and his expertise. He cannot escape from his record of underfunding our armed forces. We know we're working to deliver that armed forces. Now look, we're on a path in a moment. We're on a path to warfighting readiness by 2030. We must be mission ready by 2030 against a peer adversary. That means investing in our armed forces. That mission is backed by our commitment to the largest sustained increase in defence spending since the end of the Cold War, backed by our ambitious programme of defence reform, the most ambitious in 50 years, and backed by a defence industrial strategy, a funded strategy, unlike the document that was worked on by the gentleman opposite, that was unfunded and left on a shelf to gather dust. We are fuelling defence as an engine for growth, creating good jobs up and down the country. And because we are still getting on with the job of defending our country, this government has signed more than 1,200 defence contracts since the election, nearly 9 in 10 of those going to UK-based firms. Happy giving way.
Very grateful to giving way. I posed this question to his colleague when he was last at the dispatch box. Where is the dip stuck? He seemed to point the finger at the Treasury, but could I get an update of where the dip is actually stuck?
Well, I'm a big fan of Lukes, even new Lukes with beards, as the gentleman opposite now is. But I have to say to him, I'm not going to give a running commentary on the dip. We're working flat out to deliver it, and it will be published when it is ready. Happy giving way.
I'm grateful for the Minister of State giving way. He's right to focus on procurement and defence kit and equipment. But of course, all of that is nothing without defence personnel. So can I just sort of pivot his thoughts? I don't know if he's going to come on to it in his speech. A lot of our armed forces personnel with children with particular SEND needs find it difficult when they are redeployed from different countries with the armed forces, even within different local education authorities within this country. It's a very, should we say, it's a patchwork of quality, if I can put it like that. So would he commit in the national interest, in the interest of those individual children and families, to ensure that there's uniformity around SEND provision and recommendations when our servicemen and women are redeployed with their families?
Before the Minister responds, I can tell that the question is incredibly serious and needed the detail, but we are very short on time and over 40 people wish to contribute, so interventions and responses must be short. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. He was wrong in his first intervention about Type 26s, but he's right on this one here. It is important that we do that. That's why this government is putting the Armed Forces Covenant fully into law. But if it's an issue he feels passionately about, I can arrange a meeting with the Minister for Veterans and People so we can discuss it further, because it is an important issue. Look, very briefly, and then I need to make progress.
Minister, I welcome everything that government is putting forward with the spend in Northern Ireland. The Minister himself has committed himself to that. There's been lots of visits to Northern Ireland to improve that and make it better. But the UK spend per head in the mainland here is £400. UK spend per head in Northern Ireland is £80. A big difference from what has to be done. Can I ask the Minister what steps will be taken to improve procurement and defence contracts for those businesses in Northern Ireland to ensure that we can have equality? Thank you.
Well, we have a brilliant defence industry in Northern Ireland. That is why this Labour government backed it with a £50 million defence growth deal that I announced only a few weeks ago in Belfast. We'll continue to support businesses large and small in Northern Ireland. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the past week alone, this Labour government has deployed advanced autonomous mine hunting equipment backed by £115 million of new investment for mine hunting drones and counter-drone systems for the Strait of Hormuz, signed a £1 billion contract to equip the British Army with new remote-controlled artillery. We have equipped our Typhoon jets with the advanced precision kill weapons system to make shooting down Iranian drones cheaper and easier for our RAF, and we've announced funding for 13 new defence unicorns. We are a government that is backing UK jobs as we rebuild our armed forces, and we're also delivering for our people. As I was asked on people, go on, that's my neighbour.
Thank the Honourable Minister for giving way. Very briefly, I've got a very simple question for him. He keeps stating this 1,000 or so contracts, nearly all based in the UK, that have been signed. What percentage of those are SMEs compared to the primes?
I will get her the full details, but we're backing an increase in defence spending for SMEs with a target of increasing it by 50% in the next 2 years. It's our mission to do so. That's why we've stood up the new Defence Office for Small Business Growth, but I'll get her the figures that she asked for on the latest figures. But we're backing our people. We've given our armed forces the biggest pay rise in 20 years. We've extended free childcare. We've introduced the first ever independent armed forces commissioner to improve service life. We've ended the Tory privatisation of defence housing, a £9 billion investment to tackle the scourge of dreadful military homes that we inherited, refitting, rebuilding 9 in 10 military homes. We've turned around the measures that were the Tory retention and recruitment crisis we inherited. Outflow is now down 8%, inflow up 13%. That is a Labour government that is delivering. But as the geopolitics shift, it is important that we across this House renew our support for Ukraine. It is important that we all stand together. That is why the Defence Secretary now chairs the Ukraine Defence Contact Group. It is why the United Kingdom now chairs with our French allies the Coalition of the Willing. And just as it is important to call out those parties that seek to take down Ukrainian flags, I think it is more important that we challenge them on what they would do to support Ukraine. So to reform, I ask, what will that party do to support Ukraine? Taking down the flags is a backward step, but I'm interested in hearing what are the positive steps. To the Conservatives opposite, I'm interested in restoring this cross-party unity on Ukraine that we used to have that seems to be fraying because of the party politics being played opposite. So could the Conservatives say, when was the last time the Leader of the Opposition backed UK leadership on the Coalition of the Willing? I can't recall one, but I'm interested to see when that was. Because we need to make sure that the message goes out clearly from this House that we back Ukraine, we will continue backing Ukraine for as long as it takes. Now, I need to make progress. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's clear that I have to finish in a moment, but thank him for his interest. But look, we know that in a more dangerous world, we need to spend more on defence. Now, I'm turning to the legislation. I've heard nonsense about no defence measures in the King's speech from the usual armchair generals on social media. But let's have a look at what is in there. The Armed Forces Bill, which will further strengthen and improve service life, strengthen our armed forces and strengthen our strategic reserve. A new regulatory bill with measures to expand drone testing and use. Good news for our forces, good news for defence tech firms in Swindon, Plymouth, Poole, Portsmouth and across the United Kingdom. A Northern Ireland Troubles Bill that will repeal and replace a law found unlawful with a new bill with new protections for veterans that we're working closely with veterans and veterans groups to deliver. And I hear the opposition squealing about the Defence Readiness Bill. A bill they never thought of, a bill that they never implemented, and a bill that they only complain about. He will know, as a gentleman opposite, that we are continuing to work on the Defence Readiness Bill, and it will be introduced later this Parliament, assuming that the usual processes allow. We're consulting with people, but he will know that it's a sequential bill. We're improving readiness in the defence with the Armed Forces Bill, and we're working on new measures. But all he has to offer to this debate is complaints. No apology for the underfunding, no apology for the cuts, no apology for the armed forces housing that our people are forced to live in with black mold. Not good enough. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, this Labour government is investing in our people, the largest pay rise in 20 years, 9 out of 10 defence houses being refurbished or rebuilt, establishing an Armed Forces Commissioner, investing in our infrastructure. Billions will be spent on new housing and new docks, in our industrial relations, delivering 5 defence growth deals, 5 DTECs in England, 2 hopefully in Scotland, 1 in Wales, announced £182 million defence skills packages, 1,200 contracts signed, in capabilities, new artillery, new missiles, new drones, new ships being built in Scotland, new deals with Cambridge Aerospace for interceptor missiles, new commando insertion craft with Norway, new munitions factories, 23 new medium helicopters being built in Yeovil, Proteus, the first flight of an autonomous UK helicopter, new defence warehouses, homes and facilities, more exports, a bigger defence industrial base, more alliances, investing in the Coalition of the Willing, a new Ukraine Defence Contact Group chaired by my friend the Defence Secretary, a new deal with Germany with Trinity House, a refreshed Lancaster House agreement, a new deal with Norway with the Luna House. This is a Labour government delivering for defence, delivering for Britain, backing our allies, backing our forces, and I commend it and His Majesty's gracious speech to this House.
I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, James McCleary.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If His Majesty's most gracious speech was meant to show that this government has grasped the scale of the danger facing Britain, then it fell a long way short. We live in a more dangerous world than at any point since the end of the Cold War. Vladimir Putin is waging war in Europe. Ukraine is fighting not just for its very survival, but for the security of our entire continent. Across Europe, we're seeing sabotage, cyber attacks, disinformation, intimidation, and hybrid warfare. Further afield, the world order is being tested by the rise of China, by instability in the Middle East, and by authoritarian regimes that are watching very carefully to see whether democracies still have the resolve to defend ourselves. And at the same time, we can no longer assume that old certainties will still hold. The United States remains a vital ally, but President Trump has shown just how quickly long-standing alliances can be weakened, questioned, or taken for granted. This is the reality facing Britain. So this should have been a King's speech that put national security at its heart. It should have been a moment of seriousness, urgency, and ambition. Instead, once again, we got more delay and more warm words that are not backed up by action. Now, we all know the Conservatives hollowed out our armed forces, but this Labour government cannot simply point to the failures of the past and pretend that is enough. It now has a responsibility to act, but so far it is moving far too slowly. I give way.
Giving way, and he is right to point out the devastating record of the party opposite. But will he share my sadness and frustration of the role played by the Liberal Democrats in hollowing out the size of our armed forces and waving through budget after budget after budget which cut defence spending in this country? And will he own up to that sorry record?
Thank the honourable member for his intervention. As already been pointed out, defence spending has been reduced by successive governments over a very long period of time. So I think focusing on the Liberal Democrats' record alone is somewhat unfair, to say the least. I'll certainly give way to the honourable member.
Can you remind the House which party it was who, in coalition, insisted that we delay CASD replacement by 2 full years as a condition of the coalition?
The honourable member enjoys raising the coalition quite a lot. You're talking about the nuclear submarines, weren't you? Is that that's what you asked about?
Order. On your feet, I'm on my feet. Excuse me. I wasn't talking about anything, so please don't use the word you or your, James McCleary.
The Liberal Democrats have reaffirmed our commitment to our nuclear deterrent repeatedly, and we will continue to do so. The Defence Investment Plan is still not published. Industry is still waiting for certainty. Our allies are still waiting for clarity. Our armed forces are still waiting for the investment they need. It was therefore deeply disappointing that the promised Defence Readiness Bill was not included in the King's speech. It speaks volume that the government's own bill on readiness is itself delayed. That matters because defence cannot be switched on overnight. You cannot rebuild capacity in industry at the flick of a switch. You cannot train personnel, repair readiness, modernise equipment, strengthen supply chains and restore deterrence with vague promises or, indeed, working at pace. Certainly.
One of the things that we need to, a government needs to improve upon and needs to be better at is drone technology. I understand that for every 1 Ukrainian soldier is killed, they killed 14 Russians. With that massive move in technology, does he feel it's time for this country, United Kingdom, Great Britain and Northern Ireland, to have a partnership with Ukraine so that technological advances that they're doing can be part of us?
I thank the honourable member, and yes, obviously learning from Ukraine is going to be very important, and the government, to be fair, I think have made some steps in this direction, but we can always do more to learn from our friends who are testing this technology in the field day in, day out. So I think it's a very important point. But defence takes time. Industry needs a demand signal. Our allies need confidence. Our adversaries need to see resolve. That is why the Liberal Democrats are calling for the government to commit to spending 3% of GDP on defence by 2030 at the latest. Not as a slogan or a press release, but as a serious plan to make Britain safer. We must also understand that Britain's defence does not begin and end at our border. That is why forcing a choice between spending on defence and international development is entirely false. Just yesterday, former senior British officers wrote in the Times about the danger that cuts to development pose to our security. They described it as the first line of defence for the UK. The government must urgently reverse course on these cuts that only undermine this country's security and soft power around the world. Last year's Strategic Defence Review highlighted the need for an urgent injection of cash into our armed forces. That is why Liberal Democrats are calling for the immediate launch of defence bonds, raising $20 billion over 2 years to support immediate, capital-intensive defence investment.
I certainly will, the Honourable. He's always very generous giving way, I have to say, Mr. Speaker. He says they'd issue war bonds for the extra defence spending, which is, of course, just other borrowing. But he's also said he would maintain aid spending at 0.7%. That's a huge increase in spending. How would that be funded?
So it's quite right, of course, defence bonds, as with all bonds, would be borrowing. And we've spoken before about the need to increase defence spending through cross-party talks. And reversal in aid spending is part of an overall package of how we would budget in the future. I mean, one of the ways we've looked at, and we were proposing later today, is rejoining a customs union with the European Union, which would generate increased spending. That would help modernise our armed forces. It would strengthen our sovereign capabilities. It would support British defence firms, including the small and medium-sized businesses that are so often at the cutting edge of innovation. It would give the public a direct stake in the defence and security of our country. This is about spending better, not simply spending more. For too long, defence procurement has been slow, bureaucratic and wasteful. Too many programmes have been delayed, too many costs have spiralled. Too often, British industry has been left without the certainty it needs to invest, hire, train and grow. If we're serious about national security, we must also be serious about industrial security. That means backing British manufacturing. It means investing in research and development. It means supporting apprenticeships and skilled jobs. It means making sure that defence spending strengthens communities across this country, not just the balance sheets of a handful of prime contractors. It also means recognising that in the modern world, defence is not just about the number of tanks, ships and aircraft we possess, important though they are. It is also about cyber, space, drones, AI, secure supply chains, energy resilience and the ability to move quickly when threats change. Climate change is causing global instability. Melting ice opens up new flashpoints in the Arctic. Stress on food and water resources drives displacement and conflict. Our armed forces need the tools to fight the wars of the future, not just patch up the gaps left by the past. But Britain cannot do this alone. If the last century has taught us anything, and if recent years have taught us anything, it is that our security is bound up with that of our allies. That is why we must be unwavering in our continued support for Ukraine. We must strengthen NATO, we must deepen cooperation with Commonwealth allies like Canada and Australia, and we must rebuild a serious defence relationship with Europe. The Liberal Democrats have called for a new European rearmament bank and for UK participation in Europe's safe rearmament programme. These would allow Britain and our allies to mobilise investment at the scale required to ensure our defence industries lead the next generation of technology, while also generating the economies of scale needed to reduce costs over the long term. This isn't about choosing between Britain and Europe. It's about recognising the obvious truth, that Britain is safer when Europe is stronger, and Europe is stronger when Britain leads. National security should not be subject to short-term political games. That is why we have called on the government to urgently convene cross-party talks on how we reach 3% by 2030. Our adversaries are not waiting for us to get our act together. Our armed forces should not have to wait either. Defence requires all of society to be involved. Being ready to defend our nation means also building our national resilience. The government must move faster and show far more ambition to involve the public in defence and security. Should the worst ever happen, then having 70 million of us ready to come to our nation's defence is the most powerful weapon of all. But it requires leadership from government, and that has so far been absent, despite promises of a national conversation. This means learning from our friends in the Baltic and elsewhere about how we can harness the talents of the British people to become more resilient and a prepared country. The best way to prevent a war is to prepare for it. The choice before us is clear. We can continue with managed decline, delay planned, underpowered commitments, or we can choose seriousness. We can publish the Defence Investment Plan and the Defence Readiness Bill. We can commit to 3% by 2030. We can launch defence bonds. We can back British industry. We can rebuild our armed forces. We can strengthen our alliances, and we can send a clear and unambiguous message to Putin and to every other authoritarian regime watching us. Britain will defend itself, its allies, its values, and its way of life. That is the ambition that this King's Speech should have shown, and that is the action this country needs. And that is why Liberal Democrats will continue fighting for it.
Select Committee Chair Tamarjit Singh Desi.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. His Majesty the King opened his speech by noting that, and I quote, "An increasingly dangerous and volatile world threatens the United Kingdom." We have seen unprecedented military action and instability internationally, with the conflict in the Middle East being only the most recent example. Closer to home, we have the continued concerns about the security of Ukraine, deterring further Russian action on the European continent, and creating a resilient society ready to support our government and armed forces if we have to respond. As I have previously noted in this House, our once dependable ally, the United States, is withdrawing from its historic role as the protector of democracy in Europe. It has become increasingly clear to us on the Defence Committee that there is an over-reliance on the USA, both militarily and for access to its defence industrial base. When we see, as a result of the Iran war, the US delaying deliveries and increasing the cost of Patriot missiles already sold to Switzerland, we must examine our own dependencies. It is becoming increasingly unclear how far that is sustainable. I warned in March, Madam Deputy Speaker, that Russia is already operating in the grey zone against the UK, notably in sabotage and cyber operations against the infrastructure that supports our prosperity. Furthermore, we know that Russia and others and China are arming at pace and are increasing their readiness for war, and yet many UK capability targets are measured in years and decades rather than months. Neither the government, our military, nor our society are yet prepared or resilient enough to cope with a large-scale conflict. As His Majesty warned us a week ago, and I quote, "Every element of the nation's energy, defence and economic security will be tested." Madam Deputy Speaker, the UK's armed forces need to both improve their current readiness and adopt new technologies at pace and at scale. The government has consistently recognised that our armed forces are hollowed out. Both the Strategic Defence Review and the National Security Strategy committed the government to improving the UK's warfighting readiness. However, our credibility has been harmed in recent months. The lack of available frigates and destroyers to carry out the tasks which we have set ourselves and often agreed with NATO is merely one example of the difficulties faced. The US is carrying out a NATO audit, and it's looking hard at us. Our European partners are questioning whether we can deliver the commitments which we have made to NATO under the defence planning process, and indeed whether we continue to deserve our leadership role in NATO. Madam Deputy Speaker, in the Defence Committee's report looking at the UK's contribution to European security, we warned that time is short given the urgency of the threat and the work required to respond appropriately. We raised questions both about the sufficiency of capabilities we provide to NATO and those which we could protect our homeland. We questioned the government's progress on engaging the population about both the threat and how we respond to it. We have also looked at long-term procurement programmes, completing the previous committee's work on the Global Combat Air Programme, along with undertaking a new inquiry into AUKUS. We are well aware that decisions taken today, particularly those which delay programme or lead to the loss of sovereign capability, have a huge impact on our future ability to defend our nation and deter adversaries. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, we await the Defence Investment Plan. We know that the delay is damaging both our domestic industry and our international credibility. We don't have empty factories, spare components, or a surplus of welders sitting around waiting to jump into action once the government decides what it wants. Companies don't have warehouses full of supplies waiting for government to put their order in. Defence industry needs to increase capacity. That means building production lines and training people so that they can build the products. That is particularly relevant, Madam Deputy Speaker, if allies and partners are buying the same things at the same time as we have seen as a result of the war in Ukraine. Most importantly, we don't know at what rate the government intends to reach the targets of 3% GDP on defence spending, hopefully in this Parliament, Madam Deputy Speaker, or the NATO 3.5% target by 2035. And all the various defence financing options need to be rapidly considered, with some implemented ASAP also. I have asked the Prime Minister, Madam Deputy Speaker, if he would publish a timeline so that industry could plan based on when this additional funding would arrive. He refused to give the certainty beyond 2027, and we need that certainty. The US and the EU are looking at our defence industrial base and working out how best they can tempt our companies to move out to their countries so that they can benefit from British innovation whilst we fail to provide a reason to stay here. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Defence Committee warned in our European Security Report that establishing this takes time, and if the government just decides to turn on the tap at the last minute, a lot of taxpayers' money will be lost to defence inflation, leaving the MOD with very little to show for it. Let me now move on to the Defence Readiness Bill, which should have featured prominently in the King's speech, but alas, the government has not included it. The purpose of the Defence Readiness Bill is to give the government powers in reserve to respond effectively in the event of escalation towards a war involving the UK or its allies, and facilitate external scrutiny of the UK's ability to defend itself. The government is determining which additional legal powers it needs and looking at measures to better protect our critical national infrastructure, providing for the mobilisation of wider defence capability in crisis, and ensure Parliament's ability to scrutinise warfighting readiness. We were told that this work would include engagement with key stakeholders, including other government departments and the committee during 2026, as specific measures are developed. Drafting, Madam Deputy Speaker, will then, and I quote, take place following robust evidence gathering and policy development. All of this is welcome, but we need a timeline. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is now more than 2 years since the end of the last Parliament. The government has demonstrated again and again that it understands the problems. What it has failed to do is to implement a transformative solution. We need to fund defence properly, with a timetable showing precisely how and when we will reach the agreed 3.5% NATO target. We urgently need a defence investment plan published before the summer recess, which shows what is being invested where, crucially also where the disinvestments are, and what the subsequent changes to the structure of the UK armed forces are. We need a defence readiness bill to be published in this session, and we need a commitment that it will undergo pre-legislative scrutiny. We need to engage the public in a national conversation that the Prime Minister has talked about spending more on defence and what the public's role is in our nation's security. We know, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the government is wary of panicking the public, and rightly so, but the best way to avoid that is by ensuring that the public understand what is required of them as individuals and communities, and also to ensure that our brave armed forces have the necessary capabilities to defend us. Thank you very much.
Sir Ian Duncan-Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's always a pleasure to follow the right honourable gentleman who I voted for his position, as he will recall, and I'll come for payback later on. Can I also say, while I'm making this, it's very good to see my right honourable neighbour in my area sitting there, and I will listen with great interest to what he has to say, and I hope that the Labour Party finds another use for him in its own talent spotting. Can I put it like that? Can I say, Madam Deputy Speaker, I just want to touch on, before coming to defence, after all this is about the address, I just want to touch on an issue that has arisen, and my assistant, Britain's assistant, Alice Studford, spotted yesterday something which tells me that we are in a slight problem here with the government's commitment to the legal position now of the use of slave-made products through the Great British Energy Company. And in answer to a question we discovered, which was raised by Politico, what was their position with regards to whether they were implementing what was law, thanks to many on the backbenches of the Labour Party and many of us here, and my amendment passed, became law. A spokesman for the government, when asked about whether they were applying that to the producers as well, said this. I think he or she said, "We have strict procurement controls in place to ensure that any solar panels, it's not just solar panels, it's all elements to do with net zero, are free from forced labour," and then they added this, "as far as possible." That is not the law. There is no caveat to the law. Everybody rebelled on that side, and we passed it through as well at the same time, and we implemented an absolute, which it is not for the Great British Energy Company to use any products that contain any kind of forced labour procurement, or rather production within them. And I want to say to the government, I know this is not their speciality at this point, but I want to say, well, they will raise it with the government, because I then saw that in the gracious speech there were very peculiar commitments using immigration as a way for tackling forced labour, but it's not good enough. I want to make the point here that we need to reinforce the Modern Slavery Act and make it an offence for any company to be importing or using any items or goods that contain slave-forced labour. This should be a unifying factor on these benches, but I don't know why the government has now watered down what was meant to be their intention in the first place, and Deputy Speaker will know full well, because she has been party to this, that this is a real cause, because it comes to the roots of one of the issues I'm going to come on to, which is the threat that we face from places like China. If we go on strengthening them by buying their slave-made goods, then we do our own defence no good at all. And so I would ask the government to raise this with them, that what is needed is a wide-ranging commitment through the Modern Slavery Act to ban all products made by slave labour. So now I want to return to the debate today, which is on defence. The fact is, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are now facing the greatest threat to our freedom across the Western world that we have faced, I believe, since the 1930s. I don't even believe that they are less than the Cold War. I believe this is greater in a way than the Cold War, because at least during the Cold War, we already knew and recognised what war was about, why we had to be prepared for it, and what we were defending. We've lost lots of that. Many people out there don't fully understand how that threat has changed and grown. And the reality is that China today, one shipyard in China makes more naval ships than the whole of the United States in 1 year. They have over 130 times the capacity to build naval ships than Europe and America are doing at the moment. If people don't think that it's a threat, I always say, don't listen necessarily even to what they say. Go and have a look what these totalitarian states are doing. They are producing and preparing for war. I'm not, I hope, scaremongering. I believe this to be a reality. China is reinforcing and supporting Russia in its brutal invasion of Ukraine. That without China, Russia could not have continued this war. They were running out of ammunition, but China brokered an arrangement with the North Koreans, who now produce millions of rounds of ammunition for them, and even soldiers that they used and abused on the battlefield, who once wounded, etc., were then assassinated so they wouldn't be ashamed when they went back to North Korea. This is about totalitarian states, and I question and I say to the government, do not use the phrase authoritarian states.
Quite right.
They are totalitarian. Yep. There is a difference.
Quite right.
Authoritarian states are about dictators and others that are risen to power and at some stage have to be brought down. Totalitarian states are where every element of the way that people live their lives is controlled, run, spied upon, and arrested by the state organs, regardless of whoever is in charge. Communism is the key, and these states are communist, and other extremist versions. After all, Iran is part of this alliance. They are an extremist organization, and I still don't understand why the government has failed to prescribe the Iranian IRGC. It's high time. It really is high time. They're here, present in our country, stirring up violence, stirring up hatred. We should deal with them and say it's a criminal act to be here. To that extent, therefore, how the government responds in defence terms is critical. Now, I'm one of those people that has argued since the ending of the Cold War we've made a mistake in reducing defence. Nobody listened to me then, and there's no reason why they should listen to me today. But I have to tell the Minister I'm going to keep on saying it, and I think others around should ask it, and I hope members on the benches opposite will ask this question. I know what the restrictions are. I know that when you're facing the Treasury, when government faces the Treasury, they then dictate to the department and say, we can't afford this, we won't do it. Treasury is the last people in the world ever to recognise a threat to anybody at any time for anything. And they continue as though it was all sweetness and light because they don't want to make any changes. But it's for the defence ministers to make the point about the threat. Why, in heaven's name, have we not published the Defence Readiness Bill? That is the Defence Department's greatest weapon in the fight with the Treasury over this. Every other department knows what I'm talking about, whether it's health, whatever. It's always a fight. But it has to be, because we are facing what is likely to be the greatest threat that we have faced since the 1930s. And to do that, they need to make it clear to them. We can't go round this any longer. We have to spend that money. We have to commit. Now, I know the government's talked about being committed to 3% in due course, but I say to them that will not be enough. During my time when I was serving, we were committed to 5% of GDP to face down the Soviet Union. We will need to have to do the same again, because I believe this is an even greater threat that we are about to face. And the ministers will know that we will give them all support if they are prepared to fight about that. Let's get the Defence Investment Plan published right away. It's really important. These totalitarian states don't face these restrictions that we do. And we have those restrictions for a good reason, because we believe in democracy. But freedom is the most expensive thing that we will ever try to own. And it can be taken away in just a wish. And our job, and their job as the government, is to stand firm even in government and say the number one priority of all things that we must do is to defend the realm from threats, internal and external. And if we don't do that, we will have failed in our obligations, failed the British people, and failed our allies and our friends who look to us for leadership in this matter. But we can only lead if we have the equipment to show them that we have the endeavour. When we took the Falkland Islands, we had 53 frigates and destroyers available to us. We couldn't do that today. That is the measure of how far we've gone under Labour and Conservative governments. And I simply say to the government, please now, as the Defence Department, tell them, enough is enough. We are going to publish this bill, and we're going to publish the Defence Investment Plan. And by the way, where is the China audit? Let's publish that too.
Yeah. Indeed. Wes Streeting.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I begin by joining others in expressing my condolences to the family of Lance Bombardier, Ciara Sullivan. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, can I also begin by saying what a pleasure it is to follow my parliamentary neighbour, the Right Honourable Member for Chingford and Woodford Green, despite our best efforts to retire him at the last general election. The test of any of us in politics is, did we leave things in a better place than we found them? Thanks to the choices made by this Labour government, the NHS is on the road to recovery. Waiting lists fell by 110,000 in March, the single biggest fall in a single month outside of the pandemic for 17 years. Yeah. Ambulance response times for heart attack and strokes are now the fastest in 5 years. Patient satisfaction with access to general practice has gone from 60% to 75%. And at a time when public trust in politicians is low, we hit our target of recruiting 8,500 more mental health workers 3 years early. And on social care, I'm proud that we're putting in an extra £4 billion worth of investment, that we've delivered the biggest expansion of carers allowance since the 1970s, that the £150 million extra in the Disabled Facilities Grant is providing more dignity, freedom and independence to thousands more disabled people, and that the first ever fair pay agreements will be delivered in social care, because the people who care for our loved ones should never struggle to care for their own. All made possible thanks to the efforts of the entire NHS and social care team. In the 4.5 years I've led for Labour on health and social care, I've met the best of them, the ones who ran towards danger in Southport and fought to save those children, the ones who scrubbed up and went to work during the pandemic while the rest of us retreated to safety, the ones who bring new life into the world, and the ones who hold our hands at the end. Leading that team has been the greatest joy of my life, and the depth of love and gratitude I have for the people I've worked with is beyond words. The brilliant team of ministers and officials at the Department of Health and Social Care, particularly my private office, and NHS England, and the best team of special advisors in government, and the leaders and frontline staff across this remarkable system. I am rooting for all of them and for my successor, who has my wholehearted support as he takes on the best job in government. I won't pretend that leaving government hasn't been an emotional wrench. The scars I bear on my abdomen from my cancer treatment are a daily reminder to me of a time in my life, not so long ago, when I wasn't thinking about politics, only survival, and the NHS was there for me when I needed it. Walking through the doors of my department every day as the person entrusted with protecting the very service that saved my life has been a massive responsibility and the most enormous privilege, and not one I gave up lightly or hastily. I left the government because we are in the fight of our lives against nationalism, and it is a fight that we are currently losing. Unless we change course, we risk handing the keys of number 10 to reform, and I do not want that on our consciences. For the first time in our history, nationalists are in power in every corner of the United Kingdom. Scottish and Welsh nationalism represents an existential threat to the future integrity of the United Kingdom. And Reform UK represent a threat to the values and ideals that have made this country great. Values and ideals that are written into the DNA of the National Health Service they would dismantle, given the chance. Its very existence, an act of courage as well as conviction, that healthcare should be provided based on what each of us need, not what any of us can afford. A reminder that even in our darkest hours, this country is capable of doing big things. It is our responsibility to defend that promise and the values it represents, not just for the NHS or even for the survival of this government, but to win the battles we thought that were long since won, of progressives against reactionaries, of patriots versus nationalists, of hope over hate. That is our fight. It's Andy Burnham's fight in Makerfield, and it is Labour's fight for the soul of our country. For too long, and for too often, patriotism in Britain has been left to the loudest voices and the narrowest arguments, as though love of country belongs to one tribe, one party, or one point of view. But the Britain I believe in is bigger than that, because patriotism is not about who you exclude. It is about who you stand beside. It is not rooted in fear of change or suspicion of difference. It is rooted in solidarity, in the belief that we rise or fall together. That is the best of our country's story. A Britain where people from different backgrounds, different faiths, different nations and regions still see themselves in one another. A country where the son of Indian pharmacists can become our first Hindu Prime Minister without having his Englishness questioned. A patriotism built not on blood and soil, but on shared values, shared institutions, and shared responsibilities. I understand that the SNP and Plaid Cymru will not see themselves in the English nationalist politics of the party that sits behind them. But nationalism is not progressive, and nationalism and patriotism are not the same things. Yeah. Nationalism says, look inward, protect your own, turn away from the others. Patriotism says, this country is strongest when we are confident enough to be outward-looking, generous and united. Yeah. United, but not always the same. On these benches, we believe in a stronger Scotland and a stronger Wales as part of a fairer United Kingdom. Yeah. And 28 years ago this week, the people of Northern Ireland took a leap of faith and voted to endorse the Good Friday Agreement, the triumph of hope over bitter enmity, a reminder that a bigger and better politics is possible when people have courage. Yeah. That is why we must reject the politics that tries to divide us, whether it's dividing the countries of the United Kingdom or the people who call Britain their home. The nurse from Nigeria is not the enemy of the factory worker in Newcastle. The family fleeing war is not responsible for the cost of living crisis. Division is the oldest trick in politics, and Britain deserves better than that. Yeah. Because the future of this country will not be built by setting neighbour against neighbour. It will be built by renewing the bonds between us, decent jobs, strong public services, safe communities, a place we can call home, and a sense that everyone has a stake in Britain's success. That is the patriotism we need today. Not a brittle nationalism built on grievance, but a confident British patriotism, decent, fair-minded, internationalist, bound together in common endeavour with the conviction that our greatest strength has always been one another. We need to mobilise that spirit as we face the gathering storm. The war in Iran may be over for now, but this fragile peace has not resolved the crisis in the Strait of Hormuz. Even if it were resolved tomorrow, the long-tail consequences for the global economy and the British people will be stark. And the tragedy for this government is that my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, has been delivering the fastest-growing economy in the G7, falling inflation and lower interest rates. Her hard work undermined by the consequences of a war we did not choose. And I pay tribute to the Prime Minister for keeping us out of it. It will be painful for the British people who have weathered crisis after crisis, some imposed on us, like the wars in Iran and Ukraine and the pandemic. Others, like austerity, Brexit, and Liz Truss's joyride with the British economy, the result of poor political leadership. When I gave my maiden speech 11 years ago, I argued that none of the problems facing our country would be solved by leaving the European Union. Today, in the dangerous and volatile world we find ourselves in, dominated by an unpredictable superpower in the USA, a rising superpower in China, and a failed superpower in Russia, it is even more clear that we would have been better off leading Europe than leaving the European Union. Not despite our sovereignty and the need to control our borders, but to enable those things. This is why I argue for a new special relationship. It is also why I welcome the assurances that the government is strengthening sanctions on Russia to underline our rock-solid support that we have given President Zelensky and the Ukrainian people. The front line in Ukraine is the front line for our freedom and democracy, and we are meant to be the party of internationalism and solidarity. It is only too disappointing to see reform councillors taking down the Ukraine flag when the British people want to fly it in solidarity. It is truly, truly shameful. And of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, NATO's Secretary-General is right to warn today that our alliance has an unhealthy reliance on one ally. We need to invest more heavily in our defence and more rapidly. I know my right honourable friend, the Defence Secretary, and his team do not need persuading on this, Nor do they need lectures from the Conservative Party, who ran down our capability and now have the audacity to heckle from the sidelines like the arsonist complaining that the fire brigade hasn't turned up fast enough. I'm with the Secretary of State and his team all the way. But we also, he says, the Shadow Secretary of State says bankrupting the country. I think he's thinking about Liz Truss and the joyride that no doubt he was cheering on. I think a period of silence, or at least an apology, might be welcome from the Conservative front bench. But we also need to recognise that a nation draws its strength from the condition of its people. A recent survey of 16 to 29-year-olds suggested that around half of all young people in this country wouldn't be prepared to fight for it. I'm not so sure about that. I think they would be every bit as brave and self-sacrificing as their grandparents and great-grandparents were, or as their contemporaries holding back the Russians in Ukraine have been. When the cause is just and the need is urgent, they will step up, regardless of what they might have told opinion pollsters. I know this because when this country was facing a dire threat from COVID, young people did step up. The generation least at risk gave up the most to help the rest of us keep safe. And how did Britain repay them? Shortchanging them on their education, layering on debt, making it harder to get on the housing ladder, failing to protect them from the AI jobs apocalypse. This generation is the first left totally exposed to the time-sucking algorithms and perils of social media. The Education Secretary and I have raised our concerns about the impact of this on their learning and their well-being, but I also wonder what it is doing to their sense of connection with community and country. But patriotism isn't a lecture the old deliver to the young. It's a relationship. And for generations, Britain understood that relationship as a social contract. You work hard, you play by the rules, you contribute to society, and in return, you can build a decent life, a secure job, home of your own, a family if you want one, and the hope and conviction that your children will do better than you did. A generation ago, the average home cost around 4 times average earnings. In many parts of Britain today, it is 8, 10, even 12 times earnings. Private rents consume vast proportions of household income. Millions of young people who work hard and do the right thing cannot see a path to home ownership or security. Today, nearly 1 million young people are not in education, employment or training. Many are trapped in insecure work, unable to move out, delaying starting their families, postponing adulthood itself. And layered on top of this economic insecurity is a new technological anxiety. For generations, people believed there was a ladder of advancement, an entry-level job, skills acquired over time, promotion, security, progress. Now many young people fear that artificial intelligence may remove the lower rungs of that ladder altogether. They ask, what skills will still matter? Will there still be routes into stable, middle-class lives for kids from working-class families like mine? Will deindustrialisation be replaced with reindustrialisation and the jobs of the future? Will opportunities extend to our towns, rural and coastal communities, or will inequality become entrenched? These are not irrational fears. They are rooted in real economic change. And unless mainstream democratic politics can answer these questions, others will exploit that vacuum. They already are. Defence is about hard power and capabilities, but it is underpinned by the soft power that binds a country together: pride, belonging, shared activities and institutions, hope. We need to rebuild them for modern times. This is the calling of the Labour Party, brought into existence to champion the interests of the working man and woman, the many, not just the privileged few. It gave this kid from a council estate in Stepney in East London the chance to realise my potential, to go to a great university and spend my career tackling the injustices that hold other kids from backgrounds like mine back. The greatest tragedy of Britain today is that the next generation, for the first time in our modern history, face worse prospects than the last. So the question isn't whether young people would fight for their country, but when their country is going to fight for them. This is our generational challenge. To not only deal with the immediate issues of affordability, small boats and NHS waiting lists, but also to face up to a turbulent world being remade by climate change and the biggest and fastest industrial revolution in the history of the world. To make sure that no one is left behind and no one is held back. That's our job now, as the old economy of the 20th century finally gives way to the AI revolution of the 21st. And to tackle the crisis facing the next generation as an emergency with the urgency that the moment requires. Never waste a minute. That's been my mantra in government, and it's why I don't believe our party has time to waste in government treading water. Because the thing about emergencies is that they make the impossible possible. Look back at the crises we've confronted. We couldn't vaccinate against the deadly virus until we could. We couldn't nationalise the banking system until we could. We couldn't reorient our entire manufacturing base towards building aircraft until we could. We couldn't build hundreds of thousands of homes fit for heroes until we could. In times of greatest peril, our country has been capable of doing big things. We still can. Britain used to punch above its weight in the world. We still can. Each generation used to provide a better future for the next. We still can. Another member of the Cancer Club, the late great bow babe, Dame Deborah James, famously said, "Take risks, love deeply, have no regrets, and always, always have rebellious hope." It is with that in mind, and with the belief that we can and must do better, with deep love for my party and my country, with no regrets, and with rebellious hope, that I have left the government. The Labour Party was elected to deliver real change. We still can.
Dr. Andrew Morrison, after which we'll go to a speaking limit of 7 minutes. Dr. Andrew Morrison.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I genuinely congratulate the Right Honourable Gentleman for a remarkable speech and wish him well in his future ambitions. But his speech and its content were, I'm afraid, not as germane as the contribution of the Honourable Gentleman who chairs the Defence Select Committee. I agree with everything he had to say. I only regret I couldn't put it as elegantly as he did. The Right Honourable Gentleman Member for Ilford North's resignation letter on Thursday is worth reading, and I'm very sure that members of the Treasury benches will have read it closely. He talked of where we need a vision, we have a vacuum. Where we need direction, we have drift. And that should worry the government, and I agree with him. And I'm particularly mindful of the Defence Investment Plan, which we haven't seen. And I'm very conscious that the Defence Readiness Bill, which we were expecting in this King's Speech, has yet to materialise. That's of deep and profound concern. In the 1930s, where arguably we faced a similar situation to that which we're up against now, the government of the day decided about 5 years in advance of the outbreak of the Second World War that it must gear up our defence industrial base to tackle the future. And it created things like shadow factories, initially with the opposition of industry and centred very largely, at least initially, around the automotive industry and the production of aircraft, but extending much further than that. And it was truly a cooperative venture that led eventually to this country being able to turn out in those early years more aircraft than Germany was able to do. And I would have thought that this government would have learnt those lessons and would now be bringing forward, as a matter of urgency, its own defence readiness bill. It has missed an opportunity, and I'm very sorry about that.
because there is no question of a doubt that industry is being held back, as has already been mentioned this afternoon, in its ambition to partner with the Ministry of Defence, with ministers, and get things going in terms of reprovisioning what we have sent to Ukraine, quite rightly, and fitting our armed forces for the future. Now, some have already mentioned hollowing out. I think it's worthwhile saying that in 1989, every country in the Western world was taking a peace dividend. It would have been extraordinary had they not, and they would have been punished by the voters. But that was then. The big lesson I learned from what has happened in the years since 1989 is actually you can afford to titrate what you provide in order to defend this country, which is never popular electorally, with the threat that is facing you, but you must do nothing to reduce your armed forces below an irreducible minimum so that you can regrow at pace, rapidly, as happened before in the years immediately preceding 1914 and 1939, and you must do nothing that will damage long-term projects, because procurement isn't something you can turn on and off like a tap. Procurement takes decades. I think we've learnt that mistake. And one of the mistakes I think the previous government made was delaying the dreadnought class. And the reason for that, as I referred to in the intervention that the honourable gentleman very generously allowed me to make, was the coalition government and pressure from our then coalition partner. Now, right now, we're facing our principal ally, the United States, backing off in terms of its support for ourselves and our European allies. We can no longer entirely rely on that which we had previously heavily relied upon. We will be the only provider of a nuclear deterrent if it's, as it seems likely, the US proceeds on this particular course of action. That is to say, a nuclear deterrent declared to NATO. It is therefore important that in the Defence Readiness Bill, when we see it, we have a reaffirmed commitment to reprovisioning CASD at pace. Now, much work has been done in terms of infrastructure and at AWE, but we are still facing a rundown Vanguard class that is obliged to go on patrol for upwards of 200 days, with consequent impact on the men and now women who man up the submarine service. And of all the pinch point trades in our armed forces, it is those that exist within the submarine service that should keep us all awake at night. It is imperative that we accelerate that programme. And I would also ask ministers to look at the F-35 Alpha provision and agree with me that providing 12 airframes is hardly sufficient given the threat that we now face. I need to know, I'd like to know, I'm sure the whole House would like to know, when the F-35 Alphas will be operational as opposed to providing training airframes. Is it the intention of the government to expedite that programme? Is it the intention of the government to exploit the option that it has kept open to have more than 12 of those airframes? And will ministers confirm that they will be nuclear enabled? Madam Deputy Speaker, I would strongly urge that ministers look at the Sovereign Defence Fund bill in the alternative King's Speech. It would repurpose the National Wealth Fund to overhaul our vital defence industrial base. Now, governing is about difficult decisions, and it seems to me that defence is a more urgent priority right now than using the fund to, in the words of government, help tackle climate change. A more urgent priority indeed than ramping up welfare, as Lord Robertson has made very clear.
Now, the defence industrial base is going to be pretty useless if it's not populated by men and women with the skills necessary to deliver what is needed in order to keep this country safe. The Youth Opportunities Bill in the alternative King's Speech has the kind of imaginative content that I would have expected from an incoming government that had 14 years to think about these things. But unfortunately not. All we had from the Prime Minister on young people on Wednesday was a load of waffle. Time and again, it's as if he's a passive observer rather than an active participant. The Youth Opportunities Bill sets out how genuine investment in our young people will power and then grow the economy, delivering a virtuous circle from which everyone benefits. It will cap state funding for pointless, work-irrelevant, badly taught degrees from third-rate institutions that are perpetrating a fraud on a generation. It will grow well-focused apprenticeships like those offered by Wiltshire College in my constituency. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would just want to say a few words in conclusion about special forces. And we have to approach these issues with a great deal of care. I am extremely concerned by the messaging that has gone out from this government in relation to the Northern Ireland Troubles Bill. It isn't so much the case that has been put before the House by the Northern Ireland Office Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, but it is the way it has been received. And the honourable gentleman sitting next to the Secretary of State for Defence will know absolutely, because his contacts are probably better than mine, that this has caused a degree of disquiet, particularly among units that are absolutely crucial to this country's defence and security. And they will perceive that in years to come, a future government may decide that what is happening now, what is acceptable right now, is no longer acceptable. Of course I'll give
this business about what's going on over Northern Ireland, it's not alone, because it builds on a perception and the gratuitous pursuit of soldiers involved in Afghanistan and Iraq, partly by the Prime Minister in a previous life, but by the lawyers knowing full well that what they were pursuing were in fact complete untruths. And that has made them wonder, what's the point? If politicians will not stand up for them, then who will?
I absolutely agree with my right honourable friend. He won't be surprised to hear from me. But I would say it's more than Northern Ireland, because Northern Ireland has read across to a number of theatres where our men and women are actively engaged or could be in the future. And it seems to me that the exodus from some of these units is going to cause irretrievable and irrecoverable damage to our ability to protect the men and women of this country. So I would urge ministers, I have no doubt that they're doing this with all the best of intentions, to look at the messaging that is being given to the men and women of our armed forces, many of which I have the honour and privilege to represent, and decide what they can do in order to address this legislation. I would say scrap it and start again. But if they can't do that, what they can do to prevent this idea getting penetrance among those units particularly, that the government is simply not on their side, and in any event, even if they were, that governments in the future may, by the standards of the day, decide that what is being done in the name of the state at the moment, in the King's name, was no longer acceptable. Lawfare is a real and present danger for the men and women of our armed forces, and I feel certain that the Secretary of State, knowing him as I do, is cognizant of the threat that it faces. Madam Deputy Speaker, conscious of the frog in your throat, I shall end my remarks there.
Catherine McKinnell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's an honour to follow the member for South West Wiltshire, and it's very clear that when it comes to defence readiness, there is much upon which we can all agree. I wanted also, before he leaves the chamber, to pay tribute to the member for Chingford and Woodford Green as well, and my right honourable friend, the member for Ilford North. I think the former set out in very powerful terms the challenges that we face as a country. However, it was my right honourable friend who set out in very powerful terms also the hope and the determination that we must show in government in order to meet those challenges in a way that they deserve. And as ever, he shows great courage and strength in leading from the front. Because the debate today quite rightly focuses on defence and national security, and it clearly couldn't be more timely given the challenges that we face. But that sense of security comes not just from investment in defence, although clearly that is important, and I will come to that shortly, but also that investment in the broadest sense possible in our people, in creating strong, resilient, enterprising and cohesive communities, and that is what will ultimately keep us safe. The Armed Forces Bill and the National Security Bill are important steps forward, and with the disgusting and horrifying extremism and anti-Semitism that we have seen rising here in Britain, the Tackling State Threats Bill will also be a welcome response to those threats that we face on our own soil, including from Iran and the Islamic State Revolutionary Guard Corps. And having called for this, I welcome the legislation that is coming, and I will be following developments on it very closely. But we cannot make meaningful progress on defence without the Defence Investment Plan. And whilst I know that the Secretary of State and his team are working incredibly hard on producing this, the delay is and does risk having real-world consequences. And we need it to maintain our international credibility. For example, in my role as UK Trade Envoy to Italy, I know how important the collaboration is for our GCAP programme and the opportunities and the defence investment that will be unleashed. In my region, the North East, our defence sector is a major employer, supporting thousands of jobs and a wide network of small and medium enterprises. And we could do even more, but we do need that certainty and that security about what is coming down the track. And that is as much to protect our supply chains as those big contractors that we know are still waiting. Because without the investment plan, we risk undermining defence manufacturing and sovereign capabilities, both in my region and across the country. And domestic production is not something we can gamble with. We have such a strong story to tell in Newcastle. The opening of the North East Space Skills and Technology Centre at Northumbria University has added a new dimension to our regional capabilities, supporting apprenticeships and graduate programmes and helping to build the next generation of skilled workers. And we know that defence investment, it doesn't just impact one industry, it boosts skills, innovation and opportunities across our whole economy. And that's why we need to know the details of the plan so that businesses can provide that real tangible support for our young people so that they can access high quality training and employment. And as a northerner, I'm pleased to see the Northern Powerhouse Bill also included in the King's Speech. And that must be backed by genuine investment. The North cannot possibly endure yet another round of broken promises, especially after the catastrophic HS2 management of the previous government. The Small Business Protections Bill is also long overdue protection for sole traders, freelancers and family-run businesses who we know have been ignored by large companies for far too long. And I know that so many small businesses will welcome this as it could genuinely save livelihoods, particularly in retail and hospitality. And on the subject of retail and hospitality, the North East is home to some of the best. Newcastle North is the home of the Greggs sausage roll, after all. But many in the sector are concerned about the impact of the overnight visitor levy bill. So I do urge ministers to keep an eye and keep an open mind on how it emerges and the evidence that comes through it, because we do need to ensure our hospitality industry thrives And for many, at the moment, it's too often a question of whether they'll survive. So I urge the Chancellor to do everything possible to support our businesses, especially in retail, leisure and hospitality, because they are the sectors that give so many of our young people their first foot on the career ladder. And without them, we know that costs to the state and to those individuals will be so much higher. But too often, the government doesn't fear, the businesses feel like the odds are stacking up against them. But as a government, we just need to pull all in one direction. It's in all of our interests to make sure that those opportunities reach us far and wide for jobs, for investment, and for community cohesion. Because that is as much about our national security as investment in rotary blades and electronics. So I will continue to monitor this and call for it in my role as the co-chair of the Youth Employment All-Party Group. And finally, the government's work through the Energy Independence Bill and Nuclear Regulation Bill are both welcome. They'll strengthen our energy security and our national security, and they will accelerate homegrown renewable energy. And as the chair of the All-Party Group on Warm Homes, I want to see a really ambitious energy production, and I will continue to monitor the impact both on warm homes and the retrofitting of homes as well, because that is how we will help households manage the rising costs of living. There's so much in this King's Speech to be welcomed by my constituents in Newcastle North, from the Common Hold and Leaseholders' Rights Bill to the Social Housing Renewal Bill. But we have to ensure that they feel it, that they understand it, that they come with us and they see the vision, so that we can help people to build better lives and stronger communities right across the UK.
Sir Julian Lewis. Sir Julian Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Honourable Lady for Newcastle North has such a sunny personality that I always feel cheered up after listening to her contributions, even when she's the bearer of somewhat disappointing news about the economy. Also, I was impressed with the speech of the former Secretary of State for Health, who's just about to escape from the chamber. It did leave me wondering, had I been a parliamentary sketch writer, what my headline would have been. And I think the headline would have been, "Why on earth did he resign?" It sounded much more like a manifesto in a leadership campaign than a trigger for calling one, but there we are, we all have our own motives, and he did say one particular point of great relevance to this debate, which I had already, I promise, Madam Deputy Speaker, written down before I heard him make it, which was the comparison between the terrible experience of the pandemic and the terrible experience of a country involved in a full-scale war. There were, of course, the casualties. There was the determination to learn from it. There was the outcome that means that we are a lot better prepared for the future. Should another deadly virus attack us, we will, as a result of the lessons learned during that pandemic, be in a much better position to develop vaccines, effective vaccines, far more quickly. But the real parallel, I'm afraid, is not a very happy one. It is the fact that if someone had said, before we knew we were going to have that pandemic, you need to invest a considerable sum of money into developing a system to enable you to develop vaccines in quick response to the emergence of a new deadly virus, we probably would not have done it. And that is where the parallel lies with wartime situations. Because for many years now, defence-minded members on both sides of the House have been urging successive governments that we need to spend a lot more on defence. And if those warnings go unheeded, and if this country ends up in a full-scale armed conflict with a peer adversary, we will not be talking about spending 3 or 4% on defence of GDP. We will be talking about, and we will actually be having to spend 30 or 40% of GDP on defence. And we do not wish to get to that situation, because not only is it economic loss, but think of the human cost. Because if by investing in defence in peacetime you can actually deter a potential enemy from starting a war, you then not only save the treasure, you save the blood that otherwise is shed so copiously. So Russia, as we know, is spending something of the order of between 1/3 and 1/2 of its gross domestic product on military power. And the Defence Committee, in the past, has looked at the question of what this country has historically spent. And in both a report entitled Shifting the Goalposts and in a second report, Shifting the Goalposts, an update, the figures were spelt out, which showed that my right honourable friend, the member for Chingford, was completely correct. In the mid-1980s, he said, when he was serving, that we were spending of the order of 5.3%. In fact, in 1983 to 4, the figure given at the time was 4.4%, and in 1984 to 5, the figure was 4.5%. But in reality, that was because we held higher criteria for what counted as defence expenditure than the other NATO powers. And later on, we adopted their standards. So looking back now, when we're talking in these percentage terms, we can see that those figures were actually 5.3% in 1983 to 4 and 5.5% in 1984 to 5. Now, these are very big figures, and people talk about the way in which the peace dividend was taken. But as my honourable friend on the front bench, the Shadow Secretary of State, pointed out, in 1996 to 7, the year in which Tony Blair took over from the Conservative government, that was already half a dozen years at least since the end of the Cold War, if we count that as 1991 rather than 1989 with the fall of the Berlin Wall. And at that time, 1996 to 7, 6 years after the ending of the Cold War, we were still spending 3%. When you consider that that was the figure then, and when you consider, as quite rightly the chairman of the current day Defence Committee said in an admirably objective speech, that Russia is preparing for conflict now, but we are responding too slowly. He said time is short given the urgency of the situation. He's exactly right. When we are talking about achieving figures of 3% in a few years' time and 5% in a few more years' time, I just put it to the House, does the killer in the Kremlin intend to give us that time? And if we want to deter him from taking a step which would be to the detriment of the world, then we need to invest now. And as in the case of the pandemic, we need to find the money now. And if a war broke out tomorrow, we would find the money now. So let's find it today and diminish the chance of that terrible conflict happening on the day after.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome any debate which has the collective security of the British people at its heart, because, Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe one of the greatest threats to security is the economic system governing this country, which has consistently failed working class people and communities, an issue which undoubtedly will be made worse still by the illegal and ill-planned war in Iran. So now more than ever, we need a radical restructuring of both priorities and policies, more council housing, a total end to right to buy, the nationalisation of our key industries sold off and gutted by Thatcher, including water and energy. And in 2026, no one in Britain should be going hungry. So I welcome the recognition in the King's speech from the government that a food poverty crisis exists in the UK. However, redistribution of surplus food won't begin to end the food insecurity faced by over 14 million people in this country. It's a stick and plaster over the gaping wound. We need a solution that acknowledges the sheer scale of hunger across the UK. Over the last 5 months, the Right to Food Commission I am proud to be part of, has travelled across these islands from Liverpool, Knowsley to Newcastle, Northumberland, from Cardiff and Aberdeen to Belfast, with Glasgow and London to come next month, listening to people this country too often ignores. Not economists in boardrooms, not corporate lobbyists, but working class people in working class communities who understand better than anyone the scale of food insecurity in this country and how it is impacting the lives and health of the very people. The people living every day in hunger, every single day, and living with its consequences. The Commission have gathered evidence for what I believe will be a defining report for our generation, a roadmap to finally making the right to food the law of the land, because, Madam Deputy Speaker, in one of the richest countries on earth, millions of our people are going hungry, and that should shame every single one of us in this place. And I say this truthfully because what I've heard over the last few months has left me absolutely devastated. I've sat with parents skipping meals so their kids can eat. I've listened to disabled people tell us they're sitting in freezing homes deciding whether to put the heating on or buy food, let alone a treat, a day trip, or God forbid a holiday. I've met with workers in full-time jobs relying on food banks to survive. And that, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the scandal of modern Britain. Because these people are not failing. Britain is failing them. We have heard evidence from PCS union members outlining how civil servants are using food banks because of low pay. The Bakers Union report on how the very workers who make our food cannot afford to put it on their own tables. Think about how obscene that is. Think about how flawed our economic system must be if it results in this. And let us not stop pretending that this happens by accident. It did not. This is the result of political decisions. 40 years in neoliberal economics that have seen people and communities disempowered and left behind, industries destroyed, trade union power weakened, public services hollowed out, wages and incomes driven down while wealth flows upwards. And then after that, people are told to be grateful for charity. Madam Deputy Speaker, food banks were never supposed to be part of British life. They're the clearest sign our economy and society is broken. But an entire generation of children are now growing up believing food banks are normal. That is not normal. It is not acceptable, and also it's not inevitable. Because hunger in Britain is not caused by a lack of food. It's caused by poverty. That is the truth at the heart of this debate. Not scarcity, poverty, low wages, insecure work, sky-high rents, broken security system, and an economic system that pretends wealth while punishing the poor. That's why I say gently to the government ministers, surplus food redistribution is not a solution to hunger. Yes, any support for struggling families matters, of course it does, but we cannot build a just system, just society on leftovers. We cannot normalise emergency charity as permanent public policy, and we cannot allow food banks to become the fourth emergency service of the British state, because if we do, we are accepting managed poverty instead of ending it, and I reject that completely. Earlier this week, the Mayor of Greater Manchester spoke about the damage done by 40 years in neoliberal economics, and he was spot on, because everywhere the Commission has travelled, there was a sense deep in communities that people have been abandoned. In Northumberland, one woman said something I will never ever forget. She said, "Don't you dare call us disadvantaged, call us asset stripped." And my God, Madam Deputy Speaker, she was right. That is exactly what has happened to working class Britain. Asset stripped, hope stripped, industry stripped, security stripped, and then those very communities are blamed and demonised for the consequences of political choices. But despite everything, despite all the hardship, those communities still fight for one another. That was the beautiful thing we witnessed everywhere we went. Solidarity is still alive in this country. Working class people still feeding each other, looking after each other, organising together. Show more humanity in church halls and community centres than many have ever experienced from government. And that is the spirit, and that is what the Right to Food campaign is built upon, because people do not want charity forever. They want dignity, they want security, they want to know they can feed their families without fear. Madam Deputy Speaker, hunger is a political choice. And if hunger is a political choice, then ending hunger must become a political priority. That means universal free school meals, it means wages people can actually live on, it means secure work, stronger trade unions, it means proper enforcement of illegal right to food, and it means investment in community kitchens and local food programmes. and it means finally rebuilding a welfare state that protects people instead of punishing them, and yes, price caps on essential items. These are not extreme demands, they're the bare minimum standards of a civilised society, because in 21st century Britain, nobody should be going hungry. In the community we have visited, everybody agreed food is our most basic human right, and good food should be a fundamental human right for all. And right to food will place this at the very heart of government decision making. And history will ask all of us in this house a very simple question. When millions of children were going hungry, what did you do about it? I know what side I'm on.
My constituency neighbour, Mike Martin.
Madam Deputy Speaker, you don't normally introduce me like that, so thank you very much. And it's an honour to share a border with you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and to follow the honourable member from Liverpool West Derby for clearly a heartfelt and powerful speech. Madam Deputy Speaker, wars are raging in Europe and in the Middle East, and extreme tensions exist in the Far East. And moreover, these regional conflicts are starting to knit together. Russia and China supported Iran in the Middle East. North Korea supported Ukraine in Europe. And this knitting together of regional conflicts is what we saw in the 1930s in the foothills of the Second World War. And so there is an argument to be made that we are in the foothills now of another global war. It's undoubtedly true that the threats that we face are increasing, yet at the same time, day by day, UK military capability is actually decreasing. Madam Deputy Speaker, we must rapidly rearm to narrow this gap. It is the only way that we can deter conflict. Yet despite this, the King's speech contains no programme for rearmament. The government speaks the language of urgency, yet refuses even to introduce the necessary policy and legislation. As has already been mentioned from all sides of the House, we've been waiting for the Defence Investment Plan since last autumn, and we were promised a Defence Readiness Bill in this King's speech. Where is it? Madam Deputy Speaker, as an island nation, our Navy is of the utmost importance, but it is also on its knees. While HMS Dragon took a week to deploy to the Mediterranean, the French sent an entire carrier group, an aircraft carrier, 8 frigates and submarine. How did they do that? Well, on paper, France and the United Kingdom have comparable fleets. But in practice, France achieves around 80% availability for its escort vessels, while we only achieve 50%. So through better maintenance, France achieves a better outcome. Capability on paper is worthless if it can't deploy. And it gets worse. We started this year with 7 frigates. HMS Richmond will be decommissioned this year, and HMS Iron Duke was withdrawn from service this month. This leaves us with 5 frigates. Furthermore, 3 build slots in Glasgow intended for new frigates have been ceded to Norway because of the lack of guaranteed investment due to delays in the Defence Investment Plan. This is a real-world example of government inertia affecting our defence. Putin exploits weakness and he shies away from strength. It pains me to say it, but our Navy does not project strength. And Putin will continue to mount increasingly flagrant violations of our territorial waters until our Navy is strong enough to make him feel twice. Will it take the severing of a data cable to cause us to act? Madam Deputy Speaker, dry mouth is real. From the sea to the land, Madam Deputy Speaker, the MOD was unable to confirm to the Defence Select Committee whether it was able to deploy a battle group, so 1,000 soldiers to the continent of Europe. And this comes back to my point about projecting strength. Putin knows that if he were to test Article 5, the 900 British soldiers in Estonia would be in extreme risk. We have no ability to deploy reinforcements. The King's speech doesn't do anything to change that. There is a gaping hole in our deterrence. Every day that it goes unaddressed, the risks to our forces who are already deployed and to our nation at home grow. Our artillery systems have halved in number since 1997. Our precision deep fire capability has been cut by a third. We have just 14 155 artillery systems, although I know the government has just recently announced a new order. Poland donated 100 systems to Ukraine and rebuilt their own inventory at the same time. They donated and replaced. We just donated, which is why we have 14 artillery systems left. And meanwhile, warfare has changed and the UK has not adapted. During a recent NATO training exercise, a British brigade was effectively wiped out by 4 Ukrainian drone operators. This is not an indictment of our soldiers, but a reflection of modern warfare. We cannot allow that situation to become a reality. The picture I've painted is one of systematic underfunding across all domains. And unless we rapidly rearm, we are going to be unable to deter. And if we want to deter, if we want to lead in the security of the Euro-Atlantic area, we probably need an army of about 100,000 with reserves of 50, a fleet of 50 ships and about 250 combat aircraft, with crewed systems surrounded by autonomous systems and one-way effectors. That is the sort of capability that we're talking about if we want to lead and deter in the Euro-Atlantic.
I will be giving way. I'm following his remarks with a great deal of interest. And he mentioned the reserves. Well, I am a reservist. And would you give the government credit where it's due? And that is in carrying over the Armed Forces Bill, advancing the age of retirement for reserves to the age of 65, and agree with me that we can probably go further in looking at people who are skilled in particular areas, especially the reserves, who may be able to help us address the challenges of the future rather than the past.
Using the term you. Mike Martin.
Him for his intervention. I served on the Bill Committee for the Armed Forces Bill, and absolutely, as well as increasing the scope of who can be called up, it also creates a consolidation of different types of reserves and allows zigzag pathways for specialists who can come in and out of the reserve. So this is absolutely a step in the right direction. So the one thing that is missing at the moment that might perhaps create some of this political space for an increase in defence spending, and I should have said I was slightly waylaid by my friend there who intervened, but to lead and deter in the Euro-Atlantic area, we're talking about a 50% increase in defence expenditure. Not 1 or 2 billion here, we're talking about a 50% increase in defence expenditure. That is the scale. I won't if that's okay, because we're short on time. That is the sort of scale that we're talking about. And perhaps to create the political space to make some of those trade-offs, because that is a huge amount of money. That's £30 billion extra every single year. We need to have this national conversation on defence that was announced in the Strategic Defence Review, but has been notable by its absence. So that's why, together with the Honourable Member for Macclesfield and for Spelthorne and for Field Marshal Richards, in the other place we have formed the APPG on rearmament. And we hope to raise public awareness, not just of the threats, because I think the public understand the threats that we face, but of the lack of and diminishing capability in the UK military. I recently went to a school in my constituency and I was talking with sixth formers, and I've asked this question in several schools since. They all assume we have a fleet of about 50 or 100 ships. When I tell them that we have, 14 frigates and destroyers, surface combatants, they are shocked. The general public does not know the state of the British military, and it is entirely uncommensurate with the threat that we face. Madam Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, because time is very short, our military is a paper tiger. Sooner or later, we're going to be found out. And when we're found out and the battle group in Estonia is overrun or an aircraft carrier is sunk, Suez will pale in insignificance. This King's speech falls far short of what required.
Order, order. Fair Alba.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My belief in the importance of national defence is rooted in a single simple idea, that the United Kingdom is a nation inherently worth defending. Not because of tradition or nostalgia, but because of the values of decency, respect, hard work and community, which continue to define our society and which can never be taken for granted. Sadly, these values are not universally held, and when we look beyond our borders, we see a world that is increasingly dangerous, worryingly unpredictable, and more divided than I can remember. That is why I welcome this government's steadfast commitment to improving Britain's defence readiness, both through its pledge to increase defence spending to 2.5% of GDP and through the various measures outlined in the Strategic Defence Review. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, the scale of the challenges we face today is unprecedented, and our job is to meet them. Our approach to boosting Britain's defence readiness, however, cannot be focused on spending alone. Instead, we need to think about how we strengthen the industries that support our military capability, whether that's by streamlining procurement or empowering defence-focused SMEs to better respond to global conflicts. Apologies, I will not give way because I'm conscious that I want colleagues to sort of come in.
Very good.
All too often we hear from SMEs in the defence sector that access to funding is limited, slow-moving and difficult to secure. And all too often we see innovative British companies sell up or even relocate overseas. Take Ballistic Dynamics, for example, an SME that is passionate about boosting the UK's defence capability, but whose founders report facing structural barriers such as a lack of consistent funding opportunities and frustratingly opaque tender processes. In these troubling times when our adversaries are increasingly bold in their challenges to our stability, homegrown industries will be a key component of what we are calling our pre-war phase, or in some cases, our grey zone. That pre-war phase must include the full utilisation of our highly trained and highly disciplined reserve forces, who are too often undervalued in defence planning. I'm glad to see this government's efforts to improve the recruitment process for reservists and would encourage even greater investment in the facilities, institutions and training that supports them. I also appreciate the focus on the reserve forces more generally, but it has to be noted that the very limited reference to the active reserve forces within the SDR is causing concern among some sections of the armed forces community. The strategic reserves as a concept is seductive, but relies upon many optimistic assumptions, but to be realistically relied upon as part of any defence plan, whereas the active reserves exist now. Preparing the United Kingdom for the potential future conflict is a monumental task and will require collaboration throughout Parliament. I urge members across all benches of this House to work together to protect the security of the country, its citizens and our shared values. Thank you.
Sir Alex Shelbrooke.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And may I say it's a real pleasure to follow the honourable and gallant gentleman from Southend, Eastern Rochford. He made some very important points there about being prepared and the importance of the reserve. And that actually, Madam Deputy Speaker, what I wanted to focus on this afternoon is what the actual threats are to this country as we stand here today, because I think that it, to a certain extent, gets overlooked at the threats we face on a day-to-day basis. I think a lot of people think a Russian invasion of this country would look like any sort of war, missiles, bombs coming down. I think there's a long, long way that goes forward before you get to that space. And in fact, I think we are, in many ways, already at war with Russia. Let's not forget that in 2017, Russia launched a chemical weapon attack on this country. And if it hadn't been for favourable weather conditions, it had the potential to kill thousands of people. And we must ask ourselves, in those circumstances, would that have triggered Article 5? Because conversations I've had in my role in the NATO Parliamentary Assembly at the North Atlantic Council is that the general thought is that would have triggered Article 5. Whether it was accidental or not, a chemical weapon attack of one of the most deadliest chemical weapons in the world was launched on this country. And these are often wrapped up in things called hybrid warfare. But let me just outline really what hybrid warfare is. I mean, yes, there are cyber attacks, which I'll come back to. Sabotage, which we see across Europe, arson, vandalism, terrorism, when we see these destructive acts which are taking place on railway networks throughout Europe, that almost certainly is coming from the Russians. And of course, I've mentioned the chemical weapon attacks, and it's not the only example of the assassination attempts that take place on this very soil. And despite efforts of government, all governments, and all to be praised, of trying to crack down on malign finance, we know it takes place. But perhaps one of the things which people don't realise is taking place on a day-to-day basis is information manipulation, cognitive warfare. That the Russians are brilliant at this, and they are well embedded in this, as well are the Chinese. And it starts, and when we've all described people who go down the rabbit holes of social media, of the internet, but that's where it starts, that they're monitoring people's clicks. They're monitoring what it is you first of all look at. They're building a psychological profile of what you are, and then they're identifying your psychological vulnerabilities. They then feed that line. And why are they feeding that line? They're feeding that line because they're trying to get this country, amongst lots of other countries, to not really see the need for us to invest in defence. And therefore, and I'm sure most people in this chamber will have first-hand experience of people saying to them that the war in Ukraine is NATO's fault and it is Ukraine's fault. That they represented a threat to Russia and Russia had no choice. Let me remind the House and to the wider public, the only threat that Russia felt was when the people of Ukraine said, we don't want a dictatorial president anymore in the Purple Revolution in February 2014, and they booted him out and said, we don't want to look to Moscow, we want to look to Europe because that's where they have the freedoms of choice that we want to have. That is where Russia saw that as a threat that they couldn't let happen and immediately invaded Crimea. And it is the shame to all of us that that wasn't taken at the warning at the time. And indeed, my right honourable friend, the member for New Forest East, who I'm once again very pleased that he spoke before me because he brings such wide experience to these issues, spoke very widely on that issue at the time. But he also makes the point that the money we were spending back in the 80s are huge figures. And that's the point we have to get to. This is what we have to tell the public. Recognise the threats we are under. Recognise that today, Marks and Spencers have announced a £131 million loss on their cyber attack. People can see things, but they can't see things. They could see the empty shelves of Marks and Spencers, so they went to Sainsbury's or Morrison's. They didn't see that a cyber attack had emptied their shelves. They don't see that we made a mistake in the NHS on an upgrade of software and knock it out for 24 hours a couple of years ago. These are the threats it represents. So when we look at and we say we are going to have to cut other budgets to pay for defence, that is probably the most unpopular thing you can say to a public. But the services that people want that money spent on will be gone. They will not work. Probably the biggest threat that will happen in the first 24 hours of any attack is knocking out the power grid, knocking out the power system. There is embedded cyber technology in a lot of areas, and we have to make sure that we can deal with these. Now, cyber warfare has to be a whole of society approach. Governments cannot do it all on their own. They need companies like like Jaguar Land Rover, like Co-op, to be able to protect those areas. But the point I wanted to really get across today is it's costing an enormous amount of money. And the best way, and we know this, and the phrase is old and well used, but the best way to have a peace is to prepare for war. And you have to have the credible threats. And we have to spend huge amounts of money. Now, at the very slightest deviation from our policy, I don't like percentages of GDP. I think they're a nonsense. I think it was ridiculous when NATO went there. We talk about what we were spending in the 80s. I'm going to remind people that the 2% of GDP was something that came about in this century. When we look at the GDP figures of the past, it's because that is what it cost. So I urge the government, look carefully at what we're saying about reducing the welfare bill. Look, they are real today. We have to have the deterrence in place that just simply doesn't make it worthwhile, but it costs an enormous amount of money, and that cognitive warfare that is taking place on a daily basis is making the citizens of this country not recognise why we need to do that. It's a brave decision, but as we've made clear, we would support the government if they take that brave decision.
And on a 6-minute time limit, I call David Taylor.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the honourable member for Wetherby and Shelbrooke, who I know is a vocal champion of tackling anti-Semitism, and that is the topic that I am turning to in these remarks. In Tower Hamlets last week, a young man was filmed saying the most chilling anti-Semitic words. "The Jews, you're going to be beheaded one by one, you dirty Jews." Now, he has been identified and arrested, and I thank the Met Police for their action. And I pick that as just one example of the crisis we face on anti-Semitism. From the Golders Green terrorist attack to the Hatzola ambulance arson, these incidents continue to rise. And what is behind this anti-Semitism? What radicalises individuals to act in this way? And who is responsible for these attacks? Now, it should not need saying, but I will spell it out. Jewish people in the UK are not responsible for the actions of the Netanyahu government. And anti-Semitism did not start on the 7th of October. Israel had not yet begun its operations in Gaza in response to Hamas's attack when the deputy leader of the Green Party filmed a video saying that people should support the right of indigenous people to fight back. Anti-Semitism is often called the oldest hatred. Now, I welcome His Majesty the King's specific mention of anti-Semitism in the speech and the need to take urgent action to ensure all communities feel safe. I welcome the commitment that the Prime Minister himself has shown in tackling anti-Semitism, both in my own party but in government too, including the recent summit in Downing Street with the Jewish community. I further welcome the £25 million of additional funding to help protect Jewish communities, bringing the total to nearly £60 million. Now, I agree with the Board of Deputies who call for an end to the incitement at pro-Palestinian protests where anti-Semitic hate speech is frequently taking place, including the use of public order powers to restrict and ban marches where necessary. If we look at the last weekend as one example, speakers from one of the march organisers, Palestinian Forum in Britain, told the crowd Israel is a Zionist cancer. Meanwhile, across London at the other far-right march, a banner was proudly displayed that said, "End the Zionist occupation of Britain." Perhaps they could have saved the taxpayer the £4.5 million policing bill by combining their marches together. But let's be clear, there is another major driver of anti-Semitism in this country, and that is the Islamist regime in Iran. The group HIYI has claimed responsibility for the ambulance arson attack, amongst others. The US Department of Justice now believes that it was a front designed to carry out terrorist attacks at the behest of the IRGC and its proxies. Meanwhile, we have Iran's Press TV, as well as their Spanish mouthpiece Hespan TV. Their UK-based show, Palestine Declassified, has regularly platformed conspiracy theories and targeted Jewish schools in Britain and charities and individuals. And I repeat my call for financial sanctions to be placed on them, as the US, Australia, Canada and the EU have, as this would close a legal loophole that currently allows them to pay UK nationals and operate through intermediaries without restriction. Now, connected to them is Rad Media World, a company with links to Iran that the Sunday Telegraph just reported is using the skilled worker visa scheme completely legally. And I hope that the Foreign Office will revoke this immediately, as well as track an individual that came through on that scheme. Then there is the issue of charities that the Shore Cost Review has linked to Iran. In the interest of time, I will not repeat what I've said before, but I do agree with the Honourable Member for Bristol North East in calling for the Charity Commission to have extra resource to go after these charities and close them down. Now, I have, along with other colleagues across this House, been campaigning for the prescribing IRGC for some time. I'm therefore delighted to see the announcement in the King's speech of the Tackling State Threats Bill to give the Home Secretary new powers to clamp on foreign states and organisations posing a threat to our national security. And I hope that goes alongside further and faster action to tackle the Iranian threat to us in the UK, just as we have tried to do against Putin, against their vast property empire in London, against their spreading of hatred and disinformation on social media designed to sow discourse and division in the UK? And are we robustly analysing Companies House Register to ensure that Bank Melli, I hope I pronounced this wrong, and its many subsidiaries are not dodging sanctions simply by changing their name at Company House? And should we also be talking more about the VAJA, Iran's intelligence agency, and its activities in the UK? Now, in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I also urge my government to ensure that as soon as this new law is passed, this new legislation is immediately acted on, by which I mean that our intelligence officers fully understand the powers available to them, not only by this new legislation, but by existing legislation that we've already passed. I had the pleasure this week of hosting Jonathan Hackett, a Marine veteran and an expert on counterintelligence and intelligence operations, who made the point that often, sometimes on the ground, some of our intelligence officers are not fully aware of the powers available to them. And it's crucial that they are both aware of the powers that they can take to take action and also have the resources and capabilities to do so. Thank you very much.
Max Wilkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I represent the constituency of Cheltenham, which is the home of GCHQ, where thousands of people work every day to keep us safe. They work quietly, they never ask for our thanks. And in this House, it is right that we acknowledge that whenever we can. I strongly agree with the points that have been made earlier about the urgency of investment in defence. And as a member of the APPG for rearmament, I would commend the comments made by my friend, the member for Tunbridge Wells. And I would echo the comments made by my friend, the member for Lewis, about the need to reintegrate with Europe as soon as we possibly can, if not on the economy, on defence reasons alone. Because almost 10 years ago, this country voted to leave the European Union. But it is now clear, a decade on, that whether you voted leave or whether you voted remain, you did not get what you voted for. Has Brexit made us wealthier? No. Has it made us healthier? No. Has it made it easier for businesses to grow, as we were told by the Conservatives? No. Has it lowered our taxes? No. Has it helped us protect our environment? No. And the faeces flowing into our rivers suggests it strongly has not helped our environment. Has it helped us run a more effective immigration and asylum system? No. The gangsters profiting from small boats are laughing all the way to the bank. On the subject of today's debate, has it made us more secure and has it boosted national resilience? No. And we are now reliant on an unstable United States run by an unpredictable leader who many people now think is mad, with a deputy who is intent on fomenting discontent on our streets. And who is responsible for the abject failure of Brexit? It is certainly not the people of this country. We all know in this House who is responsible for the failure of Brexit, and we all know that they are currently getting away with it. But while the rest of us are undeniably poorer as a result of Brexit, there are 5 million reasons why the Reform Party must keep claiming that it's been a huge success. We all know what those reasons are. They are deluded, Madam Deputy Speaker, and so are their pals in the Conservative Party. They must, en masse, take responsibility for the fact this country is now poorer and it is less secure as a result of their disastrous Brexit. Now on to the government. Our government today has a responsibility to be so much bolder in reversing the damage caused to this country. Every Labour backbencher and minister knows that rapid reintegration with Europe is the only way to increase prosperity, security and boost business too. Apparently the Mayor of Greater Manchester used to know it, but he's not sure for the next few weeks while he fights that awkward by-election. The good news, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that the departed Health Secretary is now wildly pro-European again, which may or may not have something to do with the Manchester Mayor's current travails. Who knows? This moment of national challenge demanded a King's speech offering significant change to reintegrate with Europe for the sake of our economy and defence, but regrettably, the Prime Minister has offered us more of the same. Politics, Madam Deputy Speaker, is about ideas, and the ideas that inspire me and those of us on these benches are liberalism and internationalism. That will not change. The challenge facing our nation today can only be met by those ends. Now at home, communities are crying out for real empowerment, yet this government's devolution agenda delivers only the illusion of local control. To achieve growth, including in our defence sector, Whitehall's grip must be loosened to devolve real power and funding, not just to distant regional centres away from our communities, but to towns and cities. Towns like my constituency, Cheltenham, which stands ready to help, supporting the work of GCHQ and building on it at the Golden Valley Cyber Park, which is supported by this government, and I welcome that and I commend the government's decision to do so. The King's Speech also ignores the new reality in British politics. The two-party system of the red team and the blue team shouting at each other is now over. That undermines our ability to have a thriving economy. It undermines our ability to make long-term plans to invest in the long-term defence and security of our country. It is a pity that Andy Burnham has changed his mind on PR. That makes at least 2 U-turns before he's even rejoined this House. But let's hope he does a full 360 when he gets back here. Now, this government now faces a stark choice. Embrace proportional representation or usher in a future reform government propped up by the Conservatives to give us more of the same that they gave us before, the failure of Brexit, the lack of security, the failing economy. Sadly, this King's Speech won't do what's needed to fix our relationship with Europe, to make us safer or to empower communities, and it will not change politics for the better. It is a crying shame that with this massive majority, the government has a massive lack of ambition.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. National security should be the primary duty of every government, and so I have been pleased to be present in this House whilst listening to the contributions made on defence readiness as part of the King's Speech. The King's Speech highlighted this government's plan to create a stronger, safer and fairer Britain, where the world today is more dangerous than it has been for a long time, where too many people are struggling with the cost of living and young people are finding employment prospects particularly difficult. Last week I had the privilege of presenting the award for Overall Apprentice of the Year at the Juniper Training Awards in my constituency of Wolverhampton West. What struck me at this event was not simply the talent in the room, but the determination, resilience and ambition shown by these young people. They are proof of the potential that lies within our young people, and we have a duty to invest in their futures. Juniper Training is an example of an organisation which provides credible alternative to traditional school or college pathways for young people who would otherwise be at risk of not being in employment, education or training. Their programmes offer not only qualifications for young people, but confidence, resilience and a sense of purpose, providing a route into secure employment. Our young people deserve our full support, which is why I am pleased to welcome the government's New Deal for young people as part of our wider youth guarantee. I'm especially proud that my constituency sits within the new West Midlands Trailblazer area, where young people are already beginning to benefit from these initiatives. Through funding provided by the Get Britain Working programme, more than 800 young people across the West Midlands have already taken their first steps onto the career ladder, with a further 1,200 expected to benefit from the £10 million committed so far by the end of 2027. In Wolverhampton itself, our Youth Guarantee Trailblazer proposal is focused on structured work experience and transition support, intervening early to provide that crucial support. The Wolves at Work Open Door programme supports the Youth Trailblazer initiative and has placed more than 135 residents into work experience, and more than 50 of these individuals have already gone on to secure paid employment. Madam Deputy Speaker, behind these figures lie a young person whose life has been changed, someone who has gained confidence, stability and hope for the future. This is an achievement that my city of Wolverhampton can be proud of. More broadly, I am proud of the work that this government is undertaking nationally to support young people into work. The expanded jobs guarantee, now set to support an additional 35,000 young people, will provide vital opportunities to those on universal credit, whilst helping people to get back into employment and thereby reducing the long-term welfare dependency. Moreover, this government is expanding youth hubs across the country to ensure that young people looking for work can access that advice and support they need to find employment. And through a £725 million investment in apprenticeships, we are backing our small and medium-sized businesses by covering their full apprenticeship costs for eligible young people. In doing so, we are also supporting our businesses to create the wealth that this country so desperately needs. Madam Deputy Speaker, this Labour government is providing security and control to working people, and I am proud to support that mission.
Mark Pritchard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. What? Oh, thank you. I usually get cheering at the end rather than the beginning, but I appreciate it. Madam Deputy Speaker, can I thank you for calling me a lovely surprise. Can I pay tribute to the Right Honourable Gentleman for Ilford North, who's not in his place right now, but I have notified him that I will be possibly condemning his leadership bid. But I want to say, I think it was in 21 years in this House, I think it's one of the best speeches I've heard. We need to hear more from all sides of the House about uniting this nation. Whether the speech unites the Labour Party, I'll leave that for the Labour backbenchers. But certainly at a time of nationalist talk and extreme talk on the left and the right of British politics, we need more people in all parties to stand up for the common good, for common purpose, and for those things that unite us as a country rather than those who seek to divide us. I agree with him. It is the British values that whether you're from the left or right, whether you're gay or straight, whether you're Muslim or Christian, whether you're enlightened, educated, or as some on certain benches suggest, because you have British values, that you are not enlightened or educated. But it is those values that unite us, whatever our party. And we all have a responsibility to stand up and be heard on these issues. May I also pay tribute, and he's not again in his place, but I have emailed his office, to pay tribute to the former Health Minister, the member for Ilford North, forgive me, the Honourable Member for Glasgow South West, who has answered more questions, more quickly, more substantively than any other minister, again, in the period I've spent in this House, apart from one other who went on to be Prime Minister, and that is the Right Honourable Member for Richmond and wherever it is now. So, Richmond. Not Richmond, Yorkshire. Not Richmond, Yorkshire, just to be clear. In Richmond, Surrey, or London, it's 54 Lib Dem councils that. We know that is not the case. In Richmond, Yorkshire, hopefully never. But I think my speech has already gone out of the window. But I know it comes as great relief. But I want to pay tribute to all of our armed forces on this, what is today a Defence Day for the King's Speech. All of those at RAF Cosford in my constituency, the largest, second largest RAF base in the world. All of those at the Royal Irish Regiment in Clive Barracks at Turnhill, and all of those within MOD Donington. All of them contributing to our national security. But as I mentioned earlier, yes, it's about defence procurement, yes, it's about kit and equipment, but without defence people, without personnel, we have the Minister responsible for personnel here today, the national defence falls apart. And the Minister wasn't here earlier, but his colleague, the Minister of State for Defence Procurement, has volunteered a meeting with myself and the Minister about the very important issue of the children of our armed forces personnel, and in particular those with SEND needs. There are quite a few cases I've come across where we've had armed forces personnel relocated, redeployed, let's say from the United States, back into the UK, or redeployed out of, let's say, Scotland into England, and yet there's been no SEND support or even SEND information when the families are redeployed with their parents. So I hope the Minister for Defence Personnel will meet with me, will look at this issue, because we have to look after, not only, I will in a moment, we have to look after our defence personnel, but also their families. Happy to give way.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the Honourable Member giving way.
Does the honourable member agree with me that there should be a national send programme for armed forces children to support them in their changing schools so often throughout the United Kingdom?
I think she's absolutely right. There is, if you like, a patchwork of quality, and it's very, very different depending on the local education authority. So I think there is an argument, at least to look at it, between Wales, Northern Ireland and Scotland and England. Look at whether there should be, if you'll forgive me, uniformity when looking at the particular needs of children with SEND within the armed forces. May I go a little bit more parochial now and say that I welcome the investment of Ryan Mattel, RBSL, into my constituency. We are currently, as the Minister will know, building the Challenger 3 tank, and I'm grateful that the government listened to my representations and those of many others within the Wrekin and in Shropshire and the Borough of Telford and Wrekin to ensure that the gun barrel factory, which is a real strategic asset, was put into Shropshire. Secondly, can I also recognise all of those working so well on the Boxer vehicle programme, an absolutely vital, again, asset for this country, and pay tribute to all those defence engineers, men and women, and also those apprentices that are doing such a great job in keeping us all safe. I will now, if I may, pivot back to a more strategic comment, and that is 7 weeks ago, colleagues may or may not remember when I completely fluffed my PMQ, and thankfully I had my notes on the side. I was raising the issue of a strategic missile threat to this nation. And of course, we do have a counter to cruise missiles. We do have a counter to many other types of missiles. But this country has a strategic shortfall when it comes to ballistic missile defence. Now, of course, the Minister might say, well, we have certain capabilities on certain ships, and I know what they are, but unless the ships are in the right place at the right time, should a ballistic missile come to this country, then we are, quite frankly, as I've said previously to the Defence Secretary, a sitting duck. That is not acceptable. It is the first duty of any government to keep this country safe. So how can this country be kept safe when we have direct threats from Russia with ballistic missiles, a proven technology, as we've seen, sadly, in Ukraine, and yet we have no plan, despite the Strategic Defence Review, no real plan to implement the need that we have. So I end on saying, I want to say thank you to all of our armed forces who keep us safe and keep our interests safe all around the world.
Mark Sewards.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the member for the Wrekin, and I also want to commend the comments from my honourable friend, the member from Hemel Hempstead, for his speech earlier. I'm going to be touching on some of the same themes. I'm only going to refer today, really, to the Tackling State Threats Bill. This new legislation does honour Labour's manifesto commitment to follow the Jonathan Hall Review and introduce new powers that allow us to prescribe state threats, specifically the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC. This is something that many of us across the House have been advocating for a long time, and I, for one, am grateful to the Prime Minister, the Home Secretary, the Foreign Secretary, the Security Minister, for enduring my questions on this, both in this place and in private. It could not be more timely. We know that the IRGC directs Tehran's terror networks abroad and brutally crushes dissent at home. It oversaw the sickening repression following January's protest movement in Iran, which saw 30,000 people murdered. And that repression continues to this day while the conflict goes on, with torture, sham trials, executions, all being used to try and beat the Iranian people into submission. And we're only getting so much information out because of the internet blackouts. The IRGC, we know, is responsible for funding and arming terrorist proxies, including Hamas, Hezbollah and others across the region that seek to hurt our allies and destroy the world's only Jewish state. And we know that the new head of the IRGC is an internationally wanted terrorist implicated in the 1994 attack against the AMIA Jewish Community Centre in Buenos Aires that killed 85 people, and for his part, also the Interior Minister in 2022, when Iran cracked down brutally on the Women, Life and Freedom protest. But of course, all of this is about Iran and foreign countries. Today is about defence readiness in this country. and unfortunately the IRGC seeks to wreak havoc on our shores. In November, the Director General of MI5 linked the IRGC to no fewer than 20 potentially lethal threats here at home in the UK in the last year alone. The threat has only grown. The Chief Rabbi has said that British Jews and Iranian dissidents here are facing a sustained campaign of violence and intimidation. And we've all seen this. We saw the ambulances belonging to Hatzola, a Jewish charity serving the whole community, were targeted. We saw the Finchley Reform and Kenton United Synagogue attacked. We saw Jewish charities, the Israeli embassy, the Iranian media, all targeted. And most horrifyingly of all, we saw 2 Jews stabbed on the streets of London simply because they were Jewish. Now, all of this, the police and security experts suspect, and there are ongoing investigations, is the work of paid proxies and criminal gangs on behalf of Iranian-backed terror groups directed by the IRGC. Now, obviously, since coming to office, this government has continued to ramp up sanctions against the regime and individuals, travel bans, asset freezes, disqualifications from directorships, all very welcome, all very useful in the fight against this. However, these sanctions cannot and have not curtailed the IRGC's nefarious actions in the UK. That is why we need this prescription-like tool now being legislated for by the government, and we need it now. We don't know the full detail of what's being proposed, which is why I'm here to say that the government must ensure that IRGC members cannot be active in any respect in the UK, including attending or speaking at meetings. This new power must make it a criminal offence for anyone in the UK to associate with the IRGC, profess support for it, sharing materials from it, or attend any meetings with their representatives. And this new power must require all IRGC online material, be it propaganda or otherwise, be removed from the internet. Now, I also call on the government and the Prime Minister to keep his promise from just a few weeks ago, stating that this legislation will be prioritised and it will be accelerated through this parliamentary session. We need to see this legislation as soon as possible. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd also just take this moment to urge the government to build further on this legislation and take further action to protect our national security and the Jewish community. First, the Iranian embassy has been using the social media to incite violence on our shores. Both the ambassador and the Supreme Leader's representative in the UK should be expelled. Second, the regime is using soft influence networks across the UK to advance its objectives under the cover of cultural, academic, charitable and media activity. These must be identified and dismantled. And thirdly, the government's Protecting What Matters strategy, which was extremely welcome when it was announced, needs to be implemented in full and implemented quickly. Now, I'd finish by saying this, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Iranian regime is one of the world's worst abusers of human rights. It menaces our allies in the region with its support for terrorist proxies. It threatens the safety and security of the British people, including our Jewish community here at home. I do commend the government for the seriousness with which it treats this danger, underlined by this new legislation. Now we have to get on past these new laws and prescribe the biggest state sponsor of terrorism in the world. It is time to prescribe the IRGC. Thank you.
Stuart Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a privilege to follow the honourable member from Leeds South and West Morley, who clearly understands his topic, speaks passionately, and that was a great speech to follow on from. But I want to turn the House's attention to the following countries: Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Norway, the US, Denmark, Greece, Finland, Sweden and the Netherlands. And I asked this House, what do all these countries have in common? Well, last year, they all funded higher than the UK as a percent of defence of GDP. But to put this into perspective, in 2021, there were only 2 NATO countries that funded more on defence than we did. So there's been a significant change. And what I want to do is ask myself, what do these countries know that we don't know? I've been fortunate to be a member of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, and I've spoken with every one of these countries, representatives from ministers to other parliamentarians, and they realise that the world is changing. We are facing probably the most volatile geopolitical situation for over 80 years.
And I do not believe, as I've said continuously, the world is going to go back to how it was and how we've seen it in our lifetime. They understand the world is rearming. China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, looking at these threats that they're facing. They're trying to break down democracy, destabilise the world, and we've just heard a great speech before me about how that's impacting the streets here in the UK. So when we're seeing that, what do they see of the UK? And I'll back this comment up. They believe, many countries believe, we are leaving the room. We are not standing up anywhere near on the international stage as what we did. And one of my proudest moments on the NATO Parliamentary Assembly was in 2022 in the Latvian Parliament, cross-party, and I stood there when the Defence Minister said to the UK and the US, hold your head up high. You have led the world in this, and we need to follow. You have funded and you've led. And that was a real proud moment. In the last month, and I fed this direct into the Secretary of State, I won't say the country, but a NATO Defence Minister in the same forum sat there when I asked the question. He said, with all due respects, the UK are not leading, they are not even in the room, and they are not funding where they were. It's cross-party. I couldn't disagree with him. And that was one of the saddest days on NATO Parliamentary Assembly of where we sat with that. We need this investment within defence. We need to clearly chart a course where we can ensure that we are funding where we need to be. And I'm doing this out of respect for the defence ministers. I believe there's a credible set of defence ministers, but the argument is not currently being won at the moment. And where we've dropped in those rankings, the NATO average is round about 2.76% for defence spending, and we're arguing around about 2.4%, give or take. And actually the argument that it's the largest sustained defence funding since the end of the Cold War is actually a bit of a mockery, that sentence, because we're comparing a peacetime situation to the most unstable geopolitical situation of our time. They're not comparable. And if you want to look at the actual facts, in 2019 to 2020, it went up 0.2%, which is similar now. I called that out then. We were united in the Defence Select Committee where we said that we needed to fund, in the last Parliament, 6-7 years ago, 6.5 years ago when I got in, of 3%. That was the cross-party position then. We need to get to that position now. We need our ships funded. We need more troops. We need drone warfare, as we've seen what's happening in Iran. We must expand our technological approach to defence. Defence and how that is shaped is changing. And we need to look at this on a really serious level to be able to stand on the world stage. And our military strength has always been the bedrock of our global soft power. It has given us authority and a platform to stand up for British values. But on the world stage at the moment, that is waning. It is shaking at the moment of what we're looking at with that. And I think as we look at this, as we chart this course, we have to have a serious response to this now, today. And I'm not interested in what's happened in 10 years, 20 years, 40 years. Because as we've heard from honourable members on all sides, defence funding was significantly higher many years ago, and it's very hard to put that across to the public. That conversation is getting easier to be had. When they see the impact from fuel prices, what's happening over in the Middle East, will I be able to fly away and go on holiday in the summer? All these type of equations are coming to the forefront, and people are asking. And when I speak at different dinners or events, every so often someone would talk about defence. Now it's almost every single question. Can we defend ourselves and can we rearm? And I'm pleading with the ministers to win the argument, because I know every single one of them would want more funding for defence. And I'm pleading to win this argument, to do whatever it takes to see that we can rearm and we can have the armed forces that we need, and we can stand on the world stage with our head held high. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Graham Downey.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a privilege to follow the Honourable Member for South Shropshire in what I think has been a very constructive debate with a lot of cross-party consensus. Can I begin by welcoming the speeches and contributions from Minister earlier on regarding the measures included in the King's speech, such as the Armed Forces Bill and the commitment towards supporting drone testing, something again I think we see across the House is very much required. There are 3 points I would like to make during this speech around defence priorities, around about the threats that we face and some of the need for long-term thinking. First of all, looking at some of the threats that we face, and we heard this earlier on by the Honourable Member for Wetherby and Easingwold, who is no longer in his place, regarding the British people need to understand the threats that this country does face and what warfare looks like in a modern context. And I am one of the ones who believe we already are in a conflict with Russia and should take action along those lines. And indeed, I believe in the High North, we actually are not only that, we are a frontline nation in that conflict with Russia. And we've only seen just this week of the threat we faced from reports of Russian submarines in the North Atlantic and attacks on energy infrastructure, and indeed the threat we face on subsea cables. This is something I see and hear all the time as chair of the all-party parliamentary group on Estonia, where I was privileged to visit earlier on this year to see some of the work that they are doing to prepare not only their military but their society as well. There was an article I would highly recommend anyone to read this week in Foreign Policy by Franz Stefan Gadi regarding the threats and indeed the weaknesses that NATO faces, not only on the military front but on political decision-making. And in that article, Mr. Eadie describes how he, while playing a war game, defeated NATO, and it was not actually about military strength, it was about the need for quick decision-making. And in that, he describes the UK forces in Estonia as well as other NATO forces in Lithuania. So, in summary, can I ask the Minister to provide some reassurance around Cabrit and the fantastic British forces that we have in Estonia, the speed of their response and the operational decision-making is in place to make sure we are not delayed by political stasis in the event of Russian aggression coming forward through hybrid warfare. Because we know that Russia's experience in Ukraine already points that once they control the battlefield, they make it very hard for a NATO or any other counter-attack. I'm happy to give way to the honourable friend.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. And he speaks passionately about Estonia. Britain has got troops deployed in Estonia, providing a tripwire, as he well knows, having no doubt spent some time with him recently. Will he join me in encouraging the government to make every effort to arm and equip those troops with the necessary capabilities merely to survive? And does he agree with me that at the moment they provide not much deterrence force at all until we give them the technologies we know have been standard in modern warfare for multiple years now?
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. I totally agree with him. If we're to have an effective deterrent in the Baltics, it must make sure it is an effective deterrent and not just something which looks good on paper but must be operationally ready to fight exactly that threat that he points out. I would like to also move on to the role of information and where we are in informing the British public of the threat. And this is a point I've made many times before, that I believe we must trust the British people with more information about the threat they face, whether that is from cybersecurity, the threat to subsea cables and energy infrastructure, because unless the British people fully understand the threat that they face, they will not be providing the necessary pressure and indeed licence for government to act more quickly and to act in the way that we all know in this House that we must act to defend ourselves from the current threats. I'm very much of the belief that information breeds teamwork and togetherness, and a lack of it and a void creates speculation and misinformation from our enemies and indeed from some in this House. And we must make sure that the British people are the ones keeping us on our toes and making sure that we are defending them in the way that we should. And I would point to recent cyber attacks on Jaguar Land Rover, as was mentioned by a colleague, are no longer in a place in retail. These are all threats that the UK is facing, and we must be much more upfront, straightforward and trusting of the British people with the information. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to move on to talk about some of the priorities for long-term defence of the United Kingdom, and that does, I'm afraid, require uttering the initials D, I and P. I do not want to revisit some of the arguments we've already had so far, but I would like to urge ministers that when looking at the Defence Investment Plan, we are looking at the long-term planning as well, and that when that document is published, we do not focus just on some of the things that are maybe more immediate. In my own constituency, and again this was mentioned earlier on by the member for South West Wiltshire, we are looking at some of the work that needs to be done around our submarine fleet. First, around contingent docking facilities at Rosyth, which will ensure that a lack of infrastructure does not delay or curtail the operation of Dreadnought-class submarines in the future. And I know Defence ministers are well aware of the threat that poses, that when we get to that position, the Dreadnought must be able to enter service immediately, fully and quickly to take the pressure off the Vanguard service that has already been referred to earlier on today. And the second I'm happy to give way to my honourable friend.
Thank you. And might you allow me, Madam Deputy Speaker, to put on record my support and recognition of the bold and principled speech by the Right Honourable Member for Ilford North earlier today. Can I thank my honourable friend for his support for this agenda? And does he share my deep disappointment about the news that British manufacturing scale-up Eralis has gone into administration? Eralis were about to create or potentially create the UK's replacement to our Red Arrow's Hawk jet. And with their loss, we may in fact see our beloved Red Arrows no longer being British.
Can I thank my honourable friend for that contribution? I know how closely he worked with the company to make sure that they were being considered as well. And indeed, having visited RAF Valley earlier on this year, seeing the need to replace the Hawk as a trainer aircraft is one that's pressing and one I think must be met very quickly. Just very finally, Madam Deputy, I'm aware I have taken more interventions than perhaps others, so my apologies. The other thing I would like to urge ministers to consider in the DIP and more generally is the submarine recycling project, which I know is one that the Minister for Defence Procurement is very well aware of, making sure that we have the space as submarines continue through, that we have the space to make sure they're being managed and recycled effectively and safely. And indeed, at Rosyth, we have the HMS Swiftsure pilot project coming to an end, which has seen the dismantling of one submarine, and that steel in fact being recycled and used in the Dreadnought programme. An incredible way of making sure that we are actually reusing materials where possible, holding down cost, and as well as securing hundreds of jobs in my constituency as well. Madam Deputy Speaker, these are the kinds of projects we must be focusing on for defence. We must be making sure we are aware of the threats that we're facing, informing the British people of the threats we are facing, and planning for the long term so this country remains safe. I will give, very quickly, I will give way to the Honourable Lady.
Right, thank you for your contribution there. Very powerful. Some of the work that we do on the Defence Select Committee actually involves an awful lot of private briefings that maybe members within the chamber, the members of the public, don't have the privilege of seeing. When I asked the CDS recently why we don't tell the public more, his words were, we don't want to alarm people. Now, would you agree that the public are grown up? We should maybe let them know a bit more about this. They should probably be a little more alarmed than they already are, and they would come with us on this journey to say, yes, please spend more on defence.
Can I thank my honourable friend for her contribution? I couldn't agree with her more. I think we must bring the British people with us on this journey and trust them with that information. Only by moving together as a country can we defend ourselves against the threats that we face. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Graham Leadbitter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Less than 2 weeks ago, the SNP secured a landslide record-breaking Scottish election victory, including securing 2 constituency MSPs who have left this place for Scotland's Parliament. And I know that, regardless of political difference, there is a significant level of respect from across parties for their contributions in this chamber and to the wider work of Parliament. That experience will certainly stand them in good stead for what lies ahead in Holyrood. Madam Deputy Speaker, much more respect for Scottish voters is required from the UK Government. Where the Labour Government here in Westminster has floundered month after month, failing to address the cost of living crisis affecting all of my constituents, the SNP offered a message of hope for what Scotland can and should be with the vast natural resources, its strategically important geographical position in the world and the incredible talents of its people. It is particularly notable that in Scotland support for independence is now consistently polling above 50%, and that Scotland's voters have elected a significant majority of MSPs who support independence, more than ever before, and a clear mandate from the Scottish electorate to pursue an independence referendum. Madam Deputy Speaker, the theme for today's King's Speech debate is defence readiness. Many will focus on defence spend, defence procurement, national security threats and other direct defence issues. And I agree with many of the points that have been made by honourable members in this debate this afternoon, many of them extremely well made. But I would contend that for around 4,500 personnel across 3 significant bases in my constituency, probably the same number again in family members, around 1,000 permanent defence contractor jobs under families, and an estimated 12,000 veterans under families, a total of over 30,000 people with defence connection, there are many, many issues that contribute to defence readiness. Turning first to the cost of living crisis, like every other resident in Murray West and Strathspey, our defence community are also struggling to cover bills, having to cope with more month than there is money. Defence personnel posted to the north of Scotland from elsewhere in the UK will experience an amazing place to live and work, but they will also experience amongst the highest energy prices in Europe, caused by a regulatory system that's hugely discriminatory to the north of Scotland. Labour MPs promised that people would see a £300 reduction in energy bills, but they are projected to see a more than £400 a year increase. There is little to nothing in this King's speech that both seeks to reverse that £700 plus difference from their manifesto promise, and that would also remove the discrimination faced by households and businesses in the north of Scotland. Discrimination that has gone on for decades, with no action to address this by the Conservatives, Liberal Democrats and now Labour. Up until yesterday, there was no plan from this Westminster Government to address growing food costs, something the SNP is tackling head-on. Seemingly the Chancellor is now looking to do similar, but critically not in a compulsory way. I very much welcome the Government's late acceptance of the SNP's wisdom in this matter, but I would strongly urge the Government that if they're going to do it properly. There is no plan to cut fuel costs, a promise today not to increase tax further, but no plan to reduce it. In constituencies like mine, where car use is a necessity to access basic services, to access education, leisure and to access employment opportunities, that's especially disappointing. People in the north of Scotland deserve better than to be punished by Westminster just for living where they live. Defence personnel, often hundreds of miles from their family, also deserve better than incurring the substantial costs that they have to pay to drive home. When it comes to energy and net zero, a sector that has always been a strong destination for retiring forces personnel and which is very suited to many skill sets of those coming from a military background, the current government is intent on repeating the mistakes of the past of accelerating the decline of one sector, in this case oil and gas, at a rate that does not match either demand changes or the growth of the renewable sector. It is simply Thatcherism all over again, which saw the tearing apart of coal and steel communities in Scotland. It is a betrayal of North Sea workers and the vast supply chain associated with those jobs, from skilled parts manufacturing jobs to the hospitality staff across the north of Scotland, taxi drivers, cafes and corner shops that are seeing their revenues eroded to an unsustainable level. It erodes the opportunities available to defence personnel as well. The Conservative Party in this are no better. Their answer is simply to push the cliff edge further away rather than embrace a managed transition, which is what the industry wants to see. Neither of those scenarios is acceptable to Scotland, and neither of those scenarios is acceptable to my constituents. This brings me back to the theme of today, defence readiness. It is not attractive to people to join a military when key bases are seeing jobs and opportunity eroded around them. That stifles transition opportunities for personnel leaving the services, and it erodes the vitality of the communities that these bases are an integral part of. Yes, defence spending needs to be significantly increased. Yes, we need to have a better offer for new military personnel, and absolutely yes, we need to have a much stronger defence resilience in a more challenging world with dictators like Putin, who are prepared to risk peace on a shocking scale and threaten the infrastructure that is critical to our economic and social well-being. However, at the heart of this are defence communities that are embedded in wider communities, defence communities that have the same aspiration for the regions they live in and who want the same opportunities for themselves and the whole community that surrounds them. Madam Deputy Speaker, getting these fundamentals right supports that bigger community, aids recruitment and retention in our armed forces and provides the opportunities that our veterans deserve when they exit service.
Jill German.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, things feel insecure right now, be it the war in Iran, the cost of living, pressure on families, or the sense that systems just aren't working quite right. In Clwyd North, I hear it all the time. When families are struggling and young people don't feel that they've got a fair chance, it erodes trust in the belief that things can actually start getting better and creates a feeling of insecurity. Building up this trust starts with clearly defining what we've put in place in our first 2 years of government and how our future actions will improve people's lives. I know from speaking to people in the community, in Rhyl, in Colwyn Bay, in Abergele, in Denbigh, across Clwyd North, that it is full of decent people trying to do the right thing day by day. I want to make sure that these people know that they are heard and that things can and will get better. We must be honest about the challenges, but also focus on what really matters to people, building something that works better. In Wales, this means a relentless focus on building a stronger and fairer future, helping families with the cost of living, strengthening our communities through better connections and opportunities, and improving both energy and, crucially, national security. It's about making sure progress is felt in everyday life, especially in communities that have been historically left behind. And it's about recognising how rich and varied Wales is, with our cities, countryside and coast. And that means a tailored approach that reflects these different needs. This government has already delivered significant achievements, passing 50 acts in its first parliamentary session. And behind every piece of legislation are real people and real lives. Among them is the Employment Rights Act, strengthening protections, improving pay and tackling exploitative practices for people across Clwyd North. The removal of the two-child limit is set to benefit around 69,000 children in Wales, including 3,100 in Clwyd North. That's not an abstract number. That's families in our town feeling more stability. And when it comes to safety, the Crime and Policing Act responds to local concerns about antisocial behaviour, introducing tougher action to improve our town centres. Madam Deputy Speaker, these changes matter because of the difference they make to everyday life. Fairer work, stronger families and safer communities here at home. The need to feel secure is important to us all. And in this King's Speech, we are taking crucial steps to strengthen security because people deserve to feel safe. The Armed Forces Bill delivers a long overdue boost to defence spending, strengthens reserve forces, improves the service justice system and puts the Armed Forces Covenant into law, something my local veterans have said is much needed. Security also means stronger communities and shared purpose, cutting bureaucracy, increasing police presence and introducing a national digital ID system that will help people feel safer and better supported. That feeling of security also means tackling the root causes of the high cost of living, not just the symptoms. The Energy Independence Bill will reduce reliance on volatile global markets and deliver more secure homegrown energy to stabilise and lower bills for households in Clwyd North. Changes to common hold and leasehold will tackle unfair ground rents and rising service charges that I've heard about too often in my constituency. And for local businesses, the Commercial Payments Act will crack down on the scourge of late payments, currently leading to the closure of a shocking 38 businesses a day. Taken together, these changes will ease pressure on families, support local economies and build long-term resilience against rising cost. Security under one body and give the Welsh Government a stronger role. Backed by a £14 billion plan, it will improve connections, support 12,000 jobs and make journeys across North Wales more reliable. Madam Deputy Speaker, with an ambitious plan like this set, we need all hands on deck to set it into action. I promise to play my part in this, to make a tangible difference to lives across Clwyd North, delivering real improvements and lasting change for the communities I am proud to serve.
Caroline Dining.
Madam Deputy Speaker, now Madam Deputy Speaker, you will have been have almost be bored of hearing me say, as will the Secretary of State, that I represent the Gosport constituency, which has one of the highest proportions of veterans in the UK. But we also have fantastic servicemen and women at sites like HMS Collingwood, HMS Sultan, the Institute of Naval Medicine, and across the harbour in Portsmouth Naval Base, as well as thousands more who work in the defence industry. So as you can tell, we have such a proud history of serving this nation, and yet so many of my constituents already feel so deeply disillusioned and let down by this government. Why? Because, quite simply, their failure to deliver. Inaction could quite simply be the strapline for this government. There is a total disparity between what is said and what is done, and defence is a complete example of that. The talk of defence spending, but the Secretary of State knows that every single corner of our armed forces right now, as we speak, is being asked to find cuts. And where is the defence investment plan? The clear signal that defence companies in my constituency need to make spending decisions to protect jobs and livelihoods. It's nowhere to be seen. This theme of over-promising and under-delivering extends across a whole range of other sectors as well. I want to talk a little bit about the culture, media and sports sector because I chair the Select Committee. It actually contributes 16 times more to the UK economy than defence manufacturing. Take Formula One, for example, a global British brand worth £12 million to the UK economy. Yet our world-class major events sector is being held back by gaps in the legislation. And what does the government do? It comes forward with a sporting events bill, brilliant, announced in the King's speech, but with such a limited scope that it does nothing to move forward the wider needs of the major events industry, which is so valuable to our British economy, particularly cultural and business events, which are hugely vital to our economy, our communities, and our international standing. All words, no action. Then there's the lack of ambition on ticket touts. The ticket tout ban bill was announced in November. The government promised a ready-to-go bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, that would put fans first. Instead, it's relegated its promise to a mere draft bill, kicking the can into the next parliamentary session at the very earliest. The longer it takes for government to act, the longer touts will be able to rinse fans in my constituency and all those across the country to the tune of an approximate £145 million, the majority of which goes to overseas operators. Madam Deputy Speaker, all words, no action. And then there's touring in the EU. Now, in the ongoing psychodrama gripping the Labour Party, I note the subject of Brexit is now back on the agenda and the hot topic, but there is so much the government can do for our creative industries to reopen that whole can of worms without having to start renegotiating Brexit. It could revisit its decision to cut orchestral tax relief for EU touring. It could ensure A1 forms are processed without delay, so artists don't have to pay double social security contributions. It could help with the cost of the ATA carnets, which the Association of British Orchestras said add about £10,000 to an orchestra's budget. Madam Deputy Speaker, all words, no action. And then meanwhile, let's look at school and community sport. The King's speech contained absolutely no new measures to improve physical activity. There's been no resolution of the standoff between the Department of Health and Social Care, the Department of Education and the Department of Culture, Media and Sport over cuts to PE funding. If we are serious about getting our country more active, we need action, not words. And that needs to begin with legislative changes to increase participation, to increase investment in the facilities and the communities relying on, and the requirement on schools to prioritise physical education alongside academic attainment. The case is clear. A more active nation is a healthier nation, a more productive nation, and ultimately a more prosperous one. Once again, all words, no action. There's nothing in the King's speech for young people. The DCMS Secretary of State has made her National Youth Strategy her stated legacy in the department, but as far as I can see, all the government have done is rip up the National Citizen Service, overseeing the exodus of youth workers from the third sector and replace them with nothing but a slogan. She says somewhere to go, something to do, and someone who cares. It's all words. There's no action. Does this government care at all? It must begin to back up words with deeds. The King's speech doesn't even begin to provide the ambition necessary to maximise the potential of our culture, our media, our sport, or our defence, backing our veterans, backing those that work so hard in constituencies like mine in the service of our nation. And meanwhile, the British economy, people's livelihoods and their jobs are suffering.
Yeah. Anna Gelderd.
Whereas, Madam Deputy Speaker, this King's Speech makes clear that defence readiness is changing. It is still and will always be about the strength and professionalism of our armed forces personnel and their families. But it's also about energy security and digital capability, new challenges in a new era. The threats that we face are rapidly evolving. Hostile cyber activity, damage to critical infrastructure, global instability and climate pressures increasingly affecting our national security, our economy and our resilience as a country. Defence readiness today is digital as well as physical. I welcome the measures brought forward in this bill and the work of the Ministry of Defence team, Labour ministers, many with first-hand experience, who are actively listening and working to implement the changes our military communities have been calling for. Improved housing, better protections for women and girls, and enshrining the Armed Forces Covenant fully into law. This is a government of service and delivery, and in South East Cornwall, we understand that deeply. The Strategic Defence Review rightly talks about a whole-of-society approach to national resilience and warfighting readiness. That means recognising the defence capability depends not only on the military sites themselves, but on the civilian infrastructure, workers and communities that sustain them each and every day. My constituency has a proud and long-standing connection to our nation's defence. With over 6,000 households home to at least one veteran, that translates to nearly 15% of households in my constituency, over double the UK average. We're home to HMS Raleigh in Tor Point, one of the Royal Navy's key training establishments through which thousands of recruits pass each and every year. Across South East Cornwall, many local families are directly connected to defence through their military service, veteran communities, dockyard supply chains and skilled employment. And my community is also closely linked to the nationally significant work that's carried out at HM Naval Base Devonport and by Babcock International. In fact, 23% of Devonport workers live in South East Cornwall. The long-term investment going into Devonport is hugely welcome and important for Britain's future, particularly as we strengthen submarine support and deliver major national defence programmes. But that capability does not stop at the dockyard gates, and that is an important point that I want to stress today. The workforce sustaining nationally significant activity at Devonport comes not just from one side of the Tamar River alone, and we in South East Cornwall are firmly part of the wider defence ecosystem that supports Devonport every single day. Thousands of workers use the Tamar crossings regularly for employment, linked directly or indirectly to defence, including engineers, apprentices, contractors, dockyard workers and military personnel. We are a proud part of the wider Plymouth travel to work area, and our connectivity across the Tamar is essential to sustaining that defence workforce and unlocking regional growth. I have consistently raised the importance of these crossings in this House, and yet the crossings are still sometimes treated as purely local infrastructure. As investment into Devonport and long-term defence capability continues to grow, the pressure on those links will only grow too. So as the government rightly invests billions into strengthening Britain's defence capability and long-term readiness, and South East Cornwall helps sustain nationally important defence activity, our local community must feel the benefits of that investment too. We also recognise the reality that energy security is national security. Recent years have shown the risks of overexposure to volatile international energy markets. Secure homegrown, clean energy strengthens resilience, supports economic stability and reduces vulnerability to external shocks. Climate resilience rightly forms part of this government's understanding of what defence readiness means to communities like mine. Extreme weather and environmental instability increasingly affect infrastructure, supply chains and operational capability across the world. Preparing for those risks is part of preparing Britain for our future. And finally, defence readiness in the modern world must include cyber resilience and digital capabilities. Protecting critical infrastructure, communication systems and national networks is fundamental to protecting our country itself, because the future of defence will depend not only on ships, submarines and military assets, but also on secure systems, skilled workers, resilient infrastructure and strong communities like South East Cornwall. When we talk about strengthening Britain's defence capability, we recognise the places and the people helping sustain it every day, because defence readiness begins long before a ship leaves port. It begins with resilient infrastructure, secure energy, strong digital capabilities and communities like mine. So I welcome this new area of defence readiness, South East Cornwall is proud to play its part in supporting that national effort.
Adrian Ramsey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the member for South East Cornwall. The first duty of any government is to keep the public safe. This duty must shape everything that we do in this House, and it must shape how we think about defence. There's no doubt that Britain today faces profound defence challenges, as we've heard in this debate, from international instability to cyber threats and increasing pressure on our energy and supply chains. But if we're serious about defence, then we must also recognise that the types of threats that we face are changing. To debate security, we must also look at whether our most vulnerable people are protected from extreme heat, whether our communities can cope with flooding, and whether we can secure food, water and energy in an increasingly unstable world. Today, the Climate Change Committee published its report on climate adaptation, and its warnings could not be clearer. We are on a path to 2 degrees of warming by 2050. That means that in just a couple of decades or so, 9 in 10 of our homes will be at risk of overheating. Peak river flows may rise by 45%. Water supply shortfalls may exceed 5 billion litres per day. And 40-degree heat waves will become the new normal across the UK, potentially leading to an additional 10,000 heat-related deaths per year. The committee is also clear that without action, warming of up to 4 degrees by the end of this century remains a possibility. Now, 4 degrees of warming would be catastrophic. Temperatures in the UK nearing 50 degrees Celsius, infrastructure pushed beyond what it was ever designed to withstand, and profound consequences for public health, economic stability and social cohesion. These are not distant projections, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituents and yours are already having to live with the consequences of climate breakdown. We see in the thousands of deaths caused by the increasingly regular heat waves. We see it in the communities repeatedly devastated by flooding. And we see it in rising food prices, rising insurance costs, and growing pressures on the services and systems that people rely on every day. None of this should come as a surprise. Earlier this year, the government's own Joint Intelligence Committee warned that biodiversity loss and ecosystem collapse pose serious risks to national security, threatening food and water supplies, disruption to infrastructure and supply chains, increased flooding, risks to public health and wider economic instability. It also warned of the cascading effects of displacement, conflict and competition for resources. Yet despite the scale and seriousness of warnings by the government's own advisers, and despite repeated calls for parliamentary time, this House has still not been allowed a dedicated opportunity to debate its findings or scrutinise the government's response. Our children will have to live with the consequences of inaction. It would be a dereliction of duty to let political dramas around by-elections and leadership contests distract us from this most fundamental responsibility. The evidence is clear, and we're not without options. Today's report sets out practical costed solutions, better cooling for hospitals, schools and care homes, so our most vulnerable are protected during extreme heat. Stronger flood defences and investment in natural flood management for our communities. A serious approach to water security so shortages do not become routine. Support for British farmers so British food production remains viable under changing conditions. Retrofitting homes so they're fit for a warmer climate. And infrastructure built to withstand climate impacts rather than fail under them. And the economics are equally clear. The cost of action is around 11 billion a year. The cost of inaction could rise to between 60 and 260 billion annually. So this must be a turning point. We can no longer treat climate adaptation as a secondary environmental issue. It is a matter of national defence. It's a matter of economic security. Above all, it's a matter of protecting people. But it needs to be far higher up the agenda for government and for Parliament. That's why I'm calling for a dedicated climate protection unit in number 10, with the sole purpose of working across departments to fund and drive forward the recommendations in this report. I'm also supporting the King's Speech Amendment G on the threats that nature collapse poses to national security. Because defence is not responding after disaster strikes. Defence is about reducing risks before crisis becomes catastrophe. If the first duty of government is to keep people safe, then climate adaptation cannot sit at the margins of the King's speech. It must be placed firmly at its heart. Thank you.
Tim Rocker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've spoken in this chamber before about defence and the urgency of rearmament at some length, and together with the Honourable Member for Tunbridge Wells and the Field Marshal Lord Richards, I was proud to join them in creating the all-party parliamentary group on rearmament. But before I turn to what the government is doing around defence readiness, I think it's worth pausing, as we always should, on how we got here, because context always matters. A century ago, the member for Epping, one who understood well what it meant to watch a nation sleep while danger gathered, described a period of neglect and lost opportunity in defence as the years the locust hath eaten. Madam Deputy Speaker, I think we can apply the same epitaph to the previous government and coalition government years of stewardship of defence. The locusts were busy. Armed forces pay cut in real terms in 9 out of 14 years. Housing, forces housing in such a state of disrepair that complaints reached a record 13,000 in a single year. Troop numbers fell to the lowest level since the Napoleonic era. Frigates and destroyers cut by a quarter, mine hunters reduced by half, and ground-based air defence spending slashed by 70% in their final years in office, and a defence industrial strategy that sat on a shelf gathering dust. Commitment on paper, but nothing in practice. They certainly were the years the locusts hath eaten. And that is the inheritance the defence front bench had to contend with. And I've spoken before about the urgency of rearmament. As I say, I won't repeat myself, but what I will say is I'm incredibly proud of the government defence front bench. I believe it has brought coherence, great industry and a genuine patriotic determination to sort out the mess it inherited, and it deserves to be recognised. I'm glad that the government is investing over £270 billion across defence this Parliament, not as an accountancy exercise, but as a genuine strategic commitment to rebuilding our national security from the ground up. And I understand, as we meet our commitments that we made at the Hague NATO conference to reach 3.5% in the future, there will be difficult discussions to be had, just as there were difficult discussions to be had about foreign aid. But there is no magic bullet when we're talking about increasing defence expenditure, and pretending that one thing will solve the issue is simply not realistic. In the 2 previous periods that this country had to rearm significantly, in the 1930s and the 1950s, it was a combination of increased taxation, increased borrowing, and difficult choices about public expenditure that did it. So, wishy-washy words about just cutting welfare will sort it all out, I am not convinced by. And crucially, something else that this government has understood, that the last one never grasped, is that defence spending isn't just a cost, it's an investment, it's an engine for growth. We spend £32 billion annually with industry, equivalent to £460 for every person living in this country. UK defence supports 463,000 high-quality, well-paying jobs, 1 in every 60 jobs across the UK. I'm very happy to give way.
I'm very grateful to Honourable Gentleman for giving way. Would he agree with me that where I come from, 96,000 jobs in the southwest are related to defence, so it's a huge sector for defence, but key in my town to those jobs are SMEs, small medium-sized enterprises, and despite the welcome changes with the Office for Promoting Small Business from the MOD, the portals are still unnavigable by many small businesses. Does he agree with me that the MOD should do more to make these contracts available for our small businesses and our SMEs?
I remember for his intervention. I was in Bristol recently at the NAD group, the renamed Defence Equipment and Support Group, and I was glad to hear they are doing more on SMEs, and maybe the front bench will comment more on that later. But it is right to recognise that SMEs are absolutely crucial, and in his area of the country are really, really important. And these are livelihoods, communities, and the kind of good, skilled, unionised jobs that that this side of the House has always stood for. I also want to acknowledge the other work the government has done. Last year, £1.5 billion committed to building the factories of the future, including the first energetics factories in 2 decades, creating over 1,000 jobs in our industrial heartlands. The £8 billion deal with Turkey, sustaining a 20,000-strong workforce across Scotland, Lancashire and Bristol, and the Type 26 frigate selected by Norway that was mentioned earlier in the debate, although I was disappointed to see Sweden choose France over the UK in its frigate decision today, but we'll just leave that to the traditional UK-French enmity. But there is a genuine defence dividend, measured not in press releases, but in real jobs, in real communities, the length and breadth of this country. And turning briefly to something I hope will receive the attention it deserves, the Strategic Defence Review made several important recommendations on strengthening home defence and resilience, and rightly so, in the context of a whole-of-society approach to national security, which several honourable friends have talked about today. The threats that we face are not confined to the battlefield. They reach into our infrastructure, our supply chains, our communities, and resilience must be built across the whole of society, not just within the wire fences of our military establishments. And with that in mind, I was reassured to hear the Minister at the beginning of the debate say that ministers are working hard and that we will in due course see a defence readiness bill, because the legal and institutional framework for defence readiness matters, and I think we all want to see that bill come forward. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am by temperament an impatient person when it comes to defence, as you'll be impatient for me to finish the speech. But the threats are not waiting for us, and I am a fair person, and it is only fair to say, certainly in my view, that the government is doing serious, sustained work for the renewal and rebuilding of our armed forces, restoring our industrial base, and making Britain once again a country capable of defending itself. And I certainly hope that the years the locust hath eaten are hopefully behind us.
Martin Wrigley.
Deputy Speaker, it's been a very interesting set of debates today and interesting speeches from many people. I too am fully behind the increased and rapid increase in funds for defence, and I wish to add my thanks to our serving personnel. But defence readiness actually requires a whole society response and sovereign capability. And across a wide range of issues in our technologies, defence, infrastructure, housing, regulation, the same pattern keeps appearing. Services and systems that are set up to serve the public gradually drift away from having purpose to simply extracting rents, and our time all wrapped up in a bureaucratic mess. The overriding demand for quarterly profits and denial of early intervention, instead rationing resources at the point of maximum need, have driven perverse outcomes in strategic change. We are renting our entire economy to ourselves, we are wasting it on our own bureaucracies, whilst too often the gains are captured elsewhere. We need to move back to something much more fundamental, an economy and a set of systems that we build, understand and control. This means having real capability on sovereign technology, on UK business and intellectual property, and a resilient defence and security. But this is not abstract. It is directly connected to whether this country is affordable, livable, and works for the people in it. Ultimately, this is about the social contract. My constituents need to know that the systems they rely on, public services, housing or business, using buses and trains, have purpose to the people, not just bottom lines to fill. That they are designed in their interest and will continue to work for them over time. And I want to use a single example, the Palantir contract with the NHS, because it highlights in one place how we have got it all wrong. We have a major national system handling highly sensitive personal data procured in a way where the model is subscription-based, not delivery-based, where the intellectual property wrapped up in know-how, much of which is built, does not sit clearly with the public, where we become dependent on a single supplier over time. That is not just a procurement question. It's a question of control, resilience, and long-term cost. From a systems perspective, it creates lock-in. From an economic perspective, it allows value to flow out rather than being built here. And from a national perspective, it raises the question, what happens if that capability is withdrawn, restricted, or simply becomes too expensive to change? We have British firms, British engineers, and a strong open source capability who could deliver these systems. So the issue is not capability, it is choice. We cannot make the same mistake with the new single patient record specified in the forthcoming health bill in the King's Speech. That should be transformational, allowing access to patients' details wherever they originate, and must be a sovereign capability. The same principle applies to businesses more broadly. Markets should reward value creation. But too often now, the incentive causes value to be extracted instead, whether through monopoly positions, weak regulation, or misaligned incentives. This is where the government has a role, not to replace markets, but to make them work properly again. In sector after sector, we see systems that continue to function, but no longer serve the people they were designed for. And it applies equally to defence and security. Resilience is not just about spending levels, it's about design. It's about ensuring that we do not build national capability on systems that can fail at a single point. Whether that's a supply chain, a digital platform, or a dependency on external actors. Sovereign capability is not an abstract concept. It's the practical ability to continue operating when conditions are difficult. It's the ability to serve our country, our constituents, through thick and thin, whatever the weather. Madam Deputy Speaker, what links all of this is simple. When incentives drift, when cost control is lost, when systems become extractive, the societal contract begins to fail. We have talent in this country. We have the capability. The question is whether we choose to use it. Because in the end, I want to see systems that work, and I want to see a social contract that people can trust. The King's speech does not address sufficiently sovereign capability, and it lacks the ambition, and the government needs to go further and faster for us to truly be defence ready.
Yeah. Richard Baker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Earlier this month, I joined the workers, the apprentices and management at the Methil Yard in my constituency, where they christened the Seahorse barge, 85 metres long, 25 metres wide, weighing approximately 1,400 tonnes. Seahorse is an impressive achievement and will play a critical role in enabling the construction of the Royal Navy's 3 Fleet Solid Support ships. The sun was shining on Methil that day, the Forth was sparkling, and it was fantastic to join with the workers who are rightly proud of delivering this project on time, on budget, and particularly to hear from the apprentices at the yard about the skills and experience they gained from being involved, and now their hopes for the future as well. A day of pride and joy for the workers, and what a contrast to my first visit at the yard, only a few days after I was elected to this place. Then, Harden and Wolff had fallen into administration. The future of the yard and its skilled workforce was under very real threat. But it was Labour ministers who stepped in and worked with Navanti UK to save Methil and 3 other yards across the United Kingdom. And Methil had reaped the rewards. Where there was once a bleak future for the yard, now we see investment and opportunity in a community where too many people and too many families are still struggling. And since acquiring Methil, Navanti has grown the workforce from 180 to 260. It's now on a recruitment drive to fill a further 110 roles. This includes recruiting 15 more apprentices to join the existing 54 apprentices at the yard. Brilliant opportunities for young people from the local area for the future. And Navanti UK has invested £27 million in upgrading the yard and its facilities. This investment has turned around the fortunes of the yard, which has now won a further 2 contracts for marine infrastructure, which the workforce will deliver in the coming months. And the transformation of the yard means it's ready to play a key role in the delivery of defence contracts.
Just there, okay? My name is Amar Anwar, solicitor acting on behalf of the family. I'm instructed to make this statement on behalf of Fire Ramaz, aged 21, Mohammed Ahmad, aged 26, following today's verdict. This jury, after 19 hours and 48 minutes and a 5-week trial, failed to reach a verdict regarding either defendant and has been discharged. The court will reconvene on the 29th of May for the Crown to advise this court on whether there will be any further proceedings. It will be inappropriate to comment until the further date on Friday the 29th of May. Thank you. Thanks.
How are you getting on? You don't have to comment, but you can say how you're at. You must be happy, lad. All right, lad, take care.